The present, Sidus continues to beat him up. Are you trying to crush it? You should think before you act. Loy stood behind the two observers. Something like this is not a contract, but violence. Because a contract is something that benefits everyone. Of course, he stood there watching the stones fall from the front, throwing them away, ruining his spear. Are you planning to turn everything into trash? Loy smirked and gathered up all the gemstones. It would be a little better if the contract was more advantageous for him. The system notification board says you've turned another tragedy into something better. He was pushing a pile of rocks when he was astonished by the announcement. With the fight against Habel, Solitas will lose his horn and will return to his nest with a fatal wound in his chest. He collapsed onto the ground, along with the faint light shining into the cave. Dead, he will be alone in the and never to be found. Loy scratched his face, trying to remember. So in the novel he'll run away like before. System panel. If it weren't for you, the Frontera couple wouldn't exist in this world anymore. The Count is a man of many talents. He has paid off all his debts. The Count is now engrossed in the work he has been doing for some time. A ghost Frontera cast a log into the shape of his beloved son. He is very happy right now. You are the one who caused this. The system's fate dictates that the person destined to die has been recognized as the school's top student. You're the one who made it happen. You have saved countless lives. Loy's nose swelled with pride after hearing the story the system told. Suddenly, he returned to his normal self and made the request. Then give me the money. The system table says you have to earn money yourself. Loy thought of something else. Then give me a friendship score. System failure table. Humans are not romantic at all. He doesn't deny it. That's right. Romance can't be used to make food. Right now, what we need is skill because we're going to start building the big canal. Loy thought about what he had. My surveying skills have one limitation, and that is the problem. We must carry out construction work throughout the estate. There's too much to do, from gathering the information piece by piece to compiling it. He looked at the display panel. He had built a lot, so his level had increased. But at some point it stopped rising any higher. Intermediate design level 6. Designable area of 729,000 square meters at a time, with dedicated options for drawing output skills, 3D floor plan display, and simulation mode. Loy stood on the hill, deep in thought. The fundamental principle in business is to save what can be saved and use what can be used. He clicked on the intermediate design display panel, level 6. Leveling up required skills requires friendship points. 200 current friendship points for 1,070. Let's do it. This will significantly improve my skills and expand the scope of my research. Loy just keeps upgrading it. Okay, intermediate design from level 6 to level 10. System notification board showing skill ranking increase. Design skills have improved to an advanced level. Advanced design. Level 1. Area that can be designed in one go. 3,375.00 square meters. He smiled with satisfaction. Good. 1,200 loyalty points. Is well deserved. Unexpectedly, the system panel displayed a separate skill option for the new skill. Construction instructions. Loy looked bewildered. What are the installation instructions? The system table. A person who intensely desires to work less. This innovative system has now been activated. He was skeptical of the announcement. He didn't believe it. This seems like a useless idea based on advertisements like shopping from home. System table. You can restore a previously saved 3D plan. Loy remained skeptical, but still modeled a miniature house. Well, just pretend you're being tricked. Activate construction. Instructions. Suddenly, the simulation board in his hand vanished, and a huge light startled Loy. What the hell? A huge house appeared before him. The explanatory system table includes you. This three-dimensional image will also be visible to other workers. Operators can perform precise operations using this three-dimensional image. Eyes wide with astonishment, mouth agape, truly amazing. Isn't this a skill that could cut my daily workload in half? He immediately came up with a plan. He should conduct a practical test right away. A magic circle was placed on the ground. Habiel Azrahan saw this and wondered, what is this? Loy suggests a place you'll have to dig. He looked at Loy with a displeased expression. He continued giving orders. I will tell you the details later. So let's just do it first, okay? Habiel Azrahan had no choice but to dig down. There are so many green things inside. Loy observed. Oh, you're right. He pointed to a corner and instructed, now, can you try digging around this green thing? He obeyed and began digging around the edge of the hole when suddenly a red light appeared on the circle. It creates a critical image of a pig with its nose puffed up. You scoundrel, can't you just behave properly? My God, Habiel Azrahan said, clearly disgusted. Ugh, that's awful. He spoke calmly. Hey, isn't that kind of expression normal for other people? He sighed and replied, nobody wants to make the mistake of seeing that face. Loy is annoyed, don't say that. It's like a punch to the ear. Habiel Azrahan bowed and asked, so what is it this time? He frowned. Even though you are a genius at illusion. Otherwise, could this be a magical tool from the spoils of war you obtained from the Dark Wizard? Loy thought nervously, a sudden question. He couldn't keep lying, could he? He forced a smile and asked back, which do you think is more plausible? Habiel Azrahan bowed and replied, I would choose the second one, so wear a suitable necklace. Loy stammered. Oh, okay, right. He turned and walked away, so that's all I wanted to know. He lowered his voice and continued, I haven't answered you anything, but is there anything else you're curious about? Habiel Azrahan calmly replied, what I'm curious about isn't really important. It is important. He turned around seriously. It was our young master who saved everyone in this temple. Loy was stunned by that statement, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips as he thought about it. Thank you. Loy smiled confidently. Of course, because you trusted me, Bei announced sternly. Now it's time to start building the wastewater system. This system will protect our people from disease. He shouted seriously. Everyone, please repeat what our motto is. Everyone responded in unison, safety first. Correct, no one must get hurt. Loy and Habiel Azrahan stood behind, listening. I will kill anyone who gets injured. We don't need any weaklings here. If that's you guys, then withdraw from this project. He turned to ask a question. It seems like they're getting crazier with each passing minute. What makes them act like that? Water and waste in the district are being discharged into the sewers. They will soon flow into the main pipeline. Bodong will dig a smaller pipeline. But that alone wasn't enough to dig the main tunnel. So what we need is for Bio to keep cheering on the motivational ground. Bai burst into tears, blushing and clutching her restless heart as she bumped into the bitch of love. A enthusiastically sweeps the ground to maximize work efficiency. A man dug a wrong model. An angry expression appears in the image. Come on, are you kidding me? Everyone stared blankly at the image for a moment, then excitedly cheered and applauded. That was the angry face of young Master Lo. I could feel the power surging within me. His hideous faces began appearing in every direction. Yes, me too. Mine is even scarier. The faces on our side are still cursing everyone. Can you hear them? Yes. Our situation is even worse than that. Loy shouted angrily. Stop it, all of you. Why are you enjoying something that's supposed to guide you? He sighed wearily. What a bunch of lunatics. Why do they keep behaving like this? Hey. Heavy rain poured down on the front terror estate. After a few weeks of light spring rain, the construction of the drainage system will progress very smoothly over the next 3 months. Thanks to the construction plan, the construction of the main sewer system is progressing rapidly, and it has begun to expand northward. Lights began to pierce through the dark night skies of the rain. The roses still had raindrops clinging to them. Loy stood on the hill, giving directions to the birds. The drainage system needs to run through that field. Then we will also build a wastewater treatment facility there. He looked at the document for a moment and then asked, isn't that near where the mastodons live? Will it be all right? He calmly replied, Bai Bung will be in charge, so there shouldn't be any problems. But we still need to be careful. Loin began to walk. Let the workers know that they should not attack mastodons recklessly. They need to remain calm. Bayan responded immediately. Understood. That means not a single mastodon has been seen around here. Is it because Bai Bung is in charge? Is that true? Or perhaps not? Loy is currently standing facing a tree. Suddenly he spoke up. Red light, green light. Loy suddenly turned around after hearing the voice. He quickly ran to the other side. Huh. Aloy standing at the corner made a radiant smile. There it is caught. He raised his finger in the shape of a gun and fired a barrage of shots at the other side, hitting them and sending them tumbling to the ground. He fell to the ground after being hit by bullets, then smiled with satisfaction. That's really fun. System failure. Table. I wonder who's really the crazy one here. Huh? What? I was just joking. This is how people usually play, isn't it? Suddenly, Padong came forward, crying. Bodong was astonished. Humph, is this really that pathetic? I'm actually having a great time here. He calmed down and made a serious announcement. Bodong, he sat up, looking puzzled. Did you find something very strange? In front of a pit where the villagers are gathered to observe. Loy squeezed through the crowd. Move out of the way. What is that? He stared down, his eyes fixed on the carcass of a mastodon. A mastodon? He got down to check. Judging by the way it's decomposing, it only died recently. It looks like someone killed it and buried it here. Loy wondered, who is it and what? I spoke up from above. Loy looked up in confusion. Huh? Is there a smell? He gave orders to the people above. Is anyone there? Can we dig a little here? Those above immediately responded. Yes. A man suddenly stopped what he was doing after discovering something. Huh. Loy, standing above, was utterly terrified. Below is a neatly arranged pile of mastodon carcasses. What the heck is this? He stood there pondering. This wasn't in the novel. The novel didn't mention anything about this. I can't be sure about an event that isn't in the novel suddenly happening. Damn it. Loy looked at the corpses below. Something similar to this would be correct. He recalled the arc-shaped novel of the Namarin Barrier where Habiel mastered his explosion. Dark magic has appeared in that school. Suddenly, the carcasses of the mastodons emitted a dark energy. Loy was utterly astonished. Absolutely. He shouted. The order. Everyone get out of here quickly. The magical corpse explosion. The mastodon's body began to glow and swell. Everyone panicked and ran away as instructed. A massive explosion caused by dark energy erupted. Loin attempts to break free from the energy field. The explosion is heading straight towards us. With this kind of swarm, everyone will surely die. Suddenly, he turned around and faced the explosion directly. I won't let anyone get hurt in the head. Loy used a burst of energy to charge forward. I'm not sure if it will succeed, but I'll try to push back the explosion with my own blast. Suddenly, Bai Bung stood in the way of Lloyd's actions and chose the direction of the explosion. He exclaimed, in astonishment. Solitas sensed the energy and turned around. He looked into the distance. It came from over there. It looks like some kind of dark magic. The magical corpse explosion. Based on the explosion, it originated from something far larger than humans. Solitas hesitated regarding Lloyd Frontera's issue. That bastard seems to be in trouble. Should I help him? Is it written in the contract? Suddenly, he realized something. Habiel Azrahan was rushing towards them at incredible speed. Solitas calmly continued his work. Well, he'll be fine because that monster will come running to help. Loy shouted at Bai Bong, who lay weakly slumped over. The ball is rolling. Wake up. Everyone was terrified by the sight before them. Humph. What is that? What is that thing? He stepped over Bai Bu Bung's massive body. Malevolent eyes appeared in the smoke. These are mastodons infected with dark energy approaching. A large herd of mastodons suddenly appeared in the smoke. Lumbai bursts into terrified hands at the sight of the mastodon corpse. He observed the herd of mastodons ahead. They were buried beneath the explosion. How many animals are there in total? Suddenly, the mastodon's eyes lit up, and it panicked, letting out an angry roar. They suddenly rushed forward uncontrollably. Lloyd yelled at the people behind him. Run! Everyone panicked and ran away, pursued by a herd of blood-toothed, zombie-like elephants. Suddenly, something before his eyes caught his attention, and Valida ordered the white cavalry soldiers. Wait for my orders, he shouted very seriously. For the queen, for the people, and for the entire Frontera district. Lloyd frantically tried to stop him. No, please don't. Valerida turned and ran away. We're going to withdraw. Helplessly, he ignored what I just said. Lloyd rushed off, but was still contemplating his plan. What about the terrain? What do we know about the habits of mastodons? What do we need to do to fight these zombies? How can we increase the distance between us and them? He turned and spoke. Mr. Bavaria, have you found it yet? He replied immediately. It's in the mining area. Loy gave the order. Just give it to me. Bayan received the instruction. Understood. He shouted the order. Padang quickly grew larger and leaped towards the zombies. The mastodon herd was astonished by the appearance of Padang. She lunged forward, preparing to throw a punch. Bodong swiftly punched a mastodon in the belly, Bodong's ultimate punch. After completing her attack, Bodong immediately jumped back. Then, she lunged forward again, using Bodong's ultimate elbow technique. A continued to deliver the trembling kick from Padang. After each hit, Padang would jump backward, landing gracefully and perfectly. Unexpectedly, Padang concentrated his strength into his arm. She leaped up and swept away the charging mastodons. The Eastern dance of plum blossoms left everyone astonished. Bodong couldn't believe his eyes at her actions. What the hell did I just see? Suddenly, a mastodon successfully rammed straight into Padang's stomach. The herd of mastodons behind them also took the opportunity to add strength. Padang did not back down, but mustered her strength, and she threw away the mastodons that were attacking her. But before Padang could recover, another mastodon charged straight into her stomach. Bodong tried to push back, but gradually became completely overwhelmed by the mastodon. The horde of zombies began to engulf Padang, gradually submerging her completely into the sea of monsters. Lloyd yelled, "Those damn elephants!" Bodong, who was under attack, also looked in the direction of the mastodons. In front of him stood confidently beside a young mastodon. Loy put the sparrow to the baby elephant's neck. "Look what I have here." Yes. He licked its head as a warning. In just 5 more seconds, it would be a lump of flesh. The herd of mastodons immediately focused their gaze in that direction. The baby mastodon trembled in fear. "How do you feel? Don't you feel worried and angry?" He bit off a piece of the bridgehead. "Now come here before I strip it off." The mastodon completely ignored the horse and charged forward. A herd of mastodons is aggressively advancing towards me. Lloyd smiled again, satisfied. The deer has been caught in the trap. He lifted the baby mastodon onto his shoulder as a reward. "Excellent performance. Build a ding, right? Any name will do." That's a small hint contained within a single story in the novel. The suggestion is as follows. It doesn't look dangerous. It is said that mastodons are obsessed with their offspring and will fight for them even if they become zombies. It depends on what we do. It probably won't attack us recklessly. And what I saw confirmed this fact. I noticed that the Bavarian gentleman was raising baby mastodons. Loy noticed behind him the mother mastodons standing on the hilltop, observing. Every day the adult mastodons come to visit. It will stop by to check on the health of the baby mastodons. Loy ordered Padang, who was holding pudding in his mouth. "When Padang passes through that valley, we will defend ourselves in the forest." He climbed onto her back and gave the order. "Let's go," following the trails of dust and smoke left behind by the herd of mastodons. Are people who are feeling anxious and worried. Young Master Loy, he saved us once again in the dazzling forest. Ko Min was sitting on a tree branch singing, knowing that she already had someone by her side, but he would still stand right here and wait for her. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Simono while he was singing. Habiel Azrahan, drenched in sweat, asked, "Do you have the red sunflower seeds that young Master Loy gave you? How long will it take you to fly 10 kilometers north?" On the other side, Padang was trying to escape the pursuit of the mastodon. "Come on, Padang, just a little further." Loy looked behind him. It was gradually catching up with us. He turned around and pointed his sparrow-like nose towards the herd of mastodons. A burst of energy was launched toward them. The blow landed squarely on a leading mastodon. Suddenly, its body glowed and then exploded. Bodong, but even that couldn't stop the horde of zombies behind him. Loy pondered. They're too numerous. Should I aim my blast toward the valley? No, I can't. Everything will collapse. I'm in an emergency situation. If this explosion doesn't kill it, I could really lose my life here. Dong noticed something ahead and quickly stopped. Kualoy was also astonished by the scene before him. Above was a hill, buried under the piles of earth and rocks from the valley. He gritted his teeth in tension. Oh God. A herd of mastodons is charging after us. But ahead is a dead end. Damn it. Loy quickly used his scanning skill, simulating the situation, Padong trying to climb up. He knew it. Padong couldn't possibly reach this height. Loy was utterly panicked. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Calm down. Recall all the skills and experience you have acquired and the balance of that experience with quantitative limitations. Just move. Not doing anything is just a waste of time. He dismounted from Padong's back, and she anxiously turned back. Calling out, Pop Padong, Loy calmly ordered, climb the highest. While you can and hold the baby mastodon tightly. He twirled the platform in his hand and confidently walked forward. I was afraid of being in a life-or-death situation. After detonating the explosives in the mountains, Loy clenched his fist against the hull. He began to focus his energy on the hull. But that was the crucial key to a breakthrough. The three energy circles began to merge together. Loy raised the hull, which was engulfed in flames and exploding. He used all his strength to fire the attack into the sky. The mastodons were astonished that the attack wasn't aimed at them. Loy used all his strength to grip the hull tightly. A series of explosive shots were fired into the air. The hull was therefore almost melted. Suddenly, the ceremonial object in his hand fell to the ground, and Loy also collapsed to the ground before the herd of mastodons that were charging towards him. The system notification panel indicates that the Super Challenger skill has been activated. Loy's body began to absorb all the energy around him, and the greatest source of energy came from the blood-toothed elephant. They were completely absorbed into his body, and his body consequently dissolved. Even the east wind was almost sucked inside. The system board is absorbing all the surrounding mana. The rocks above were no exception and were also sucked into Lloyd Frontera's body. He tried to raise his hand to aim at the target. Lloyd raised his hand and absorbed all the dark energy in front of him. Padong gradually felt more at ease after setting his goals. I will leave the valley and Padong alone to absorb only the mana of the mastodon. The herd of mastodons began to be sucked in and their entire bodies dissolved. Loy used his skills to try and control everything. The bodies whose energy he drained were reduced to skeletons and flung outwards as he absorbed the queen's mana and everything around him through Supercharger. I thought this was because my heart skills had leveled up. Going back in time, Lloyd Frostnera gives orders to Habiel Azrahan. You be the bait. He immediately refused. I don't want to go play anywhere else. Loy said irritably. I'm not asking for your opinion. This is an order. He licked his lips and smirked. If I use Super CH to restore mana, I'll definitely level up. It's time for this lunchbox full of mana to become a sacrifice for my leveling up. By now, as before, Loy used a burst of energy to deplete all his power. He collapsed onto the ground after finishing the thrust, and then Loy's body began to activate its skills. Supercharger. It absorbs everything with energy around it. Damn it, the surrounding area is being destroyed. This can't be allowed to happen. Loy laughed maliciously. It's only Habel's doing. I just need to focus on extracting mana from him. The energy gravitational pull began to concentrate entirely on Habel Azrahan. He smiled contentedly at the achievement. Haha, I've got it. I'll extract everything from you. Unexpectedly, the alarm system displayed a 404 error. This sacred mana source is not meant for weaklings like you and your grandson to use. Loy then coughed up blood equivalent to the amount of mana absorbed, and he collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood. Habiel Azrahan remained silent, watching. After a while, seeing no movement, he bent down and smiled smugly. Young master, are you all right? He cursed, his whole body trembling. Damn the author of this web tool. When I failed just now, I was still able to specify the target and direction. Back to the present, Loy focuses on draining the energy of the mastodon. All your mana now belongs to me. Suddenly, the system notification made him stop short. He had exceeded the allowed mana absorption limit. The heart of mana is expanding rapidly, having received a large amount of skill experience. He started coughing up blood after the announcement. Ugh, this is rotten mana from the zombies, completely different from poison. The magic heart is functioning normally now. I need to spin it a few more times. I need to circulate this stagnant energy. Following Lloyd Frontera's thoughts, the magical heart began to operate violently. The warning system sounded, but he ignored it and continued absorbing energy. The heart's mana has been damaged. The mana energy source has been used to restore the mana heart. Lloyd continued to drain energy from the blood-toothed elephant. The heart of mana has been damaged. The mana energy source has been used to restore the mana heart. Mana heart skill is developing. The gravitational pull from Lloyd is growing stronger. Mana heart skill has leveled up. Mana heart skill has leveled up. The heart of mana has been damaged. The source of mana and emotional energy has been used to restore the mana heart. Mana heart skill has leveled up. He shouted with all his might. The energy currents of the blood-toothed elephants that flowed throughout the valley were channeled into Lloyd Frontera's body. Skill upgrade. The skill has ended, and his body is no longer absorbing energy. Lloyd waited with a serious expression. System notification panel for intermediate swordsmanship master, level 1. Physical skill increased by 600%. He slowly rose from the ground. The mastodons panicking as their energy was being drained away. System panel, a new mana heart. Skill option has been proposed. Seeing the opportunity, Lloyd glared at him, then sternly ordered, kneel down. Skill system options table, heart of mana domination of the undead. A monster quickly knelt down as ordered. Following behind were the mastodons, who also obediently lay down. Lloyd stood solemnly before the horde of zombies. Bo Dong was astonished by the sight before him. Lloyd threw her a green sunflower seed. Bo Dong. He smiled and gave the order. Let's go home. The system panel can now dominate and control any undead with lower mana than you. Lloyd stepped onto the heads of the mastodons. He walked proudly down the path created by the undead. System panel. The controlled zombies will obey your every command with absolute loyalty. Lloyd smiled with satisfaction at the skills he had just acquired. The only system table he doubts. The zombie domination skill system can only be activated when you are facing zombies head-on. Lloyd silently stared at the display, then his face darkened. As he turned around, the mastodons, when not facing each other directly, began to stand up. More and more of them stood up, and gradually, all the ones behind them stood up completely. System table, number of living organisms under control, 308. Remaining control time, 40 seconds. He looked at the number below. The remaining time limit was 40 seconds. The number quickly dropped to 38 seconds. The herd of tusk-toothed elephants began to charge forward like hungry tigers. Lloyd ran away. In panic. With only 27 seconds left, he rushed to run before the time limit expired. With 18 seconds remaining in crowd control, Lloyd tries to run away. With only 7 seconds left to control the situation, the pursuing mastodons have multiplied like a flood. With only a few seconds left, he embraced the elephant and the baby mastodon. After realizing the time was up, the herd of mastodons, seeing Lloyd sitting still, immediately pounced on him. At that very moment, a thick web of spider silk was lowered into the air. Suddenly, he was pulled upwards into the air, allowing him to dodge the zombie's pounce. His body was gradually lifted into the air, below him watched by the eyes of the mastodons. Lloyd was astonished by the sight below, and he looked up to check what was happening above. The image of Miss Min Dan appeared in Lloyd Frontera's eyes. Habiel, he glared down. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan drew his sword and used his sword aura. He shouted loudly, ordering them to advance. Ms. Min replied dejectedly. Okay. Bo Dong emerged from his tunic and greeted them. Bo Dong. Upon seeing her appearance, the crowd immediately flew away at full speed. Fly close to the cliff face of the valley. Habiel Azrahan rose, preparing to swing his sword. He used all his strength in his hands and slashed straight into the cliff beside him. Lloyd screamed in panic and fear. The cliff where Habiel Azrahan struck gradually cracked, shattering and falling simultaneously to the ground below. The rocks fell straight onto the herd of mastodons below. The collision caused the mastodon's body to begin glowing. Habiel Azrahan continued to slash at the cliffs above, and as the debris fell, the herd of mastodons exploded from the dark energy within their bodies. The valley is now teeming with explosions of zombie mastodons. Loy stared in astonishment as the sound of flapping wings began to fade away. Ms. Min and everyone else landed on a patch of grass atop the cliff. Loy looked up in admiration. Excellent. Habel, I am still alive thanks to you. He asked angrily. Thank me for what? Loy looked bewildered by Habel Azrahan's gruff tone. He continued to use an irritated tone of voice. I am an escort knight, so I need to be by your side. What were you about to say, sir? The young master timidly continued. There's nothing dangerous about it. Stay here and cut the wire. Habel Azrahan didn't care what he said. I saw it while riding with Ms. Min. All the workers had been evacuated, leaving only him to play the role of the bait. Loy looked away, his voice mocking. Pray, I only intend to lure them out in a group and then wipe them all out in one blow. He glared, so did. You succeed. Loy frowned. In annoyance. Why are you asking such an obvious question? What do you mean? Suddenly Habel Azrahan shouted. Get your senses out of here. He was startled by his shout. Habel Azrahan said seriously. What would happen if something happened to you? The apartment, the sewers, everything would be shut down, and people's lives would be in danger. He glared and said in a stern tone. He is bearing the lives of countless inhabitants on his shoulders. Your life is actually more important than you think, Loy said with a somber expression. Oh, so that's what you meant. He asked seriously, so? Are there any who would dare to die in my place? Habel Azrahan immediately replied. That's not what I meant. It would be too risky to face danger alone. Suddenly, Lid shouted, interrupting. Is there any guarantee of safety from those frenzied zombies? Even though you said so. Habel Azrahan questioned in a loud voice. You could certainly retreat gradually over the defensive walls of the White Cavalry, couldn't you? The White Cavalry are valiant warriors. Clearly there was another solution to choose from. Loy shouted in protest. Those are just baseless assumptions. Can you confidently say that you won't let anyone lose their life? Do you understand the feeling of them working themselves to death only to ultimately face death? He stated his position seriously. That's right. I am the most important person in this territory. This territory belongs to me and also to the people who live here. Loy glared. If this land belongs to me, then if I don't protect it, who else can? Habel Azrahan frowned in displeasure. So, from now on, you're determined to shoulder the most dangerous tasks alone. He didn't deny it, but replied, that's right. And of course, we will also make as much money as possible from the risks of that job. Habel Azrahan glared at Lloyd with a murderous look. Suddenly, he sighed wearily. You can do whatever you want. Habel Azrahan turned away and expressed his thoughts. I am determined to stay by your side. Notification system. Board. HBL's favorability towards you has increased for the first time in a long time. Plus 15. HBL's favorability increased by plus 23. Develop a remarkable relationship with the protagonist. Additional loyalty points will be awarded, adding 270 points. Obel's respect for you has increased. The person I need to protect becomes the person I need to respect. Suddenly, another message caught my attention. He read the text on the system panel. Habel swore that if he were to fall into the gates of death, he would gladly die in his place. Loy's face lit up. Oh, that's not necessary. Habel Azrahan is difficult to understand. What are you talking about? He calmly replied. Let's just assume I don't know. Loy looked at the dilapidated objects below. Those mastiff zombies, to whom did they belong? Was this Asfa's revenge through those monsters? He dismissed the thought and re-evaluated everything. No, as far as we know, no necromancer is capable of performing such high-level magic. Loy frowned, deep in thought. Information about Asfahan has been provided in great detail in the novel. That's not something they would do. The Namaran shield is the only thing connected to dark magic. He walked away and ordered the project to be temporarily suspended. Let's go look for some clues. Habel Azrahan immediately responded. Yes, I understand. Loy was calculating as he walked. Okay, the Namaran shield is the basis for my current speculation that it's a chapter of a novel related to that thing. He gritted his teeth in anger. I have a rough idea now. All I need is proof. I will definitely make you pay back both the principal and interest for this loss. A shovel is being used to dig the soil. Loy stood above, observing the Construction work taking place below. Habil Azrahan is serious, but that's like searching for a needle in a haystack, isn't it? I don't deny what he said. Yes, that's right, but we still have to do it. We can't continue the project with the potential risks. Loy seriously considered the previous problem. It must be somewhere around here. Medium is used. For dark magic. Suddenly, a soldier on horseback rushed forward in a panic. Young Master Loin, young Master Loin. He turned his face around. Yes, he announced, panting. Count CRM from the west has arrived. Loy was suspicious. Count of Cremo. What is he doing here? Inside. A room in the mansion, Count. Cremo made an offer. I would like to make a request regarding marriage. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Suddenly, Lo spoke up nonchalantly. Excuse me, Count, but you're not my type. He denies it, but that's enough, General. We want to express our opinions on behalf of our daughter. He was astonished. That's surprising. He stripped CRM of his beard and raised his voice. Well, I don't want to beat around the bush, so let's get straight to the point. He seriously stated his proposal. I've been thinking about this for a long time since you left and wondered if there's anyone else more suitable to be my son-in-law than you. But he has become so famous that I'm pretty sure many other nobles have also struggled to establish a relationship with him. Count CRMO asked nonchalantly. So we lost patience and struggled a lot to keep this plan a secret. So when is your wedding day? Loy looks noticeably haggard. Wait a minute, Count Cremo. Nobody's proposing to me. Why the rush? Suddenly, Akos Frontera's face darkened as he spoke. Loy looked over in amazement. Yes, Count. Frontera. Suddenly, a pile of love letters was dumped on the table. He revealed secrets that had been kept for a long time. This is where all the wedding letters were sent to the Lord's house. Because you've been so busy, I've kept it hidden and will give it to you at a more opportune time. He recoiled in astonishment at the letters. Count Cremo spoke in a critical tone. How dare those despicable people send a letter? They should have come here instead. The wedding ceremony will be held at Frontera Louis Tran and Estate. Now, Count Cremo, please calm down. He lowered his head and said, I am very grateful that you value me so much. Loy bowed his head and gave his answer. But please forgive me for not being able to respond to your request. He replied, sternly, Auntie, you're 27 years old and still single? You're getting old. If you don't get married soon, the neighbors will start gossiping about you during Tet. He was powerless to make the request. Count Cremo, may I speak frankly? Loy looked at the impolite demeanor of his close knight and silently offered him some quiet reprimand. What are you laughing at? Count Cremo wondered if it was because my family wasn't worthy of you. He immediately denied it. Oh no, that's not it. But if he turned slightly to the right, next to him was his daughter, pouting unhappily in the corner. Kristen spoke, trembling. I am the eldest daughter of the Cremo family. I am honored to do anything that benefits the family. She cried and spoke insincerely. I am ready to offer my body to you. Loy thought dejectedly, as if his mother was about to be married off to the demon lord. Next to Habil Azrahan, who was struggling to keep his mouth shut. You're turning to the right to channel your mana. To suppress your laughter again? Just shut up, please. Suddenly, Akos Frontera spoke up. Please allow me to say a few words. He smiled and expressed his thoughts. Thinking about the prosperity of the family is a good thing, but it would be better if you would also consider the well-being of those involved. Agas Frontera held tightly onto Mabella Frontera's hand as she sat beside him, because he couldn't possibly spend the rest of his life with someone he didn't love. And she smiled naturally. I think that for the sake of your daughter's happiness, you need to listen to her feelings. Count Cremo looked at his weeping daughter. Then his face darkened with thought. Suddenly, he pulled her towards him. Crichton. Count CRMO smiled and admitted his mistake. It seems I almost did something terrible for the benefit of the family. Christine, with tears of emotion rolling down her cheeks. Father. The two embraced each other in joy. I love you. Father. Is father really that happy? Father CRMO led his daughter out towards the door. The members of the Frontera family have never ceased to impress me. Today we learned a valuable lesson. He stretched out his hand and said loudly, Live with love. Agas Frontera and Mabella Frontera also raised their hands in love. With a loud bang, the two of them left happily, leaving Loy with a somber expression, wondering if he should be glad he didn't have to get married. Even though his parents had agreed, he turned to the giggling knight. In the corner, looking at Habil Azrahan's pathetic state, Loy felt utterly helpless. This devilish guy is struggling to use up his last drop of mana just to hold back his laughter. This marriage is causing him even more suffering than the Great War with the Gigatitan. Ultimately, all marriage proposals were rejected. There was a negative side to political marriage, and they didn't want any woman to suffer. The housekeeper informed Alicia of everything. Apparently, that was the reason the Frontera family had rejected all marriage proposals. She said sternly, "Just as I thought, even if Frontera accepts, it's highly likely that woman will refuse." Everyone's attention was drawn to Alicia's words. She pondered his goofy face, which looked exactly like a potato. Suddenly, Alicia couldn't help but burst out laughing. The people below anxiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you need the imperial physician?" She calmly reassured them, I'm fine. Don't worry about the evil spirits." Alicia ordered the servant to cook some potatoes for dinner. 9. Really carefully. He responded immediately, obeying orders. She seriously considered that she should still keep a close eye on the woman they had chosen. The chosen one will wield immense power within this kingdom. Alicia asked in a stern voice, "And what about the letter we sent to Asfa?" The man immediately replied, "Those insolent individuals still defiantly deny any connection to the Domino Monster incident. And instead of apologizing, they caused a disturbance. This is clearly a blatant provocation against the kingdom of Magentano." Alicia felt uneasy. "You damned old fools. Do you want to start a war?" She sat up abruptly and ordered, "We will form a delegation and send them to Asfahan, restricting all correspondence until that happens." Alicia hesitated, calculating who would join the delegation. She smiled calculatingly, thinking, "It seems I need to add some potatoes to it." Then, in front of the Frontera mansion, a beast's head with a demonic image printed on it was placed on the table. "We found it north of the accident site," Bay announced sternly. "We believe this was the cause of the accident." Calmly observe a stir-fried goat's head. He stared, recognizing the symbol. Loy looked at the picture of the demon and remembered seeing it in a novel before. A red flag with an exact likeness on the head. The symbol of the kingdom is the queen who turned into a demon. He was chewing his food and thinking, "With this, I've learned a few things that weren't in the novel. The demon queen and the Namarin shield incident. They are clearly closely related." Loy folded his arms, calculating how many things had changed since he came into this world. The queen did not become evil, and there is no reason for the Naman shield to happen again, because the cause of that event was the refugees affected by the Domino Monster incident in Namarin. He pondered thoughtfully, but those people were trying to do something else, something that wasn't in the novel. If I hadn't prepared a counterattack plan, would it have affected my wish for a peaceful life? The Dark Mage deployed the Naman shield and sent everyone to their deaths. Cannavaro, he is the most suspicious person. Loy turned to Bayan and said, "Mr. Bavaria, halt the project immediately. We need to put an end to this before we start business." He immediately replied, "Understood." Mabella Frontera worried, "Why didn't you leave after you rested and recovered?" Acus Frontera is still nauseated by the goat's head. "Where are you going this time?" Loy answered seriously, "I have business in Namarin." He thought to himself that he had to find evidence related to this matter. 10 kilometers north of the Frontera estate, at the wastewater treatment plant, the order came to open the manhole cover. She quickly used her strength to pry open the enormous manhole cover. He bowed down, pleading and relying on that young man. Solitas. He uses his abilities to control the fragrant items. Began to rise up and defecate. The human-like hybrids began to fly on command. It curled up into a giant sphere. Solitas's eyes suddenly lit up. He began to transform into his powerful dragon form. Loy smiled with satisfaction. One day the whole world will know. Solitas is starting to channel energy into his neck. He spewed flames straight down towards where the lumps of excrement had coalesced. The story of the dragon willing to lend its power for the sake of human health, the legend of Solitas, the dragon that destroys dung. He angrily turned against it. "How dare you spread that story? Are you kidding me?" Did Loy realize that? "Isn't that cool? That's the dragon destroyer, you know." Solitas became even more annoyed. Seriously? Your naming skills are top-notch. He spoke in a low voice. Well, how would I know? I'm a science student, after all. The nationwide ranking of science students is overwhelmingly negative. System Notification Board. You have implemented the first collective wastewater treatment system in the history of the Lorian continent. You've established the concept of public health, a new title. Do you want red or blue tissues? Loy firmly grasped the satisfied gesture. The effect of this title was a 0% rate of infectious diseases within the territory, cutting off 100% of pathogens from outside. I feel relieved now. Habiel Azrahan walked beside him, puzzled. When do you intend to leave Namarin? Loy hesitated for a moment before replying. I'd like to leave as soon as possible. He frowned in thought. If he didn't get anything, he'd just be paying for the trip. Generally speaking, the Count's claim that there might be a villain in this village wasn't very credible. He wished he had a more legitimate reason. Habiel Azrahan reminded him, Young Master Lai is ahead. A convoy of cars is parked in front of the mansion. What is it? Lloyd Frostnera asked nervously. Oh, that's a bit concerning. Akos Frontera's voice echoed inside the mansion, where her son had just refused the marriage proposal the day before. He spoke seriously about what had just happened. They brought their daughter along and said that if she met them in person, she might change her mind. We cannot refuse. So we arranged accommodation for them. Akos Frontera lists room number 32. We have also implemented a queuing system to organize who will meet the child. Loy recognized him by the expression on his face. The father seems quite excited. Akos Frontera immediately denied it. No, absolutely not. I hope you will marry the person you love. He bowed his head in disappointment. Of course, I'm past the age where I'm expecting grandchildren. There are also rumors circulating that the eldest son may have this defect as well. But I'm still okay. The system board celebrates like a New Year's celebration. A new title. You now have a new name. Loin. Frontera the eunuch. He cursed under his breath in anger. This bastard finally has something to mock me with, huh? Loin lowered his head, deep in thought. Okay, you must be excited. Anyway, women have to line up to marry me. The problem is that we need to consider this first. He thought seriously, it wasn't the women, but the fathers, those old men lining up to socialize. I will receive all of their love, my whole body. The housekeeper announced that the first young lady was entering, and Lloyd cheerfully said, Welcome, esteemed guest. I mean Mississippi. She blushed at the sight before her. Oh my God. The young lady's gaze was fixed directly on Habiel Azrahan. I want to get engaged to that young nobleman. But why is he standing, while the servants are sitting in chairs? Loin raised her voice. Because I am the bewildered Lo. He continued. Because I am Loy. The young lady was visibly annoyed. Loy solemnly bids farewell. Pay your respects. With a loud crash, the young lady left empty-handed. The butler continued. The second young lady is entering. He greeted her. Welcome. Oh, I meant Mississippi. She turned her attention back to Habiel Azrahan. I want to get engaged to that young nobleman. But why is he standing, while the servants are sitting in chairs? He continued. Because I am Lo, I'm astonished. Loy maintained a calm expression. Since I am Loin, the one who openly defied authority, another woman has been eliminated. Farewell. With a loud bang, the room fell silent again. Habiel Azrahan is annoyed. TSK how boring, so proud of himself. Actually, I am the greatest person of all time. The butler continued. The third young lady is entering. He still used the same sentence. Welcome. Oh wait, miss. Loy opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Then his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Surya suspiciously. She looked so familiar. He was sure he'd seen her in the illustrations of the novel. She began to lift her skirt. Sejuria bowed respectfully. I am the eldest daughter of the Count of Namarin. Sejuria Namari. Lloyd only recognized me then. Sejuria Namari. When I was flirting with Habiel, I kept thinking she was the main character, but she was actually the character who sacrificed her life to protect the people of Namin. At that time, there were so many reader comments. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Why did everyone who loved and cared about Habiel die? This also attracted attention because the main character was completely alone and sad. Unlike most novels today, Sajuria smiled and said, I know this is a little rude, but I've come to see you at my father's request. My first impression of you is much better than what I've heard. Loy's face darkened. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm Loy, not the guy behind me. She was bewildered by his words. Huh, but I'm talking to you, sir. The man behind is Lord Azrahan, the renowned master swordsman. The two were taken aback by Sajuria Namarin's words. She smiled gently. I think a young nobleman like you must be in a difficult situation, finding it hard to decide who to marry. Loin wondered. Why is that? She happily explained. On the way here, I saw buildings I'd never seen before being constructed and clean roads being built in every direction. He won't have time to think about marriage because he has to supervise everything. Suddenly, Shuya stood up from her chair. I already know your answer, so I'll take my leave. Loy immediately stopped him. No, wait, I want to say a little more. He asked Han with a serious expression. Is Naman facing any difficulties now? For example, a sudden population increase. Sajuria sat back down in her chair, puzzled. Why are you so concerned about that? She forced a smile as she brought up the issue in the territory. Refugees lose their homes because of monster dominoes. Approximately 400 people came to see us. I know someone guided them from a very distant place. Loy's eyes widened in tension. What the hell is going on? He remembered the plot of the novel. The wall surrounding Naman is a magical barrier designed to absorb the life force of those within it. That wall was erected to gather the number of lives necessary for Kanabar magic. Loy bowed his head in thought. I thought all the refugees were gathered at my estate, but it seems they've stopped in Naman. He was tense with his thoughts. If the story unfolds according to Cannavaro's plan in the novel, the lives of thousands of Naman people will become sacrifices to the Emperor. The night calls for death, and the Knight of Hell will be summoned. Loy thought of Habiel Azrahan. No high-level swordsmanship master could defeat the Knight of Hell. He is like the existence of a divine being, which means nothing can stop the destruction of the entire world. Loy realized the danger of the current situation. Wasn't this even worse than he thought? Lloyd carried his backpack, preparing for the trip, while Azrahan held a basket of love letters. He turned to ask, why aren't you preparing for the business trip? What's all that? Habiel Azrahan calmly explained. It's something the young ladies sent me. I put it in my room first. Loy continued to ask, what kind of letters? He answered matter-of-factly. Of course they're love letters. Don't tell me it's Habiel. Azrahan asked. Han, you didn't receive a single letter, did you? He calmly replied. Yes. His face darkened after hearing the answer. Loy also looked over in silence. Suddenly Habiel Azrahan put the letter basket down. He took pity on me and offered it to me. I will give you one. He glared at Habiel Azrahan's actions. The two fell silent for a long moment. Then Loy suddenly burst out laughing. He saw it and couldn't believe his eyes. He smiled and walked away. Why are you giving me something that should be yours? Get ready quickly. Lady Syria is waiting. Loy walked away, leaving his lover alone and abandoned behind. Habiel Azrahan gritted her teeth in annoyance. The vehicle for the business trip has started moving. Ahead of the moving group, a voice from inside the vehicle said, Civil engineering. Loy continued. Yes, there are several types like that. I'll decide which one to use after I assess the situation myself. Sajuria asked skeptically, but how do you know all about our troops' situation? He calmly explained, I simply guessed based on what I heard from others. He smiled naturally and continued, since Naman is a city built on sloping terrain, it's only natural that the sides slope down little by little. She was overjoyed after being rescued by Loy. I'm so glad I met you. Even though we're not getting married as my father wishes, he'll be very happy because we can resolve the worries that have haunted my family for generations. He chuckled mischievously, secretly pleased. That's fantastic. I can investigate. Cannavaro also earns money through construction. This business trip will be very fruitful, I'm sure. Just wait. I'll show you what it means for the one who attacks first to be the winner. Lloyd's journey finally reached Namarin. Inside the city, Shajuria pulled back the car window and introduced him, saying, This is the businessman, Mr. Cannavaro. He is using his money to care for 400 refugees and is always at the forefront of helping others, even if it's in small ways. Loy glared at him, noticing the print on Kamavaro's shoulder. Loy looked at his smiling face. So it's you, huh? You hypocrite. I'll crush you like a can. He smirked, his eyes filled with confidence. In front of the Namarin mansion, Count Namarin greeted them warmly. That's a long journey. You must be very tired. He stepped forward in front of Habil Azrahan. You exude an air of nobility. The Naman family will be elevated to an even higher level. Ho ho. So, what day would be a good day to hold the wedding? Jizia stepped forward and introduced him. Father, that is Lord Habil's bodyguard. Young Master Loy, standing next to Count Naman, frowned. What? Loy listened to him with a somber expression. So why does the person on the left exude such nobility, while the person on the right? Well, how should I put it? He seems to be lacking in some aspects. She walked over irritably. Dad, you're becoming rude. Jizia sternly reprimanded her. How could a count like my father not discern the true nature of such a person? He may seem somewhat flawed in some respects, but he is very wise and capable. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan glared over. Loy's face remained expressionless despite those words, and he wasn't here to discuss marriage. Count Naman wondered why he was here. He continued to glare at Lloyd Frontera. Sejuria explained, he's here to help our district resolve the problem of the collapsed land. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's great. I thought I'd be embarrassed by my son-in-law's face. Loy's face remained expressionless. Father, you're exaggerating. Can you imagine how much he must have suffered from being treated like that all this time? Suddenly, he bit his lip in emotion, and Habil Azrahan smiled brightly as if he had struck gold. He chuckled at their conversation. Count Naman wondered, but can he really stabilize the slopes? Sejuria is certain. Okay, I believe he is capable of doing that. Habil Azrahan laughed heartily. She continued, we will provide the manpower and materials. Father just needs to supervise them. Count Naman hesitated. That would cost a lot of money. What if it doesn't stabilize? Sejuria confidently replied, if that happens, I will compensate 3 times the amount spent on construction. He turned back towards the two men. Oh wow, that's interesting. Mr. Lowe, please tell me the details of the construction. Count Namarin was astonished that he wanted to kill Habil Azrahan. Hey, what are you two doing? I have absolutely no idea what you two are doing. Under the night sky in front of the Namar mansion, in the room, Lloyd repeated, you saw it too, didn't you? The demonic pattern on that guy's shoulder, Habil Azrahan for sure. Yes, it's a goat's head. He seriously ordered or supervised Cam Maravo. Loy explained the plan. If we can prove that the pattern is related to dark magic and tell Count Naman about what happened in our district, we can capture them all at once without having to do anything. He smiled in response. Clear. Loy wondered about Habil Azrahan's smile. Why do you look so happy when I'm talking about something so serious and solemn? He calmly explained. Oh, I'm sorry. That's because I was just recalling what the Count had said about his shortcomings in certain aspects. The room fell silent for a moment, then it lunged forward to attack, but missed completely. As dawn broke, a bearded man shouted loudly. Okay, choose a topic. He frantically quoted prices. Choose any one. Each one costs 200 dong. Choose whichever one you like. Loy bit her lip in discomfort. Damn it, he looked at the shirts hanging in front. That pattern is sold in the market. This puts us in a really difficult situation now. Habil Azrahan stepped forward. Young Master Loy turned back and asked Han, Habil, have you found anything suspicious? He answered bluntly, nothing except that he is genuinely helping the refugees. Habil Azrahan suggested, I want to investigate where he lives, but it's protected by an expensive magic lock. Destroying it would be easy, but I was afraid he'd find out immediately, so I left it there for now. He continued, explaining that the pattern was said to represent a wandering minstrel, as that person was quite famous. Big cities are selling clothes with that pattern. Loy pondered silently. So, do I really need to find a street singer? How can I do that? Everything might end if Namarin's barrier is activated while I'm doing that. The novel makes no mention whatsoever of the magic used to deploy the Namarin barrier. Finding and stopping it will be very difficult. Lai thought of Sejuria Namarin. Is letting Habil break the barrier the only way? If he can break the barrier, It means Shizuria is likely to die. I would never want to see someone I know die. The term Great Master is mentioned in the novel, referring to an existence far beyond that of a master swordsman. With that kind of power, we'll be able to escape the barrier and the Hell Knights instantly. He was racking his brains, but since he didn't know the theory behind it, he couldn't train Habiel to become such a person. We're completely constrained. Suddenly Habiel Azrahan spoke up. I think it would be better to keep an eye on Kamavaro. I'm sure he's hiding something because he's using such a strong lock. The words reveal the consequences. What if you get caught while trying to pick a lock? What would you do then? He answered seriously. I have a way of getting into Habiel Azrahan more confidently than ever because of this kind of thing. I'm sure I'll succeed. So please trust me and wait for me here. Steel anchors are essential to prevent landslides. I'm going to drive this anchor deep into the ground to solidify the terrain using wedge-shaped stone pins. But the problem is we don't have the technology to create the spiral shape accurately. Delivery will take some time, but I'll send the design to Master Coxidus first. While waiting, I will check more information about the terrain. Loy walked down the street, listening to what the people were saying. You saw her too, didn't you? Of course, the beautiful woman at the distribution center was there. Everyone wants to see her face. Yes, especially that body. Wow. That's right. That's right. She has such a great figure. Yeah, her figure looked condescending. How can those two men be talking so loudly down the street? He pondered seriously. A beautiful woman at Kamavaro's distribution center in the novel does not have such a plot point. Could that be one of the variables? Should I? Check. I walked towards the crowd waiting in line. Wow, they've all come to see that incomparably beautiful woman. He squeezed his way through the crowd. Sorry. Wow, look at her figure. Suddenly, Lee noticed a burly figure with familiar blue hair in front of him. The closer he got, the more he recognized the resemblance. That's right, it's none other than Habiel Azrahan disguised as a woman. Loy was utterly disappointed. His figure? Suddenly, he turned to look. Habiel Azrahan looked at where he was standing. Lee's face was now expressionless. He was astonished by his appearance. Loy pointed at Habiel Azrahan. You. Then he raised both hands to his chest. You look delicious. Habiel Azrahan responded with a grim expression. The taste. He kept shaking his head. The sub kept kicking the man next to him, but Habiel Azrahan didn't care and continued to signal the completion of the investigation. Loy glared warningly, then turned away, giving me a two-finger warning look. Loy gradually moved away from the group, leaving Habiel Azrahan frustrated behind. Kamavaro's silhouette appeared behind him. He asked sternly, Is it all finished? The street vendor below replied softly, It was finished last night. Kamavaro walked away as if nothing had happened, but everything had been heard by Habiel Azrahan under the clear blue sky. Loy standing at the foot of the mountain putting down his backpack. He climbed up to do the calculations. First, there is the prophecy of destruction. Loy used his measurement skills to discover something. Yes, a skull appeared in his eyes. A skull. Has anyone died during construction? No, it was only recently. Buried here, wasn't it? Loy glanced around to check. Where's the body? Why is there only a skull? He was astonished after observing it. Loy discovered 2 more skulls over there. He continued looking around. The skulls were neatly buried underground. And there, 3 of them were buried 50 centimeters deep, at fixed intervals and arranged around the mountaintop. The loin began to be dug up. Is that possible? The scene shifts to Kamavaro's meeting location. Everyone has worked hard. He smirked. The event would unfold according to the schedule. A skull enveloped by deep, dark energy. Loy was certain that traces of dark magic were indeed threatening this place. This is the dark magic that created the Namaran barrier. His sinister smile means Kamavaro is grinning triumphantly. At the appearance of the knight from hell, Loy smiled confidently at his plan. Your plan is a bit flawed. He uses a skill to absorb energy. The magic heart is working. The skull has been completely purified and is now spotlessly white. Okay, one has been filtered out. A purple stone fell out of the skull. What is this? Loy picked it up to check. The skull is just a tool. This one is real. Is it jewelry? He used his measuring skills. Loy was amazed by the quality. A finished product worth 500,000? What is this? Is it equivalent to Mr. Bavaria's annual salary? He hastily turned to check. What about the others? Another. One fell out, and it was this one. This one, too. Loy began to grin menacingly as he focused on digging up the skull. I hit the jackpot. He started turning into a demon after seeing that the money he dug up had hit a treasure vault. Haha. System table. Is this even more interesting than blocking the barrier? What? The barrier doesn't know where the money is. Before long, it was almost dark. System notification board for upgrading. The physical fitness skill level. Alas looked into the bag, overflowing with gemstones. There were a total of 30 of them. He used the equivalent of 30 days worth of strength to lift it. It's worth 30 years' salary for the Bavarian gentleman. A surprise in Bayern, a land of blooming flowers. Akko's Frontera is worried. Mr. Bavaria, you should rest. You've worked too hard. Loy smiled contentedly. It was worth it. I hope it happens more often. He turned and walked away. Yes. Give him a raise and let him work for another 20 years. And during those 20 years, make him feel like he's been working for 30 years. Haha. Suddenly, Loy stopped, turning to look behind the skull he had abandoned earlier. He bent down, wondering, how did it come to this? Was it a natural death? Or was it a murder that left the skull in the same position? Suddenly, Loy knelt down, saying, whatever it is, I want to express my gratitude for giving me the future of Lord Bavaria. He picked up the skull in his hand and went to collect all the skulls, putting them into a bag. I will take you to a better place, so rest in peace from now on. Loy put the skull back into the bag, tears falling beneath the lifeless body. Under the dark night sky that shone upon the Namarin territory, Loy and Habiel Azrahan sat silently in the room. He explained what happened this morning. The reason I'm dressed like that is because Loy cut in. No, I know the reason already. He silently accepted everything. Humankind is inherently diverse, and not everyone fully understands this. Everyone has their own preferences. We sympathize with your unique eccentricity. Habiel Azrahan is helpless with his hopeless young master. He explained seriously. The whole city now knows that I am a knight from a distant land. I need to install the page to find out more information. Lloyd interrupted Habiel Azrahan. I understand. We know everything already. Habiel Azrahan still maintained a displeased expression as he looked at him. The room fell silent. Again for a moment. Suddenly Loy spoke up. So, when did you discover you had that hobby? He retorted, shouting. That's not true. Loy frowned, making a puzzled, pig-like face. Why the anger? A bad habit or something? Do you despise everyone in the world who has such a habit? Habiel Azrahan sighed helplessly. Anyway, I managed to break into the mansion under the pretext of running errands while working at the distribution point. He asked Han. Oh, really? So what did you? Fine. He quickly recounted that there was another door beneath the mansion leading to a secret cellar. Habiel Azrahan solemnly stated. At first, when I observed Camaravo, I thought that no one could be kinder and more devoted than him. That's why I thought you might have been wrong to disrespect him. But when you discovered he was hiding something behind those doors, it seems your instincts were right this time. I will gather evidence at any cost. Loy breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to joke around. All right, this is why you should believe me and be proud of your hobby. Habiel Azrahan retorted angrily. I already said it wasn't like that. Before the opulent mansion season, Kamavaro panicked. Has all the Noctanium disappeared? The man beside him hastily explained. Someone has taken it all. If so, our grand plan is ruined. He pondered in silence. Did someone know his plan? No. If that were the case, they would have been following him, wouldn't they? Did they discover it by chance? How? The two men beside him panicked. What are you planning to do? We gathered here because you said the plan wouldn't change. The dark mage raised his voice. We even invested tons of money because you said the dark mage would recreate the world, so take responsibility. Camvaro calmly replied. Hold on, don't worry, I have a plan. He said sternly. Nocton knew was, after all, just a backup plan for emergencies. Camavaro smirked and demanded. If you all cooperate one last time, the Hell Knights Descent to Earth ritual can proceed smoothly as planned. The scene shifts to another day, when a basin of water is suddenly flung into the air, falling directly onto the head of Habel Azrahan, who is disguised as a woman. The person next to him asked anxiously, "Oh dear, Miss Habel, what's wrong?" He replied softly, "Oh, I just slipped." She's worried. She knows Mr. Kamavaro's drawing room in the mansion, right? Go there and change your clothes quickly. Habel Azrahan calmly replied, "Okay, hurry up." The men are already eyeing all the merchandise. Everyone around blushed intensely. A truly stunning body can be top-notch. He walked towards the gate of the mansion. "Please open the gate." The person in charge is clueless. "Damn, this body is amazing." Habel Azrahan is enigmatic. "It's a gate." He finished changing out of his everyday clothes, so he should move more cautiously. Now Habel Azrahan let out a sigh. The energy within his body began to subside, and he regained control of his manhood. His body gradually dissipated all the surrounding energy. "I need to conceal my presence. Let's go." Habel Azrahan jumped out of the window of the room. He rushed away without making a sound to attract attention. In an instant, they reached the secret iron door. Habel Azrahan hid behind a cabinet, calculating his plan. The door led to the second basement level. How did he open it? Suddenly, he was astonished by the appearance of something. Before Habel Azrahan stood Kamavaro at the door. Kamavaro glanced around to check, then channeled dark energy into the key. After a while, the dark troll circle gradually appeared, and it crawled inside the lock. After completion, the glowing lock appeared to be unlocked. Habel Azrahan devised a different lock than the main gate, which could only be opened by a certain amount of mana. He looked at the bag of magic stones he had collected last time. Loy was skeptical. Was this really all? What if it was also buried elsewhere, and the Namen could be activated in combination? He frowned. He couldn't let that happen. Lloyd smirked mischievously at his plan. "It's time to earn free money." Inquiry system table. "Isn't that dark magic?" He insisted on one answer. "Free money." A foot slowly emerged from the doorway. Kamavaro emerged from the cellar. After finishing his work, Habel Azrahan hid behind the door, waiting for him to leave. Then he walked over to the lock and fumbled around. Habel Azrahan began channeling energy inward. It must be something like this. Oh, the lock has finished charging and is now unlocked. Habel Azrahan slowly descended into the cellar, darkness enveloping him. He slowly walked down the stairs. Habel Azrahan stared ahead, a cellar resembling a prison for criminals appearing before his eyes. Suddenly, something lunged forward. Habel Azrahan calmly watched its body gradually reveal itself, a body mutated by chemicals. It hit him directly, but Habel Azrahan still managed to dodge it. What is this? A zombie? He gathered his energy in his hand and punched him straight in the stomach. Suddenly, Habel Azrahan was astonished that the body had taken the full force of his punch without suffering any ill effects. It continued its attack, striking directly at Habel Azrahan's hand. He stepped back after receiving the attack. Habel Azrahan glared. This wasn't an ordinary zombie. It was something entirely different from the others in the valley. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared deep inside the basement. Habel Azrahan took a deep breath, then fumbled in his jacket pocket. Habel Azrahan took out a small dagger. Habel Azrahan stands in a defensive stance, radiating the aura of his swordsmanship. Kamavaro has confirmed the suspicion. Habel Azrahan stands before the horde of the undead. He stared intently. Deep inside, Habel Azrahan discovered a man sticking his head out the door. He immediately slammed the door shut after seeing him. Habel Azrahan was delighted. He now had someone to ask. Now the zombies are starting to swarm forward. He turned around, preparing to swing the knife. A single slash of the knife cut the charging man in half. The remaining names were no exception. Habel Azrahan cleared away the zombies. As he approached the door, he used a few moves and was able to wipe out all the zombies. Habel Azrahan swung his leg forward, kicking open the door, with the man sticking his head out from inside. He fell to the ground from Habel Azrahan's kick. He sighed after cleaning up the mess behind him. The man poked his head in fear. "Help! Please save me. Habiel Azrahan spoke up. I have a question. He immediately broke one of his legs. The man poked his head and screamed in pain. Habiel Azrahan sternly warned that if he hesitated even for a moment, his other leg would suffer the same fate. He glared and asked, "What is Kamavaro planning to do?" The man replied, in panic, "I don't know the details. I'm just following orders." Habiel Azrahan raised his foot, preparing to kick. "I'm just a hired hand. I was assigned the task of disposing of corpses using the medicine that Kamavaro gave me. And then I was suddenly assigned here as a security guard." He continued, "Seriously, where are those bodies?" The man nodded his head, stammering, "I was at the morgue with the bodies of refugees who had died of disease." Habiel Azrahan was utterly astonished. He remembered his sweet words. "I will also move your father there. He'll be better soon if he gets treated there." The girl was happy. Thank you, sir." Habiel Azrahan gritted his teeth in anger. He killed them. He remembered the stones that Loy had brought back, the skeleton we discovered along with the gem, and all the zombies we had seen. Habiel Azrahan spoke seriously. He didn't think it was strange that dead bodies kept appearing in the morgue. The man timidly poked his head at it. He glared at him with a murderous look. "I told you this before." The man who successfully poked his head and suffered a disability in both legs after being told no. Habiel Azrahan quickly left the basement. They will soon realize that the basement has been discovered. I need to inform the young master and retaliate against their actions. He returned to the previous room. Young Master Habiel Azrahan takes his sword. I don't have time to look for him. Now I have to move based on my own judgment. He seriously decided he would go find Kamavaro himself. After making his decision, Habiel Azrahan quickly dashed across the rooftops. Kamavaro and the others had a secret meeting. They are all people who came out of the morgue. He jumped onto a building, which turned out to be a morgue. Habiel Azrahan immediately broke through the window and rushed in. He quickly assumed a defensive stance after landing. Habiel Azrahan drew his sword, then immediately stood up and observed the scene below. But what awaited Habiel Azrahan was nothing. He walked slowly. The morgue, which was always packed, is now completely empty. Habiel Azrahan looked around cautiously. Impossible. He quickly realized their invitations had only just begun. Suddenly, a dark sky covered the outside. It quickly descended upon the land, making Habiel Azrahan feel as if something invisible was pressing down on him. He asked, irritably, "What the hell? It feels like all my energy is draining away." Habiel Azrahan immediately ran out of the mansion. Above is a dark, magical sky, beginning to form a wall. He was extremely panicked. What is that? The deepest part of the sky is starting to stir. Habiel Azrahan's sword aura was suddenly drawn upwards. My mana is draining away, and the people nearby are clutching their chests in pain. Escape. He panicked, realizing, young master, he's in danger too. In front of the Namarin mansion, Shizuria looked out the window. She was astonished by what was below. Below, people are collapsing to the ground in agony. Shizuria quickly ran away. I don't know what's happening. I need to help them. She clutched the necklace around her neck, reassuring herself. I'm okay. I'll be all right. An external dark wizard is responsible for creating the dark wall. He continued working seriously. The Nicanium and the spell Kamavaro gave me are working perfectly. The Night of Hell is about to appear. The dark mage smiled triumphantly. This world is ours. Ours is coming. Suddenly, a demonic face appeared beside him. What kind of monster is this? Loy asked, glaring. We have some questions that need answering. I see about 30 people like you around here. Are you holding a rain-making ritual or something? The dark wizard chose to remain silent and did not reply. He angrily pressed his face close to the man's. Hey, what are you muttering about? I asked. What are you doing? Are you treating me like I'm invisible? The dark mage trembled as he thought to himself. Oh no, I think my heart has stopped beating. How can this guy make such an angry face? Night of Hell, I think he's here. I'll ruin everything just by him opening his mouth. Suddenly Loy turned around. Okay, I understand. You think I'm invisible? That's fine, that's fine. His eyes widened in fear. He smiled menacingly, raising the haul in his hand. Let's see how long you can ignore me. Loy immediately struck the dark mage directly. in the face, causing him to wince. The hall in my hand is warped. Sometimes it hits him in the face. Every dark mage bleeds, but remains confident. That's the protective spell Kamavaro used. You can't break anything with that hall. Loy didn't panic, but instead used a burst of speed to charge forward. He watched in horror as the flaming hall rushed towards him. Under the dark sky, a loud bang echoed, and his hall continued to warp after the attack. That's incomprehensible. The dark wizard chuckled. To himself, what a fool. He lost 2 teeth, but still grinned triumphantly. Magic shields aren't that easy to break. Loy walked calmly. You seem quite confident in your magic, don't you? You must be in excruciating pain right now. He rearranged his hall, thinking of a way. We're in a dilemma. Nothing is going according to plan. In this awkward situation, just acting cool is enough. Loy reached out to his glowing stone, trying to see if it could absorb his mana. Suddenly, he was stopped by an electric current. Yes, Aloy Dom, his hands smoking, still managed to remain calm as he asked, "Can you move? If you move, what will happen to the shield?" The man's face darkened as if he'd been hit where it hurt. Seeing an opportunity, Loy smiled confidently. "No need to answer. I'll find out myself." Inside the wall that is absorbing energy in front of the town square of Namarin, a pair of feet stepped inside. He ignored the people lying unconscious and walked on, when suddenly a trembling man pleaded, "Please help Lord Kamavaro." He stopped abruptly and stared at the boy. Kamavaro just kicked him straight in the face without mercy. After finishing his task, he looked up and watched Kamavaro approach the stone statue, the statue of the fallen angel, and cut a gash on his hand. Kamavaro smirked and approached the statue that would become the bare-chested gateway of the horsemen of hell. Outside the layers of earth being dug up, the dark mage was extremely nervous at this moment. Loy continued digging the earth. He breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the ritual. Everything is ready. He was standing on only a small patch of ground. The dark wizard trembled in panic. Loy slowly walked closer to him. He pressed his grotesque face close to his. Loy's plump lips gradually pouted. He gently blew into the dark sorcerer's ears, made him extremely happy. Unexpectedly, the layer of earth beneath him also broke off as a result. The dark wizard fell to the ground. Then, with a grunt, his stone suddenly glowed. No, it drains all the energy from within the dark wizard's body. He trembled and collapsed to the ground, completely powerless. Loy picked up the stone to examine it. This magic seems quite complicated. It reacts immediately when the user moves. He glared upwards. If that were the case, the dark wall above would move, quickly losing its outer layer of protection. Loy clenched his fists. Enjoy. Kamavaro also noticed the anomaly inside. Another layer was dissolving. After Loy finished subduing a mage, he was astonished by the sudden transformation. Who is it? Although I still have enough mana, I must proceed with the summoning of the Hell Knight. Kamavaro recited a mysterious incantation over the fallen angel statue, when suddenly a voice rang out. Canvero Sejuria stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing?" He was suspicious. Even though he was inside the shield, he was completely unharmed. How is that possible? The necklace prevents mana from being drained. Kamavaro immediately used the fire spell on his hand. Okay, he fired straight at Sejuria Namarin. It's useless. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with the call, the wrath of the fire god. A huge flame shot straight at him. Kamavaro is having difficulty setting up a defense. Impossible. How could a young woman possibly use magic on the level of a royal mage? A rapid explosion erupted immediately after the spell was cast. Gigia gasped for breath after the attack. Kamavaro collapses beneath the statue. She stepped forward and repeated, "Go." Kamavaro, what are you planning to do? He didn't answer, but continued chanting the spell. Sejuria was utterly astonished, and Kamavaro's face began to contort into a wicked grin. Come on, Knight of Hell, the statue of the fallen angel has suddenly burst open. Sejuria was bewildered. The Knight of Hell, taking advantage of her distraction, lunged forward with a dagger. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan leaped down from the ceiling, severing the arm that was lunging at Sejuria Namarin. He stared wide-eyed in pain at the appearance of the knight Habiel Azrahan. His hand was severed by a slash. Habiel Azrahan continues to turn and attack. He slashed straight at Camaravo, but the latter blocked it with magic. Suddenly, his arm twisted on its own, distorting its entire length. The statue of the fallen angel was almost cracked. Habiel Azrahan was astonished by its light. A sudden flash of bright red lightning struck down. It slammed straight into the statue, causing it to explode. Stones from the statue began flying in all directions, aiming directly at Sejuria and the surrounding people. She didn't panic, but bent down and created a magic circle. An energy wall is created. The angel, it blocked all the stones that were hurtling towards it. Camavaro stood proudly before the thick smoke and lightning. He announced sternly, "It's over, you bastards. Every single one of you here will be torn to shreds and burned to ashes." Camavaro chuckled sinisterly, for it was the very hand of the great knight of hell that suddenly emerged from the smoke, placing itself down and causing the ground to crack, along with the enormous sword, creating a creaking sound beneath. Camavaro was astonished by this appearance. Habiel Azrahan glared straight ahead. Joris appears in an incomplete form. He thought to himself in astonishment, "What? Where's the warhorse? And what about the legs? Why aren't they complete yet? Damn it, the barrier has disappeared, so the necessary mana is running out, and the summoning process was too rushed." Habiel Azrahan was terrified by his appearance. Even in its incomplete form, the Hell Knight's body radiates an incredibly powerful dark energy. "Can I confront it?" He suddenly spoke. "Summoner, what do you want?" Camavaro shouted, pointing at him. "Oh, that silver-haired fellow. How dare he point his sword at the Knight of Hell?" Joris confirmed his target, and he immediately lunged forward, striking a blow at Habiel Azrahan's sword. He struggled to parry Joris's greatsword. "Ugh, it feels like my entire body is being crushed. Even the aura surrounding me isn't enough." Habiel Azrahan's position was quickly crushed to pieces. Suddenly, Joris moved behind him and immediately slashed down, much to the astonishment of Habiel Azrahan. Sejuria immediately came to the rescue of the wind dagger. A jet of water shot straight at his great sword, giving him a chance to dodge. A sword strike landed on Habiel Azrahan's feet. Joris angrily changes target. "How dare you?" Sejuria was startled by that gaze. He quickly lunged forward, intending to attack her. Habiel Azrahan, not wanting to let Joris have his way, immediately channeled mana to envelop his sword. He aimed straight at him and fired. The attack pierced right through Joris's head, causing it to disintegrate. Joris's body fell to the ground and was flung away from Sejuria Namarin's position. Habiel Azrahan gasped for breath after the attack, his body gradually dissolving, leaving only a pile of ashes below. Camaravo trembled in astonishment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A sword was pointed at his terrified face. Habiel Azrahan said sternly, "Thanks to Sis Surya, we have achieved this victory. Take people to places where they can receive treatment and rest." The people behind quickly responded. "Yes." The healthy person immediately stood up. "Those who still have energy, please help the wounded get to the Count's villa. Hurry up." Habiel Azrahan issued a serious warning. "We will discuss the details at the palace. Whatever the case may be, he cannot escape the appropriate punishment." Camaravo gritted his teeth in annoyance, then suddenly broke into a strange smile that left him bewildered. Camavaro, the barbarian, spoke up. "You don't know what a true Hell Knight is." Habiel Azrahan was skeptical of his words, but suddenly, after seeing a flash of light beside him, he realized that Joris had suddenly emerged from the dust. Habiel Azrahan's eyes widened in astonishment, his body completely recovering immediately afterward. Camaravo smiled triumphantly. "Haha, it's useless, no matter how many times you try to defeat it. The Knight of Hell is immortal." Suddenly he spoke. "I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect it to be this much. I apologize for underestimating you." Joris gripped the greatsword in his hand, and introduced himself once again. I am Jorcius, commander of the First Legion supporting the ruler of Hell. From now on, I will fight you with all my might. Habiel Azrahan also seriously introduced himself. I am Habiel Azrahan, Knight of Frontera. I will bring you back to where you belong. The two men stood in a defensive stance for a moment after the greeting. Suddenly, the figures of both of them vanished from the ground. Habiel Azrahan and Jorcius crashed head-on into each other in midair. A fast-paced battle unfolds. He swung a blow at him, but Joris used teleportation to dodge it. He instantly appeared above and struck Habiel Azrahan in the neck. He quickly used his dagger to parry the blows instead of his main sword. Joris exclaimed, "That's amazing, that's wonderful, that's fascinating." Habiel Azrahan glared at his bizarre laughter. He used his strength to parry Joris's greatsword. With a loud crash, Habiel Azrahan was thrown through the air by the force of his impact, but he quickly leaped out from the smoke. Suddenly Joris appears. I am right here before you. Haha. Habiel Azrahan immediately dodged the attack, quickly regained his balance, and continued to pursue and attack Habiel Azrahan, who was trying to evade. He thought nervously to himself, his swordsmanship is extraordinary. This is a bit too much for me. I can barely block all of his attacks. He's cornering me. Suddenly Habiel Azrahan threw his dagger, and Joris immediately caught it. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan approached. With his sword, he swung his sword with all his might. If he had legs, my situation would be even more difficult than this. How can he be so strong without legs? Joris instantly teleported to dodge Habiel Azrahan's attack. He observed his surroundings and made a judgment. Where will he appear next? He knows this time he'll be standing here predicting where he'll appear. So Habiel Azrahan decided to swing his sword downwards. As expected, Joris emerged from beneath his feet. Habiel Azrahan immediately slashed away his greatsword. He raised his sword once more. Suddenly, Joris dropped his greatsword. Habiel Azrahan swiftly slashed straight at his head. Suddenly, Joris grabbed his leg. He dragged Habiel Azrahan away to throw him off balance. Is he trying to drag me into this? Perhaps he wants to use me to gather enough mana to summon the rest of his body. Suddenly, the flow of mana began to merge with Habiel Azrahan's mana. What? The mana emanating from him is hindering my mana flow? Joris seized the opportunity to slam him to the ground. Habiel Azrahan vomited blood and screamed in agony. He continued to lift him into the air and then slammed Habiel Azrahan back down to the ground. He is constantly tormented by that cycle. Habiel Azrahan's eyes gradually lost their vitality. Suddenly Jorcius stopped. This was a great battle. Habiel, I will always remember your name. He picked up his greatsword and raised it, preparing to finish off Habiel Azrahan. Let's have another fight in hell. The greatsword swiftly descended, but a voice suddenly rang out, deflecting its trajectory. Don't move, you bastard, Loy said sternly. As far as I know, he turned around based on the voice. He pointed a shovel at Camaravo's neck and warned, you must return to hell if I kill the one who summoned you. Stay away from my servant, or I will kill him too. Camaravo, fearless, shouted. Joris thought to himself, bewildered. What's wrong with him? Loy's grimace made him look like nothing less than a demon lord. Even the knights of hell would criticize him. He's incredibly ugly. He's not joking. Observing that expression, I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to kill and drink that guy's blood. Joris surveyed his grotesque body, an aura emanating from him, and sternly asked, who are you? Are you from hell? Your face, your voice, even the way you speak, everything seems to come from hell. Chat Loy spoke 3 times, lowering the scepter in his hand with each word. Suddenly, he fired a dark energy blast at Lloyd Frontera. It was aimed directly at where Camaravo was located. He was terrified and hid somewhere after the attack. He vaporized the remaining part of the arm that Habiel Azrahan had cut off. Joris said seriously, whether you kill him or not, I don't care. Even if he dies, I can still stay here for over 40 minutes. That's more than enough for us to wipe out this city. Loy thought seriously to himself. The plan failed. What do we do now? Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan appeared from behind him. He swung his sword straight at Joreus, but the latter quickly deflected Habiel Azrahan's strike. He was thrown away by the force of the impact. Loi was worried. Damn, Habiel is injured. Hey, you scruffy-haired guy, come fight me. He looked at his trembling body and gave the order. Habiel, stay there, do not get up. This is the order. Loin continued to shout. Hey, messy hair. Habiel Azrahan struggled to his feet, secretly thinking, he's here, will be able to win, but I also have to deal with this matter. Loi fired a powerful blow at him. You scruffy-haired bastard. Look at me. Joreus can deflect attacks with a single swing of his arm. It bounced back to his side. Damn. Joreus ignored Loi and continued to attack. He aimed directly at Habiel Azrahan, who was standing unconscious in front of him. Suddenly, Loi appeared behind Joreus. He hugged him tightly. Joreus warned, Idiot, don't you know what happens if you touch something from hell? Dark. Mana will devour your mana. And you'll die. Loi scoffed. Oh my, I'm so scared, but guess what? The magical heart began to merge with Joreus's mana. He chuckled mischievously and replied, I've done this once or twice before. He looked at Lloyd's grotesque face and couldn't help but say, What the hell is this? The system announced that the mana emanating from the Hell Knight would temporarily strengthen your mana core. Of course, you still can't defeat the Knight of Hell, but you're no longer an entity to be ignored. The magic heart began to activate intensely. The system panel announced that the special ability to lock onto a person had been successfully activated. Loi quickly pulled the Joreus down. Joreus reached behind him. You damn bastard. Loi swiftly dodged his grab like a snake. Haha. He continued to dodge the arm, trying to grab him, laughing gleefully. Haha. Jezius fell backward in anger, and Loi fell back with him. Suddenly, he turned around, feet pointing upwards and head downwards. Jezius angrily raised his sword and thrust it towards Lloyd Frontera's groin, but still failed to hit him. He laughed arrogantly at the mighty knight from hell. Hello there. Jezius, annoyed, struggled to get the orangutan off his body. Suddenly, Loyoi sternly reminded them. Oh dear, it seems you've forgotten something. Habiel Azrahan, taking advantage of Joreus's momentary lapse of concentration, raised his sword and glared at him. He was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, What? Has he completely recovered from his previous injuries? I must stop this. Suddenly grabbing Joreus's hands, Habiel Azrahan simultaneously slashed down. He slashed straight across his chest. Joreus screamed in pain. Habiel Azrahan did not stop. Continuing to grip the sword, he lunged forward, but the other man moved away. Joreus appeared in midair, and Habiel Azrahan quickly jumped up reflexively. He struck another blow, but it was still too late. He angrily cursed at the worthless worm. Now we will move. Why are you still here? Loi said in a critical tone. You're still running while wearing armor and wielding a sword. Take it off and go to the dike. Restrain yourself. Walnuts. Habiel Azrahan used an energy cushion as a launching column. He sped straight ahead at an extremely high speed. Loi struggled to maneuver his body over Joreus's. Habiel moved unusually fast. I can't keep up with his ability to move. Even purifying this thick and heavy amount of mana has its limits. At this rate, we're going to lose. What should I do? Suddenly, the system window popped up. Clause 37 of the carrier's contract requested the activation of Clause 1. He was suspicious. What's that noise? A faint electrical current appears, followed by the system panel. The request has been activated. The messenger is permitted to issue direct commands to the designated entity. Loi was astonished by the system panel. It unexpectedly requested this. Sing, Kim X, he shouted. If you sing, we'll definitely win. Sing? What kind of nonsense is this? In front of them, Joreus was constantly dodging Habiel Azrahan's attacks using teleportation. Suddenly, a terrible singing voice rang out. The love of God. He was astonished. What? Loi's haunting song flowed out like a calm river. Suddenly, Joreus's body convulsed uncomfortably. What kind of magic is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. He continued singing with his full, luscious lips. The love of God, Joreus thought. Irritably, No, this is not an ordinary song. He clutched his head and yelled, "This bastard can't sing properly. Stop it." Joris yelled irritably. "My ears." Loy sang, thinking to himself, "I understand, but I expect him to be weak when faced with praise. Habiel, it's your time. Like my river, like peace to Habel." Azrahan also clutched his head in discomfort. He looked bewildered. "You too?" "Hey." Loy recalled the past, honestly. "Now I understand why my parents, who were always so good to me, told me not to sing because it would disturb the neighbors. During the singing competition, I only managed to sing the O part of Ol Mio, and the music teacher threw the instrument and said, 'If you can't sing, get out.' While I was in the army, I wanted to eat a cocoa pie cake, so I attended their church service and sang hymns. The pastor suddenly said, 'The devil appeared,' and then splashed holy water on me. Someone once said, 'There are no useless skills in this world.' Being deaf isn't a bad thing, and it can even be interesting in its own way." Loy wept and sang, "I praise your unwavering love for all eternity." Jesus angrily shouted, "Ah, die, you devil." Loy continued to hug him and sing, "I praise you for all eternity." Habiel Azrahan had such a headache that he used his ear-covering skill. Joris was slowly falling, but suddenly leaped up. With unwavering determination, he easily avoided the impact with the ground. Habiel Ashraha seized the opportunity to lunge forward. Loy leaped off him. After landing, quickly stabbing Joris straight in the chest. He took the blow and cried out a few times in pain. Habiel Azrahan gripped his sword tightly, shouted, stepped onto the table, and his face suddenly glowed after his words. Joris's body was also swept up in that powerful energy. The land is devastated. Immediately afterwards, Loy stood up, in astonishment, gasping for breath. Ahead is Habiel Azrahan, who has successfully dissolved Joris's body. He stepped forward, forcing a smile. "I won't ask if you're dead yet, because you'll certainly survive and return," he said sternly. "It's not over yet." Loy looked at Habiel Azrahan in confusion. He explained after speaking, "I can still sense a large amount of mana in this place." He looked back with a somber expression, and a dark energy began to gather immediately afterward. Habiel Azrahan and Loy glared behind them. Joris's body gradually emerged, and he stepped forward, ordering them to step back. Suddenly, Loy smiled and said, "It's all right. That guy's dead." Habiel Azrahan wondered, "Are you sure? Even after seeing that thing, I would have stabbed him in the head." "Do you want some fish?" Loy said with a mischievous grin. "I bet he's dead." He picked up the hull from the ground and said seriously, "If he comes back to life, I will be your subordinate for a year. If he dies, you must wear Habiel's attire when we return to the manor, okay?" Habiel Azrahan agrees. "Okay, but young master, please step back." He smiled confidently. "Deal closed." Loy began raising his hull and using his triple burst energy draining skill. Then Loy fell to the ground and aimed his target. Joris was bewildered, not knowing what he was doing. Lloyd yelled in extreme excitement. The energy ahead began to surge towards him. Habiel Azrahan thought to himself in astonishment, "Is he absorbing the mana of the Hell Knight?" He was stunned by the amount of energy he had lost. Suddenly, Joris laughed smugly. "Fool, this Joris is powerful. Mana is not something you can withstand." After saying that, Loy began to cough up blood. It's not working. This mana is too much for me." He struggled to continue, but there was no other choice left. "I'm sure I can handle it." He smirked arrogantly at Lloyd Frontera's actions. "Haha, I bet you feel like it's too much, right?" He continued to cough up blood, and then suddenly a hand was placed on Lloyd Frontera's back. Then another hand was placed on it. Habiel Azrahan and Sejuria recharged his body with energy. "The magical heart begins to be purified," she shouted, "blessing of life." Healing skills were transferred into Lloyd Frontera's body. He smiled triumphantly. "I won." Joris's body was gradually being absorbed into his own body. He completely vanished immediately afterward. No, the energy in the body has been fully recharged, and the dark energy has completely disappeared. Loy clutched the remaining mana in his hand. He retracted the skill after completion, Loy smiling with satisfaction along with the dark mana within his body. Zhu Xie succeeded, but unexpectedly he collapsed. Saruria shouted anxiously. Young Master Habiel Azrahan reassured her. Don't worry too much, it's just a normal occurrence. She was puzzled by his words. You're his knight, and you're saying that, even if this happens often, you should still be worried. Habiel Azrahan continued. I'm worried too. Sajuria retorted irritably. You don't look like that at all. Now come and help me. Lloyd was completely unconscious. After absorbing Jorcius's energy, System Notification Board, you have defeated Jorcius, destroying only the Hell Legion. The King of Hell admires your outstanding achievement. The King of Hell wants you. The Naman territory has returned to normal. Kamavaro was captured and imprisoned by royal knights from the capital. The Dark Sorcerer has been captured. The Queen will handle the rest. The real problem is that we cannot proceed with the construction project. Loy criticized in frustration. Because of that damned barrier, nobody has any energy left at all. He scratched his head, pulling at his hair in frustration. If man had known this, he would have asked his people to accompany him from the very beginning when the family was in need. Suddenly he realized something. He couldn't say that. He had to find a way to make money. After waking up, I realized I had acquired some amazing skills. Table of Jorcius's Power Absorption Effect System. The optional mana control skill for the undead has been upgraded to a standalone skill. Loy read aloud the content on the system in astonishment. The conditions and limitations of the skill have been removed. Yes, he grinned wickedly, meaning that if there were zombies, he would have 100% free labor. How awesome. System panel, you have new achievements. New skills, a devilish high note singer. What kind of crappy skills are these? Sounds annoying. Back to the present. He sat in his room contemplating how to obtain zombies. Create them? Would that work? Was it reliable? This skill was completely useless. Loy looked into the mirror and self-satisfied. Something cool like, haha, the power of hell. And those big, round eyes, so cool. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Who is it? He opened the door and asked. Who is it? Why aren't you speaking? A group of headless ghosts appeared before Life Frontera's eyes. He stared in astonishment at the number outside. Loy wondered, who are you? The dense energy surrounding its body writhed. The headless ghost made a face and said, we are Loy. Terrified, covering our eyes, blind dog eyes. Wait a minute. That's disgusting. It quickly removed the head. Oh, I'm sorry. A headless ghost holds up a sign with letters. We are ghosts who have lost our bodies due to dark magic. We wandered everywhere until we sensed a source of power that could bring our bodies back. Loy spoke, his eyes emitting dark energy. Oh, really? Another table was uploaded. That's right. Thanks to your power, we have obtained new bodies. Thank you. The headless ghost continues. After meeting you in person, we learned that you were the one who appeased our vengeful spirits. Loy lowered his hand in astonishment. Huh. He remembered the skulls from before. Loy clasped his hands and knelt before the grace he had personally erected for the skulls. The headless ghost continues. We have no memories of past lives, nor do we have any goals. If we keep wandering aimlessly, we might be expelled. The headless ghost suddenly knelt down. The leader raises his hand. If we keep wandering aimlessly, we might be banished. Loy read aloud the message on the sign. Please give us a chance to repay your kindness. I will ask you to do many things. The headless ghost has no salary. To request, huh? Loin continued. We are spirits, so we don't need money. So what should we feed? You? We don't have a digestive system or a place to live. He suddenly fell silent for a moment, then smiled, and read aloud the content on the board. Just give us a coffin, that's all. Now you are part of the provincial workers, the core team. Loy thought to himself. With joy. Thank you. Haha, I finally did it. The noise woke Habel Astra Hunter M. He looked at the headless ghosts laughing maniacally, but Habel Azrahan remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened, and then fell back asleep, happily enjoying the unpaid labor he had always dreamed of. The core team is simply an endless source of labor. They never get tired, they don't need to sleep, and they don't need to eat. We don't need to pay for them. That's the beauty of it. Haha. Count Namarin had a minor accident on his way to the project site, but Loy still struck a cool pose with his eyes. They are the core attack squad, and I am the summoning genius. Look at the sparkle in my eyes. Count Namanra both praised and avoided the topic. It's rare to encounter someone so skilled at summoning creatures. I've never even noticed the light in your eyes. He glared and spoke. Sajuria is skilled in magic, so why can't I be skilled at summoning? Ah, her eyes also shine, so why can't mine? He and his troops fell silent as they heard Loy, Count Namanra, softly say, "Excuse me, we are allowed to lie, as long as it doesn't harm anyone." The system board is helpless. What a dangerous way of thinking. We don't know how to fix it anymore. Winter has arrived, and the snow has begun to fall. The complete model has arrived. The Namin Slope Stabilization Project has entered its final phase. A hand is raised to catch the falling snowflakes. Habiel Azrahan sat thoughtfully by the mountain. He remembered the warmth that had been placed on his hand at that moment. The moment when Shajuria, Namanra, and I together channeled energy into Lloyd Frontera. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan withdrew his hand as a voice unexpectedly rang in his ear. The knight was momentarily stunned by her appearance. Miss Sigia Habiel Azrahan bowed respectfully. The project is going very well. If you need a detailed report, I'd be happy to provide it. Sajuria Namanra responded quickly. Oh no, I came to see you. Habiel Azrahan wondered. Me? What's wrong? She replied awkwardly. Ah, that. Sajuria awkwardly explained. It's about how you use mana. My magic hasn't been working well for a long time. I wonder if you have time to show me. If I can learn it, I'm sure I'll improve my magic. Habiel Azrahan reluctantly accepted. Okay, I understand. I will teach you everything I've learned. Jaziria was overjoyed after hearing his acceptance. She clenched her hands tightly. Loy is supervising the construction below, looking up. In his eyes, the two people were having a very pleasant conversation. Loy observed the two men in silence. He recalled the scene where Habiel Azrahan cried out in grief over the death of Shajuria Namarin. I have taken my revenge and killed the monster. Who needs your help? You're the one whose mana is cursed and has vanished. Habiel, you are destined to be alone. You must fight alone again and will die of exhaustion in solitude. Don't involve anyone. Study your own heart, for it is the heart of the person that will lead them to death by infinite power and predetermined fate. That's all the loneliness he experienced in the past. But now, Habiel Azrahan is smiling happily beside the person he likes. Lloyd was pleased with the current outcome before the castle of the Earl of Namarin. The construction of the slope has been completed. If properly maintained, what you're worried about will never happen. The core team gathered the bestowed treasures. This represents 10 times the construction cost for the project as promised. Lloyd bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Count Naman waved his hand modestly. No, it's nothing compared to what you've done. All right, everyone, the benefactor of our district. Everyone behind him started cheering. Long live our benefactor. Long live Loy Loy. He puffed up with pride at the cheers. Hooray, hooray, he secretly thought. Making so much money feels great. It's time for me to lie around and eat all day after returning to the district. Suddenly, Count Namanra spoke up. I will propose it to you again. Will you be my son-in-law and inherit the Naman estate? Loy thought to himself. Criticism. My plan is to occupy the adjacent spaces of District Co. He bowed and replied. I am the heir to the Frontera estate. Namarin also had a very excellent heir of his own. You will soon become the greatest witch on this continent. That person was Lady Sigia. He bowed again. Then we'll take our leave. Count Namra accepted. Thank you. We will never forget this kindness. Habiel Azrahan followed him, but didn't forget to turn back. Behind her, Shajuria Namanra is waving goodbye. Suddenly he called out to Habiel. He immediately replied, Yes, young master. Loy suggested that he could stay, and they would increase his salary and pay him in advance. Habiel Azrahan replied irritably, Did your brain malfunction after absorbing demonic mana? Forget it. You always act like this. He angrily retorted, What did you say? He said seriously, I am a knight of Frontera for the rest of my life. Loy asked calmly, What if it's an order? Habiel Azrahan calmly replied, No. If I obey the order, then execute me, he thought to himself with a sigh of relief. Tch, what a stubborn fellow. Suddenly, Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief and gave an order to Habiel Azrahan. Okay, let's go. In the Frontera estate, a hurried voice rang out. What? Loy is back. Mabila, let's go see the boy. Agus. Frontera, and she quickly left the mansion. Loy returned with his squad of core engineers. Well, he awkwardly explained. They are the core warriors. I have summoned them. He stepped forward and interrupted. No, stop. I'm no longer surprised by the things you bring home. Suddenly, Agus Frontera was even more astonished by something else. Habiel, he's paying off the bet he made with Lai in the previous battle. Habiel Azrahan muttered irritably. Damn it. Why did I accept that stupid bet back then? He recalled, if he comes back to life, I will be his subordinate for a year. If he dies, you must wear Habiel's costume when we return to the estate, okay? He asked, bewildered. Habiel. Akos Frontera hugged him tightly. Hiding this is so difficult, isn't it? Habiel Azrahan said with a somber expression. No, that's not true. I'm fine. He patted me on the shoulder, accepting my preference. It's okay, you're not wrong. A slight difference doesn't matter. Habiel Azrahan was sweating profusely, wanting to explain, but it was no. Loy stood watching, laughing as if he'd struck gold. Then he was embraced by the warm hugs of his parents. I am very happy to be young again in my comfortable home, along with the cash to live the life of your dreams. Loy walked happily, supported by the two people. That's why he smiled with satisfaction. Want to sit down and have some water? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Royal decree. The bearded man rolled forward like the wind. Lloyd was astonished. What? He quickly relayed the royal order to Lloyd Frontera. I have assigned you as part of a special mission to Aspa. He was utterly terrified. What? The bearded man who had signed the decree shouted. Departure time immediately. The soldiers began placing the helmet on Lloyd Frontera's head. Two soldiers forcibly helped him walk. Lloyd was crying and pleading in his heart. No, no, before the moving parade. Lai wept bitterly inside her carriage. Sob, sob. Habiel Azrahan saw this and spoke up. Young master, he put his hand on his head and reminded him. Don't cry anymore. You look terrible like that. He answered, still in tears. Why would you say that? Sobbing, Habiel Azrahan sighed wearily. Count Ventura frowned in displeasure. Why are you upset that His Highness has entrusted you with this honorable task? Representative of the Count of Ventura's special envoy. Loin tried to wipe away his tears. I can't stop crying because I'm so happy. Sobbing, he thought to himself. Why do I have to go there? Why am I being sent? I just want to stay home and relax. I hate the Queen. He became even more annoyed by this. Count Ventura recalled. Alicia asked, why did I appoint Loy to the delegation? He bowed and replied, yes, Your Highness, of course he is permitted to be part of the delegation, but why did you choose him as the delegation's diplomat? Please share your insight with this humble servant. She tapped on the table, deep in thought. As a diplomat. Suddenly, Alicia sat up straight and calmly replied, without giving any specific reason. Count Ventura was astonished. Huh, then why? She explained sternly. Let me tell you, once Loy finds out I appointed him as a special envoy, he'll cry and make a fuss. He always dreamed of living a leisurely life in the countryside. And from what we've heard in Namen, it was the Knight of Namin who defeated the hellish knight Loy and his escort. I heard those two only collected and provided intelligence. Alicia said, seriously, no matter how imperfect the summoning spell may be, it's still not something an ordinary knight can defeat. Loy and his knight did it, and they asked Count Namen to invent a story to cover up what they did. Count Ventura listened in astonishment to what she said. Based on Count Namarin's character, he couldn't possibly do that. That's the kind of person he is, not interested in fame or success, just wanting to live a lazy life. Alicia smiled slightly when Loy Frontera was mentioned. So we're sure he'll achieve something from the appointments he's been given. Initially pathetic and weak, but later becoming very strong. He's intelligent, but he's a cheap, arrogant jerk. His cunning face appeared. In her mind, Count Ventura secretly wondered if this was praise or mockery of that man. Alicia continued her work. If you find him annoying, just ignore him. When you meet him in person, you'll definitely realize that. We need to get a few things from Sam. Back to the present, Loy was still, sobbing uncontrollably, which only angered Count Ventura. Is this the face that will bring us success? I don't like this guy at all. He's a cheap, gluttonous fellow with no self-respect. In an instant, the group from the kingdom of Magentano had approached their destination. Inside the palace, a soldier announced, "The king has arrived. Long live the king. The Magentano delegation will soon arrive." In the capital, Samakina Asen sat sternly replied, "Very well. Remember to show them the hospitality they deserve." He smirked slyly upon hearing the news from within the kingdom of Asfahan. An angry voice rang out. "Nothing wrong." Count Ventura angrily shouted, "We are envoys of Magentano. Is this our residence? Do you think such indecent behavior is permitted under diplomatic orders?" The bearded man proudly replied, "We assure you that we have done everything we could. I am only following the king's orders." He became even more angry and shouted, "So we will meet the king immediately. Give directions." Loy continued to sit and cry despite the arguments. He replied softly, "The king is a busy man. I'm afraid it's difficult to meet him now." Count Ventura snapped irritably, "How long do we have to wait for him in a place like this?" The bearded man calmly replied, "Who knows for sure, maybe 6 months." He was utterly astonished. It was nonsense. Suddenly, he took an item out of his pocket, a gold chain, and explained, "If you don't like this place, then use this. Feel free to use it. Wherever Badesa is in Aspahan, you may receive favor and grace from the king." Count Ventura was trembling with anger. "Are you now treating us, Magentano's envoys, like beggars?" The bearded man suddenly sat down and laughed mockingly. "It seems you're misunderstanding something. Receiving this Badesa, with the golden egg item immediately falling to the ground, is a great honor." The bearded man turned and walked away, leaving the count bewildered behind. "Go ahead." He slammed the table and cursed, "You filthy bastards." Count Ventura gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Those who dare to insult our kingdom will pay the price. This is tantamount to a declaration of war." The man beside Han asked, "What should we do?" Count Ventura sternly suggested, "I will send a letter to the royal family requesting reinforcements. We must inform the neighboring country and put pressure on them." The man beside him glanced around and spoke up, "Well, I haven't seen any fault yet." He rubbed his head and continued, "Let him be. We have a bigger problem." The man beside him looked bewildered. "Huh? Lord Ventura, I can't find him." "Old man." He only realized the problem now. "What?" Darkness began to fall over the kingdom of Aspa. "The little torch-selling girl is delivering goods. Please buy this torch. Please buy it. It's very flammable." Suddenly, a large man pushed the little girl away, moving her to another spot. "Beggars are filthy." The torch-selling girl sat in a corner by the wall. "I haven't sold any torches today. Where am I going to sleep tonight?" A man approached and asked, "Hey kid, are you looking for a place to sleep?" Loy Vong, with gentle hands, said, "I'll help you. Come with me to a restaurant full of lively chatter." The torch-selling girl was startled. "This is the most expensive hotel in the capital. I can't possibly owe money to someone I've just met." He smiled in response. "You misunderstood." Loy happily explained, "This hotel is mine. I just took it from someone else." He took out a stack of documents. "This is the contract. Just sign here, and it'll be yours." The little girl was astonished. "Who are you?" Lloyd asked again. "He's here." Lloyd took out his padesa and displayed a face that was no different from that of an ape. "He is a man who has received the king's favor." Lloyd walked into the hotel and announced that this was the most expensive dish in the restaurant. "We will cover everyone here." The people in the restaurant were astonished. "That is padesa. We can get anything with it. This is the first time I've ever seen one with my own eyes. You're like a saint in this restaurant. Bring your whole family, relatives, and even neighbors here. Tonight, no one in this city will have to demand anything anymore." Loy raised his voice. "Long live the king." Another night passed, and he went to a shop again. Is this the best silk in town?" The seller isn't just saying it's the best silk in the world. Loy pointed to the rows behind. "Then, you take out all the royal grade items and wrap them all up for me. Loin walked up to the ship charterer. Are you hiring a boat? I'll finalize it immediately with Padesa. No, we'll buy it right away. We'll buy all the perfume and everything else in this market. Prepare to fill my 6 boats. Loy waved goodbye to the yachts. The road to Frontera will pass through Cremo. Let's go. The vendors came running up, begging us to buy more of their goods. What about delivery? Don't you need delivery? He's back. Then line up. Loy lifted Padesi up. There is no place where the king's grace cannot reach. Suddenly, the soldiers with weapons rushed towards him. Catch him. Habiel Azrahan and Loy were bound hand and foot and taken to the palace. Sama, is that you? He shouted angrily. The one who spent our entire year's budget. He spoke up to introduce Frontera's son, Lloyd Frontera. He smiled confidently, feeling very honored to be in your presence. Your Majesty. Samakin was astonished when he heard that name. He looked at Lloyd Frontera's sinister face. Lloyd Frontera, the one who ruined the entire monster domino plan. I understand. He did all of this so he could meet me. The atmosphere inside the palace fell silent. Then Sam glared angrily at him. He looked at Lloyd's calm face and calculated that war was coming. We must do everything to prevent it. This border territory is likely to become a battleground. Samakin pondered with a serious expression, thinking, when war breaks out, the first obstacle we will encounter will be him. Lloyd Frontera, if he wanted to destroy the Frontera estate, even with the entire kingdom's military force, victory was not guaranteed. Their military strength is immeasurable. We also have no information about the tactics they intend to use. Samakin hesitated, wondering if we should kill him right here. He glared down. Samakin looked at Habiel Azrahan, rejecting his previous thought. There isn't a time bomb right here in this palace. Even if you kill the master swordsman, the entire capital will still fall into ruin. Loy smiled to himself. Well, think carefully about it. The great King Sam. He looked at him with immense confidence. Do you have any other solution than to sit down at the negotiating table? Old Sam was visibly angry. That scoundrel, he dared to threaten King Sam. He remained silent and thoughtful while Loy waited seriously. Suddenly, Sam sighed deeply, then ordered the soldiers to release them. He smiled smugly, not immediately. Suddenly Sam asked, do you like it? Loy asked back, what do you mean? He emphasized, that bad Asa, do you like it? Unexpectedly, he raised both his hands. Loy bowed respectfully. Long live the wise and benevolent king. I really like it. Sam was surprised by his actions, thinking to himself, what's this? So sincere? I suddenly feel embarrassed. Loy also silently expressed his gratitude. I'm being sincere, and I have to thank you very much. He thought about a president giving him his company ID card. Keep yourself busy before the meeting takes place. This situation is exactly the same. So what should you do? If you have it, you should use it. Wealth is the ultimate. Money is the highest form of happiness. Only the poor say that money cannot buy happiness. Samakin spoke seriously. Aren't you afraid Magentano will become suspicious? Accepting such a favor from the commander of a rival nation so enthusiastically, aren't you afraid of the consequences? Loy replied bluntly, I didn't. He was utterly terrified, thinking, what kind of baseless confidence is this? Did he even think before answering? He gradually lifted his buttocks higher, because the amount of money Queen Magentano gave me was incomparable to what the king bestowed. Samakin angrily exclaimed, does that mean if I give you money, you can even betray your queen? Loy immediately chimed in. Yes, his eyes began to waver. Is this man insane? I can never understand such a selfish person, so arrogant. He continued, but, great king, if I only obey you under the temptation of money, I fear you will not trust me. Sama's face darkened after Lloyd Frontera's words, then suddenly a laugh rang out. He chuckled to himself. How could he dare manipulate this great Sama for his own benefit? Samakin happily agreed to the offer. All right, let's discuss the compensation you're seeking. Loy looked up, secretly thinking that his attitude made him want to win him over. 2. He seriously asked if this great Samakin wanted war. Sama replied sternly. If necessary, Loy continued to inquire about the state of the kingdom, asking if it was necessary to mobilize the rebel forces incited by him. Surely you wish to put an end to this external hostile force, don't you? Sama glared, as if struck by a harsh truth, and Loy sternly suggested, "This lowly mortal will end this ordeal for you, sir. Your Majesty, great king, you only need to promise that you will speak with Magentano about the special messenger." He began to sit up straight. Sama can requests more details. Loy clutched the contract tightly in his hand. The three of them chuckled, talking about what had just happened. Did you see the king's face when he signed the contract? He was sweating profusely. Haha. Habil Azrahan spoke calmly. That price is ridiculous. You will go down in history as the first person to overthrow a monarch. Loy frowned in annoyance. Why depose him? That's much cheaper than spending money on war. The Asfahan people are becoming increasingly impoverished due to the drought. Samakin did not wholeheartedly help the people. Eventually, the whole land will unite and revolt. Loy pondered thoughtfully, and then the events changed completely differently from what was in the novel and in this world. If a battle is caused by the riot, the losses will be enormous. Disaster prevention is the best solution. In front of the Asfahan royal palace, Saman stood by the window looking outside. Sarat stepped forward and said, "Father summoned me." He sternly demanded, "My daughter, Sarazat, I entrust you with an important task." Samakin stated his request. "Tomorrow Loy will be leaving for Kandahar province. You will escort this man." "Oh." He glared and shouted, "Destroy the Han dynasty by any means necessary." Sarat placed her hand on her stomach, seriously accepting the order. "I will do my best." Dawn is breaking over the land of Aspa. Sarazat, accompanied by his camel, approached Lloyd Frontera. "I am Sarazat, the assigned escort, happy to cooperate." He gestured behind him. "Well, but I already have my own escort." She didn't care and continued, hoping he would cooperate fully. Lloyd stared thoughtfully. "This isn't good. Is she following us? To monitor us? Wait a minute. Sarazat, the princess of Asfahan? Why would the princess be at the construction site?" Suddenly, she realized something. Suddenly, Sarazard moved his body, striking a pose. After some effort, she finally struck a seductive pose, hoping he would cooperate fully. Loy was astonished. Striking such a stylish pose at such an inopportune moment, he looked into Sarazard's serious eyes and felt a pang of fear. That judgmental gaze seemed to pierce right through him. What is she planning to do? Suddenly, Loy realized he had a bad feeling. This is the message of pushing the boat. Sarat likes me? No way. A masculine pink energy on Sama's hands. He offered his proposal with a heart-shaped handwriting. "Become my son-in-law." Loy looked visibly uncomfortable at the thought of that scene. "I absolutely hate this old man's love letters." The secret to solving drought in the desert is Kanat. That is a type of underground waterway used by the kingdom of Batam. The desert is so hot that water rises to the surface, will almost certainly evaporate before reaching the city. Therefore, the water pipeline must be dug deep underground. In the mountains, dozens of kilometers from the city, in the flat areas, there is a source of fresh water. Let's dig up that water source. In the capital city of Kandahar, Kandara collapsed onto his bed in satisfaction. "Wow, finally I can rest." He lay there thinking, "I have to let loose all day today." Suddenly glancing to the side, he said, "I want to then." Sarah was striking a pose at the head of the bed, but it didn't seem to be going to work. "Oh my, that look, those eyes of hers. If I even blink, she'll rip open my stomach and rip out all my internal organs." Loy sat up, sighing wearily, and suggested, "Let's talk for a bit. Can you please stop acting like this and behave more naturally? Why do I have the feeling you're going to kill me at any moment?" Sarah gripped the sword behind her back and replied, "I'm acting as usual." Loy was helpless. "Ah, yes, let's compromise a little." He gazed at her face, thinking to himself, the youngest of the 4 princesses of the desert, the beloved daughter of the king, a brilliant official who had reached the level of a swordsman at a very young age. The princesses never appeared in public, so no one outside the palace knew who they were. "I have to pretend I don't know how. Somehow I have to make her stop what she's doing." "Drop this bait." Lloyd spoke up to inquire. "Sarat, you need to rest at night too, don't you?" She replied seriously. "The king ordered me to be his Escort, so I must be by his side day and night. He frowned in annoyance. Not necessarily day and night. Sarat was puzzled by Lloyd Frontera's words. He gestured with his eyes towards Habel Azrahan. See? That guy standing over there. Didn't I tell you he's my escort knight? That guy is a master swordsman, a high-level master swordsman who's much stronger than you. Lloyd bowed his head and said, he can even fight 10 people at once, just like you. Suddenly, he smiled slyly. No, even 50 people like you couldn't defeat him. So I don't need you, that's what I'm trying to explain. Upon hearing this, Sarat flew into a rage. She immediately drew her sword. Lloyd pretended to tremble, but his monkey-like expression remained unchanged. Wow, you have a sword. I'm so scared, so scared. He pulled up his shirt to reveal his neck. Here, chop me here, so I can report back to the king that you chopped me up. If Habel Azrahan still looked at Lloyd with contempt, the king would surely say something like this. Wow, you're not a master swordsman, you're nothing special. You arrogant and provocative fellow. It's a disgrace that someone who isn't even a master swordsman has messed up this mission. You're a complete scoundrel. I'll leave this hidden around your neck as a reward. I can't become a master swordsman. Even if I were reborn 50 times, I still wouldn't be able to. It will be rewritten exactly like that. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on Lloyd Frontera's face. She keeps hitting him. The assigned escort is beating me. Help me, Habel. What are you doing? He's standing still, enjoying it. Lloyd angrily shouted. What the hell are you laughing at? Take action. Sarat spoke sadly. You jerk. Trash. She immediately left the room shortly afterwards. Lloyd, with a bruised face, grinned gleefully. Mission accomplished. Haha. Habel Azrahan frowned. In disgust. You want to be beaten up by a beautiful girl? That's a rather unusual taste. He immediately retorted. No way. That wasn't part of the plan. Why didn't you help me? He calmly replied. Sorry. I thought you were enjoying yourself. Lloyd yelled angrily. What kind of flimsy excuse is that? Do you really know what you did wrong? Are you trying to fool me with your acting skills? Habel Azrahan asked, ignoring the matter. Sarazat is trying to seduce you. I know, but what was your reason for provoking her to that extent? Lloyd said seriously. First of all, I hate both hot and cold weather. I do not wish to be bound to Asfahan and live here. He explained with a serious expression. We must ensure that she abandons the mission. Moreover, a person like her has more important things to do than flirt with me. Sarazat was currently practicing on the rooftop, brandishing her sword with anger. The sun rose before Kandara's palace. Sarat wondered where he was going. Lloyd patiently explained. Preparation for the construction project. Speed is essential. 100 amateurs will drag me down. She said. Seriously, I will not stand in your way. So let me escort you. He frowned. Hey, it's not as easy as you think. Suddenly, Lloyd laughed contemptuously and pointed at Sarazutis. Because she's not a master swordsman. She was furious and prepared to punch him in the face like yesterday. Unexpectedly, a magic spell was recited, and the construction project is a product created by human labor. Construction materials and equipment installed in structures that are fixed to the ground. May include underground, above ground, underwater, and above water sections constructed according to design. Sarah stopped in astonishment. What? Magic? He continued to stare. Construction works are products created by human labor, construction materials, and equipment installed in the structure, which are fixed and connected to the land. They may include parts below ground, above ground, below water, and above water, constructed according to design. Construction works include public works, housing, industrial works, transportation, irrigation, energy, and other works. Suddenly her body began to feel sluggish, lulling her into a sleep spell. What if I fall asleep now? The error continued without stopping. Equipment installed in a construction project includes construction equipment and technological equipment. Construction equipment refers to equipment installed in construction projects according to the construction design. Technological equipment refers to equipment within a technological process line that is installed in a construction project according to the technological design. He only stopped when Sharat had completely collapsed. This works for people obsessed with master swordsmanship. Lloyd turned around and gave the order. Habel, Take her back to your room. This is not the time for jokes. Wake up. After she finished her task, the two voters moved down the street. Everyone around them looked at the two with malicious eyes. Habil Azrahan looked around and said, "The way people are looking at us isn't good at all." Lloyd did not deny it. That's right. They probably think we're from the capital city. Those who only care about themselves and live in luxury pay no attention to the dying provinces. This construction project isn't very large. We need the cooperation of the local people, but it seems impossible. I think there's nothing to worry about. He smiled slyly. If we don't get cooperation, then so be it. Lloyd suddenly shouted. Bodong and Bell quickly appeared. Hippo, and coming also brooms, popped out of their coats. He quickly ordered the girls to take action. Habil, Bell, and Pung should build a full water fountain in the center of this city. Miss Min and Hippo will accompany us 40 kilometers west to the icebergs. Setting off, Loi Oi immediately mounted Ko Min and flew away. In a flash, they reached the ice mountain, and Hippo was quickly released. Let's go, let's go. Hippo quickly sucked up the water from the lake and then returned with difficulty to Ko Min. Bell and Padong have completed their work. Hippo immediately released all the water afterwards. A flood of water quickly filled the lake. The people in the capital city rejoiced. There is water in the city center square. Suddenly, a voice stopped the group. Loi and his men smirked wickedly. Happy now, aren't you? You're all happy, aren't you? I'm like a devil announcing that I'm the one who created it. No need to thank me. Loi thought to himself, if we do something good, let's show our capabilities to get recognized. Loi stretched out his hands. I am the one who brought you water from those distant mountains, he shouted sternly. I am Lloyd Frontera, remember my name. Everyone threw stones at him as he strutted away. You lackey of the capital, you give us a sip of water, but you will surely take much more in return. Lee completely dodged the stones that were thrown at him. Haha, everyone seems full of energy, it's all thanks to me. Haha, why didn't I get it right? I hate you. Loi calmly strolled through the city. All these grievances cannot be easily resolved. He looked up at the face of the walking man. There were still so many stubborn people, some even refusing to touch the water. But gradually we will reach more people little by little and without stopping. The villagers went to the well again to check. Ah, the water's full again. It seems like it rises a little bit each day. He stood behind the crowd and shouted. That's right, that's Lloyd Frontera, the one who filled the water. Every day until all the men and women of all ages in the city were on their side. People continued to throw stones at him. Hey, you there. This is a 180-degree rotation. I really failed miserably. They are promoting and publicizing these propaganda activities. Under the cover of night in the city of Kendara, in a certain family, the daughter felt satisfied after drinking water. Oh, I never imagined I could drink so much water like this. It feels like a dream. Suddenly, the girl's parents looked out the door in panic. Outside, Loi is glaring in. He seriously pointed at the little girl's glass of water. Suddenly, Loi turned and smiled like an ape. Loi. The family of 3 was terrified. Immediately after that, the water. Then comes Loi. He began using that strange image to greet the people. Loi brainwashing. People from outside the city and even those using the water in his house were present. Loi. That is brainwashing. A girl came to fetch water and noticed something, didn't she? Beneath the surface of the water, his ape-like face appeared. Loi brainwashing. He walked through the city again, watching the man moving ahead. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his headscarf, revealing long, silky hair like that of a super hunting beast, and used his ape-like face. Surprisingly, the man responded in the same way he did. Loi stood on top of the umbrella and shouted loudly. Everyone in Kanara City has been completely brainwashed by him. Loi turned to the left and then to the right. Loi's ape-faced water had spread throughout the city. Loi shouted proudly. Loi, the water god. Habil Azrahan was fed up. Is this mass hypnosis? He smiled confidently. That's the duck effect, and Loi, with a serious expression, explained, water is very good. Water is Loi, and the result is Loi is very good. He pointed to his face, headache, toothache, menstrual cramps, and suddenly the system panel appeared. That's right, they've come and won everything. Loy fell silent after that. He bowed his head in disappointment. Roughly speaking, just leave me alone. What's so confusing about the system board? I made it. I created it for you. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. Never mind. The preparations are complete. Loy sat down at the table with a pile of contracts and announced that people were lining up. We are looking for a man to build an underground water pipeline. A man approached and asked, Lord Loy, the water god, will we be provided with a meal? He calmly replied, you don't need to worry about that. Loy takes out Padesa power, and food will come from all over the country. Inside the Asfahan royal palace, a voice rang out. Long live the king. This is the history of using Pada, which Loy used in Kanda. A payment schedule. As long as the road stretching from here to Magentano was presented, Samakin cursed under his breath in anger. Damn it, that bastard. The scene shifts to Ko-Min flying through the air. Errors in the use of measurement and calculation. It's really impossible to find it. It must be deeper than 5 meters. He glanced around, thinking that no matter how many people he hired, digging 35 kilometers of water pipes was too much. What I'm trying to find is the underground tunnel of the rebel organization. Hundreds of years ago, to escape oppression, devout people dug a tunnel as a hiding place. It is currently being used by the rebels. Loin flew back to the capital city of Kindara. There was only one way to find that tunnel. In front of a luxury hotel, Sarazat brandished his sword in. A warning, I'll say it again. Get out of the way. Habiel Azrahan stood blocking the door, refusing to budge. Excuse me, Miss Sarazat. He said he wants to be alone tonight. She continued, unconcerned, that there were rebellious forces plotting here, and it would be very dangerous if she wasn't protected. He was sitting silently in the room at that moment. Habiel Azrahan calmly replied, I agree, but he says he's fine, everything will be all right. Suddenly, a gang of robbers burst in through the window of the room. Sarazat frowned angrily. The escort knights are reserved for emergencies, in case an unexpected danger befalls young Master Loin. He replied sternly, no, he said he'll be fine. There is no one left. Inside the room now. Sarat was powerless against Habiel Azrahan's persistence. What a stubborn person. Suddenly, her body shifted. Sarazat punched him straight in the face. I will forge my own path using my skills. But that attack was completely and easily blocked by Habiel Azrahan. She is extremely skilled. Not everyone can master that technique now. Sarat felt insulted and turned away. She kept hitting him, but her blows were completely blocked. Habiel Azrahan calmly reminded, don't try to force your mana increase. The human body can't handle more mana than its limit. He gently parried the attack while instructing, move the mana molecules. The energy generated from the collision of molecules is the key to becoming a master swordsman. Habiel Azrahan blocked the final blow and said, that's what the young master said. Give it a try, if you want to become a true master of swordsmanship. Sarat was utterly astonished by his words. The scene shifts to a secluded house in the city of Kandara. Loy's hands and feet were tightly bound by the men. You are Loy, the water god from the capital city. What are your intentions in my city? Suddenly, he laughed arrogantly from behind his headscarf. Haha. The meter was astonished by that laugh. The soldier, following his orders, removed Lloyd Frontera's headscarf. The meter was even more astonished when he saw his face. In front, Loy was staring intently, showing no fear whatsoever. He trembled slightly, thinking to himself, that's strange, we're the ones who kidnapped him. Loy smirked maliciously at Th Met's gaze, but why did it feel like they were the hostages? He said sternly, let me tell you what I'm doing here. Loy smiled and asked, shouldn't you? First explain why I'm here. He gestured with his hand. My wrist hurts so much, could you untie me first? Th Met didn't care. Don't even think about doing anything stupid. Joking remarks. Oh no, I wouldn't dare. He smiled naturally and said, you are the elite force, rising up against the Samakin. If a fool like me dared to defy you, I'd surely lose my head. He wondered seriously. You know we're rebels, but you look quite ordinary. Did you anticipate our arrival? Loy replied, maintaining his composure. I have come on the king's orders, so I assume he will certainly try to stop me. That's it. Haha. Suddenly, he stared intently, deep in thought. Furthermore, meters. I knew he would die in the rebellion. In that event, all the provinces of Asfahan will unite and cause a great rebellion. He looked serious and hesitant while Loy smiled incessantly. Suddenly, the Met ordered them to untie him. The man behind him was worried, but Met was from that capital city. He immediately explained his intentions. If he acts suspiciously, you may kill him immediately. Loy was overjoyed to be untied. Wow, you guys are so kind. May God bless you all. The man was untying himself, shouting loudly and covering his mouth. The meter was lost in thought. Although he works for the king, I owe him a debt of gratitude. We can still do this much kindness. He remembered his frail son. Simelda spoke wearily. Father and son apologize. I'm sorry for being so weak. The meter wept. In helplessness. No SIM card, please forgive this father. He thought to himself, I shouldn't have given everyone the water I just got. Simelda, you should have given it to Simla first. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, drawing the meter's attention. There's water in the city square. That big shot brought in a lot of water. Simelda quickly got some water and drank it in one gulp. The child's complexion gradually improved after drinking water. Back to the present, the restraints have been removed. The meter reminds me. I warn you one more time if you dare to utter any more nonsense. Suddenly, with a sinister grin, the Met immediately gave an order, his face highly suspicious. Attack. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and the crowd froze, softly recounting the past. 2 years and 6 months ago, at Frontera, a small territory on the eastern border of the Kingdom of Megentano, it was on the verge of collapse due to a large loan. The crowd was stunned, feeling as if the sky had fallen and the ground had crumbled. Everything is difficult, darkness lies ahead of us. However, Loy clenched his fist and recounted there was no way Loy could give up. He started building an electric floor heating device. It started small, but the result is great. Oh no, those ants in the mining area. My night escort, JV, and I cannot retreat. You damned ants, get out, get out. The monsters kept swarming out, no matter how many we knocked down, but with the gas, they just exploded with a bang. Damn it, both the front and back paths are blocked. I have to do everything I can. Constantly digging and dreaming about the guy you'll meet someday, without stopping. That's how it is. Count Cramo of Creamport suffered heavy losses in his trade due to Giga Titan, a giant lobster. He asked me to build a statue of a mermaid. Suddenly, it lunged towards the crowd. And so when we came back, there was a very large lobster. His loud voice startled the crowd. Aloy posed as if it were what happened in the story. Meanwhile, Habiel was dueling with Kel and shouting. Ouch! Kay's sword slashed Habiel's shoulder. A group of people, seemingly out of nowhere, produced popcorn and watched the performance. No, Loy continued, telling the story. A master swordsman has awakened, and the crowd is excited. That's right, isn't it? Suddenly, I realized it was another meter away. He angrily stood up and shouted. So what? What are you doing here? He nervously tried to reassure her. Wait a minute, the best part is yet to come. The people behind him cursed. Why do you always like to ruin other people's moods? He angrily shouted. Idiot. We are rebels, risking our lives. We don't have time to gossip. Loy didn't care and continued to unleash tens of thousands of locusts as big as dogs, using his disgusted face to describe them, causing the crowd to panic intensely. The house inside had unexpectedly turned into a movie theater. At that moment, Captain Frontera cheered and shouted, the dawn is gradually breaking above. Miss Min, dissatisfied with having to work so early in the morning, panicked and yelled, What are we going? Where are we going? Loy calmly replied, Aren't we going to meet the queen? I was astonished by his answer. How did it turn out like this? Why can't I remember anything? He calmly recounted the events. Oh, really? Then we'll have to start all over again, many years from now. The meter immediately stopped it. He fell silent. Please stop the topic. He smiled and explained, in short, we need your underground cellar to build a water pipeline. If you give me that tunnel, I will take you to a secluded place to ensure your safety. Something like that. Lloyd asked again, Have you remembered yet? The meter replied vaguely. Okay, that's what you said. He smiled, naturally reassuring. Trust me, I will obtain asylum permits for all the rebels and their families. In front of the Magentano royal palace, inside the basement, Camavaro is being treated by mages using their skills. He revealed the secret in his heart. Because of his skill, we are dark wizards. That name is Taga. Alicia personally stood and listened to what he had to say. Unexpectedly, Camavaro coughed up blood. After saying that name, she gave the order to the sorcerer. Okay, that's all for today. Taga, investigate. The housekeeper outside the door announced. Your Highness, Lai wishes to have an audience with you. Alicia wondered to herself, wasn't Lloyd and Aspen? Inside the royal palace, she sat on the throne, lost in thought. Alicia made her decision shortly afterwards. All right, along with all his accomplices, we will write asylum applications for the families. Lloyd quickly added, Thank you, Your Highness, while Met was utterly astonished. Easy, that's easy. He silently wondered who this guy was. His methods were quite strange. But Alicia smiled with satisfaction. I'm very pleased that you're following orders correctly. I am very proud. So those who are capable must work until they burn themselves out completely, down to the smallest speck of dust. Unexpectedly, Alicia glared at La Frontera and felt compelled to work even harder so that the people could live in peace. He sensed the danger to his peaceful life. She continued in a serious tone. The interrogation of Camavaro is progressing, and sooner or later we will need your cooperation. Just go ahead. Loy frowned sadly. I'll do my best. Alicia asked, noticing his dumbfounded expression. Really? Then why do you look so pale? Loy quickly explained. I'm so tired from traveling day and night for the past 10 days. Suddenly Alicia stepped down from her chair. You wouldn't be so selfish and narrow-minded, would you? He sensed danger and glared fearfully. She slowly descended the stairs. Loy thought to himself, is it her? Is it her? Alicia grabbed his bewildered face and slowly bent down. Is that her? Loy thought to himself, his face being squeezed. Damn it. I guess the biggest obstacle in my lazy life is the Queen. Under the moonlight illuminating the dark night sky of Kinara City, the room where Habiel Azrahan stood was a mess from the battle. His eyes gradually drooped with sleepiness. Sarat is no exception. She gradually leaned forward as drowsiness overwhelmed her. Suddenly, Sarat stood up. I've rested enough. Let's begin. She continued to strike Hab Azrahan, but all her attacks were blocked. He thought dejectedly to himself, how much longer do I have to endure this? When will the young master return? Suddenly, Sarazat's sword shone like a halo of swordsmanship towards Habiel. Azrahan was also astonished. A burst of energy? He immediately drew his sword to block her attack. Sarat continued to turn around. Habiel Azrahan discards his sword sheath and uses his sword aura. Although not yet stable, she has at least reached the level of a master swordsman. She suddenly lunged forward, pushing the door open and sending him flying. I'm home. Sarazardit's sword pierced directly into Habiel Azrahan's ear. It pierced right through the room, releasing energy and leaving only underwear behind. He remained calm even when he was naked. Habiel Azrahan angrily shouted, Do you know you almost sent us all to our graves? Loy calmly asked, Who are you? The two of us. Sarazat was astonished. What the hell are you doing? He looked at her seriously. Sarat realized the danger and glared. Aloy reached out his hand towards her face. What evil deed are you planning to do? He began reciting a sleep spell. Sarat tried to cover his ears. Stop right now. But he was completely overwhelmed and gradually fell into a dazed state. She immediately fell asleep. I admit my mistake. Sorry, but I don't have time to explain. He turned and gave the order. Let's get started. On the construction. Surprisingly, he fell asleep immediately after reciting the incantation. I knew he was helpless, but there are still enough rooms for everyone. Construction has begun. Step 1. Easily navigate the labyrinth of underground tunnels with the guidance of the May. Step 2. Mark the areas where drilling is needed or where groundwater needs to be directly blocked. Step 3. Block off the marked areas during the day, while Habiel Azrahan cleared the way for the underground water source at night. Speed was necessary. but carelessness would cause the tunnel to collapse. And the long-awaited process. Step 4. The people wearing full body scarves have arrived. Loin gave a cheerful welcome. Everyone arrived just in time. The Mei wondered. Young Master Loin, who are they? He quickly replied. They are workers from my hometown whom I called in to reinforce the forces for the previous Magentano expedition. To quickly complete this construction project, we need their help. Those fools are taking off their disguises. They are the core combat team. The headless ghost held up a sign that read, "We miss our master very much." Loy quickly moved the construction crew down to the site. Okay, listen carefully. There is a huge amount of water outside this wall. He asked thoughtfully, what would happen if we tried to dig here? The headless ghost immediately replied, you would be swept away instantly by the water pressure. Loy turned around. Yes, the ancients risked their lives to build this underground waterway. He said sternly, no. They may have sacrificed their lives to build it. One of the oldest workers stayed behind to break down the last wall of the underground water channel. He quickly raised his hoe and thrust it straight into the wall, and water began to gush out. It began pushing him away because of water pressure for a better neighborhood, for his descendants to live in, the most beautiful and noble sacrifice. Loy pointed seriously forward. Now all the credit will be yours. Towards. He was pulled out from the backpack the headless ghost was carrying. Loy smiled with satisfaction, while Todd's was in a state of panic, speechless. He immediately ran off after successfully delivering the quum. Thanks, Todd's. I will not forget this favor. I will truly never forget. He panicked and ran after it. Wait a minute. Damn it, why me? He grumbled irritably. What? A heartless psychopath. Are you going to let the zombies die a second time? Tez cried out. You have a master swordsman by your side, don't you? Surely he can do it. Lloyd shouted. He only has one set of clothes, so he can't possibly get wet. System failure. Table. The devil will soon be writing his resignation letter. What's so hard for you to understand? It's like we've found a purpose for his boring life. The system's audio recordings are even scarier. A scene of moving to an unfamiliar workplace. Oh my God. Haha. He smiled with satisfaction. Understood. Sent to the messenger above. Do you see? Hello said sternly. Let's see where this leads. Helcaris. The bright moon shines down on the desert. Finally, Ko Lo, the team leader of the Kot Song team, took on the role of the last worker for the final stage of the construction. Showing obvious displeasure, the pickaxe was quickly brought down, and water immediately gushed from the wall, carrying with it the mutilated bodies of the headless ghosts. The plumbing system started working shortly afterward, and a powerful stream of water gushed out as planned. The people rejoiced. Look, there's water. An inexhaustible source of water. Loy stood and watched everyone's joy. Suddenly, a little girl ran off with a bucket of water, and she raised the water towards Lloyd Frontera. The little girl cried and pleaded. Drink this. Brother, it's the water my brother and I made. Lloyd bent down and stroked her head. Thanks, kid, I'll drink it. The little girl wondered. But why are you still in the mortal world? He was slightly taken aback by the question. Lloyd smiled slightly, then softly explained. Because buying clothes is too expensive. After opening the water pipeline in the center of Kindara, they connected it to the nearby villages and hamlets. Finally, the great journey has come to an end. System announcement board reveals new title unlocked. Shirtless veteran from a Western country. What kind of title is this? Are you mocking me? The veteran system list sounds cool. Forget that title and try something cooler. By reading the latest announcement, you have resolved the endemic drought. Here it is. Title effect. 100% water loss prevention in all desert regions. I don't need this effect. I'm done with my work. Now I just want to sit around and do nothing. Then he stepped forward and called out. Young Master Lo turned around immediately after the call. Are you preparing for a long journey? Suddenly, he knelt down, much to Loy's astonishment. The Met said seriously. You have saved countless lives. You not only prevented war, but also made our exile a reality. Them and all their comrades hereby pledge their loyalty to the Frontera family until death. He scratched his face awkwardly. No need. I mean, you just need to work hard. Loy secretly thought to himself that he only did things that benefited himself. I'm getting annoyed by constantly receiving thank you messages like that. System notification board. Showing increased support. The rebel leader of the Islamic Kingdom of the Met and his men have sworn allegiance to you. You have received loyalty points as a reward. Plus 50. You can now increase the support between the Frontera and the Met families to earn more friendship points. Current friendship points, 2,832. Loy smiled contentedly at the pile of rewards. It should be delicious. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply the perfect reward. Dad, that guy's face looks awful. Shoo. Don't say that. He may look like that, but he's a good person. That and his group finally reached Frontera territory. With the guidance of the core team, it seems like everything has been resolved smoothly. The capital city of Asfahan, Ahina. Samakin sternly demanded, Loy Frontera, merge into my kingdom. Brother Tran Shuang bowed his head in refusal. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I prefer thinner women. He asked irritably, Are you pretending not to understand, or do you truly not understand what I'm saying? Samakin said sternly. If you were smart enough, you would have realized by now that Sarat is my daughter. You don't like the girl, do you? Loy calmly replied. I think Lady Sarazard's opinion is more important than the opinion of a lowly person like me. He thought about her words. I don't like you. I don't like your face or anything you're doing. Just kill me Gua already. TCH. Samakin sighed dismissively. That's settled then. Since you kept your promise to me, now it's my turn to keep my promise to you. He quickly gave orders, immediately meeting with Magentano's envoy and arranging a meeting with them. Loy bowed his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, Phew, all that effort just for this. Samaka watched his back as he walked away, lost in thought. Lloyd Frontera smiled slyly, harboring his intentions. A great king will never let go of his prey. You will soon be mine. Suddenly, Loy glared and turned to look at Samakin. The meeting with the envoys quickly began. Count Ventura sat deep in thought. Lloyd Frontera, he can sit at the negotiating table with the king. He clenched his trembling hands. The great opportunity you've created, I won't let it go to waste. Suddenly, Samakin spoke up. I apologize for the damage caused to the kingdom of Magentano. It is my fault. Count Ventura was utterly distraught. What? The infamous king apologizing first? He sternly proposed. I will compensate for all damages caused by the monster dominoes and take special measures to prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. Count Ventura was stunned by Saman's words. I will share the compensation process with the kingdom of Magentano. If something like this happens again, I promise to double the compensation. He pondered thoughtfully. I have a bad feeling. What does he want from us? Count Ventura bowed and said, I would like to express my gratitude for the king's generosity, and I will convey his message to the queen. Suddenly, Samakin interrupted, causing Count Ventura to tensely wait. He seriously requested, Hand Loy over to me before his room. Loy asked, What did you say? Count Ventura bowed timidly. Well, let's just leave it like that. Loy was visibly unhappy. Seeing that face, he hastily explained. Anyway, you've pleased the king and done so much for him. If it's you, you'll be fine anywhere. He smiled and said, No, sir, you've done very well. The three Ventura counts are enigmatic. Loy's smile was even stranger than Satan's, absolutely perfect. Samakin was now contemplating how to take advantage of the situation. What should we ask him to do first? We should start by maintaining the roads and strengthening the waterways. Sanitation is also essential. We also need to expand the castle and build larger buildings. Suddenly, a man entered the palace to meet the king. Sama, seeing him alone, asked, I told you to bring the spell. Why are you alone? He stammered in fear. He's gone hunting for sandworms on the outskirts of the city. He was astonished by his announcement. What? Hunting sandworms? Carnivorous beasts of the desert. The sandworm is incredibly huge. Compared to the grains of sand, it was only the size of Lloyd Frontera's toe. Fire tests gold, hardship tests strength. Suddenly, he lunged forward to attack a powerful monster. Lloyd yelled, Explosion! A massive explosion occurred in the desert. He shouted the order. Bodong, it's your turn. A immediately kicked straight into the deep sand where he was standing. Then, the eastern faction continuously dug up the sand in that area. The tiny worms could only cry out in helplessness. Loi gave the order. With a wicked grin. Kill it. Habo. He channeled almost all of his energy into his sword. A sword strike, like a bolt from the sky, descends upon the desert. The sandworm wriggled in the sand, but was not yet dead. Aloy laughed heartily, continuously using critical hits. Die, die. Samakin witnessed everything. From behind, he smiled wickedly. For the king. Two people stand observing Lloyd Frontera's erratic behavior. Grains of sand were blown into Sama's body by the explosion. Suddenly, he noticed the two people and turned around. Loi immediately gave a thumbs up and smiled. Samakin quickly changed his mind and took that madman away. The man beside him replied, yes. In front of the capital city of Asphalt, Sam sat in his room deep in thought. If he kept that madman around, the entire country could become a battlefield at any moment. We must make the right decision. It's impossible to agree to cancel an agreement simply because of a change of heart. By the way, how is Padas's deficit being handled? Why is he spending so much on construction costs? He only now realized the real problem. Our king was stripped of everything from the very beginning. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, frantically reporting that something terrible had happened. Samakin weakly asked what was wrong. He solemnly announced. They took Padasa and left. He wasn't even surprised at this point. Another person rushed in to report an incident. Samakin asked wearily, what's wrong? The man asked anxiously. Sarazat has fled. She left a letter saying there was something she needed to learn on her own and asked me not to look for her. Samakin was stripped of everything by the arrival of a capitalist named Lloyd Frontera. He collapsed right at his desk. King Samakin wept and cursed the scoundrels. In front of the Frontera mansion, Mabella Frontera awakens echoes. Frontera, another peaceful morning in Frontera territory. It sounds a bit strange to hear Boeing instead of CCAT, but it's still a good thing. Emily rushed in. Count, it's a letter from young Jukian. Inside the letter, it says, Parents, I have graduated with honors. Outstanding graduates will have the honor of working in the royal court. I plan to stay home until I receive official graduation notice. I miss everyone so much. How is my brother? I want to become a trustworthy person like him. Akis Frontera wept after reading the letter. What are you saying? You're already a strong and reliable son. Haha, I am so lucky to be such a happy father. Bayan entered the press room. The items that young Master Lo sent from Asfahan have arrived. He wondered. From Asfahan? A mountain of treasure lies outside the Frontera mansion. Mabella Frontera bent down to examine them. Oh my God, they're all expensive luxuries. The delivery person asked me to please sign here. Akos Frontera stammered. Okay, she needs a necklace to show her appreciation. A truly beautiful gemstone. Mabella Frontera's face darkened as she smirked sinisterly. If we sell these to those arrogant nobles, they'll buy them at a high price, I'm sure. Agostos Frontera remained silent for a moment after those words, then smiled and replied, Then let's sell it. Perhaps. The mayor is a little strange, but I am still a very happy man. The people working looked up. Good morning, Count and Countess. Thank you, and we will be forever grateful. Agostos Frontera smiled modestly. Haha, you don't need to praise me like that. Have a nice day, everyone. I am very happy. This territory is full of honest people. The ORC tribe, full of handsome men, have started working. Oh, and the good-natured ORCs too. Suddenly, Hewer stared intently ahead. Sergeant Greg also looked back without hesitation. The two people bumped into each other, looking annoyed. Agus Frontera and Mabella Frontera were astonished by the sight. Sergeant Greg shook his head in exasperation. You. He stepped forward and touched Cuzzer's chest. Sergeant Greg pushed him away shortly after. The two were utterly terrified by the sight. Suddenly, Ser leaned her face close to his, grimacing. His body instantly shifted. A kick aimed directly at Sergeant Greg's chin, but he dodged it. Cuz now strikes a pose right after delivering the blow. He sat up after his successful performance and then waved provocatively at Sergeant Greg. He sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, the people behind Sergeant Greg joined him in dancing a hip-hop song. First, she started waving her arms and legs. Then, she turned her head and styled her hair. On the other side, Sugio was no less impressive. The group began dancing. With incredible skill, then formed a muscular circle with Sugio at the front. Sergeant Greg smiled admiringly. Then he smiled seriously. Agos Frontera and Mabella Frontera are extremely disappointed by these drug users. The two men turned and walked away immediately afterward. They're a little strange, but they're still good people. I mean kind creatures. The bone-forging squad returns from their trip. Good morning. Are organisms in the organic phase, or are they in the asexual phase? This territory is truly peaceful. That's why we are very happy. It's a bit strange, though, because the dragon goes around burning people's excrement every day. Following that, the White Knights, who worship Lloyd Frontera, offered their morning prayers. Amen. Amen. It's actually very strange. Arriving at the May family squad. Amen. Amen. Too many strange things are happening. But no one in the world is happier than I am. Suddenly a voice shouted. Young Master Lloyd has returned. Acus Frontera was overjoyed. Lloyd, naked, stood on the carriage waving goodbye. The two gradually became disappointed. Our son has the strangest name. Agus Frontera rushed over to Lloyd Frontera's side. The boy was a strange one, but the two embraced their son tightly after a long business trip. I am very happy. It would be wonderful if the boy would call me father instead of Count. Agus Frontera was so happy he cried. Lloyd immediately chimed in. Yes, Count. He asked a question that was completely inappropriate for the situation. Why aren't you wearing anything? Lloyd smiled and explained. I have too many clothes at home already. In front of the royal palace of Magentano, Count Ventura solemnly announced. So we signed the agreement, and even received the king's magical symbol. Alicia was slightly puzzled. Wasn't that a bit provocative? Why would you do that? Count Ventura. He answered hesitantly. Oh, well, that's all. She asked seriously. Did Lloyd tell you to do that? Count Ventura exclaimed in alarm. Uh-huh. Alicia said seriously. To protect peace for the people. What do you think we're missing? He replied immediately. That would be a strong monarchy and a balanced foreign policy. She smiled dismissively. No, you should replace them with capable individuals. If necessary, you must dredge down to the very marrow. Count Ventura's face darkened. What do you mean? He thought to himself. I'm sorry, Lloyd, let's just pretend you're dead. Alicia looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Incidentally, no matter how well the agreement went, Asfahan and Magentano were still hostile nations. To establish a mutually beneficial relationship, a significant degree of trust between them is necessary at all costs. Scene shifts to Sarazard, moving to Frontera Estate. She looked around. This is where life is lived. Sarah bit her lip in annoyance. I must capture him at all costs. Agus Frontera was happily trimming trees when a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Excuse me. Akos Frontera looked bewildered. She is Sarazat, she introduced herself, bowing slightly. I come from the western country of Asfin. My name is Sarazat, daughter of the king. He was astonished. Your Majesty? What is it, miss? She explained in a serious tone. I've come to see Lai. Frontera. Agus Frontera asked, trembling. I mean, why did you come to see my son? Sarat's face darkened. She said seriously, she could only sleep. When he was by her side, he was stunned for a long time, then became extremely panicked. Loin, this is the most amazing thing you've ever done. Suddenly, Loy lay unconscious in a strange place. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Loy looked around in confusion. What is this? Where am I? While he was still disoriented, a wave of heat swept over him. Loy glanced over in astonishment. A gigantic fireball was gradually appearing. The flames formed a human face, then transformed into a shape resembling a human butt. On a gigantic scale, the humanoid flame spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lloyd Frontera, or rather, Kim Soo-ho. Lloyd was astonished when he heard the name. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, yes, this is just a dream, but why does it feel so real? Lloyd asked loudly, who are you? Inside the flames, a figure gradually emerged, introducing himself clearly. I am the one who sees through the true nature of souls, the ruler of karma. I am king of hell, Hus. Loy stood up, bowed, and replied, "Oh my, your status is so high." He thought to himself, that damned messenger, he kept teasing me with information about the king of hell, and now I'm having this dream. He laughed loudly. You seem quite confident even in face to face with me. Hello smirked and asked, do you think this is just a dream? Loy replied with a dejected expression. Otherwise, how could you have met me? You just introduced yourself. I don't think I should feel afraid. Hearing him say that, the fiery figure moved closer. Hello's, who was inside, was becoming increasingly clear. He said loudly, I like you now. You're perfectly suited for hell. Lloyd chuckled awkwardly, touching himself. Is that a compliment? My dream is to become an ordinary citizen. The rich kind. Hell Karos immediately scoffed. All your efforts are for that trivial dream. With a face that would make even demons tremble and a song stranger than the screams of purgatory. He thought to himself, bewildered. Wait, what's this? Is he here to curse me? Helis continued. If it were you, you could make the souls in hell beg to die once more. Lloyd MH. What's that? I'm just an ordinary person. If others heard this, they would think I was the demon lord ruling over the 18 layers of hell. He chuckled coldly. What's wrong, Kim Soo-ho? Suddenly, ropes emerged from the ground where Loy was standing, wrapping around him. Follow me deep into hell. How about unleashing that talent of yours? Loy gritted, his teeth, trying to break free from the control. But then he screamed and struggled wildly. At this moment, the system appeared. Please, restrain yourself. Hell Karos stood observing silently. And he spoke, don't you think you're interfering too much? The system replied, shouldn't you give him another chance? Hell Karos narrowed his eyes, and after a moment, he nodded in agreement. All right, from now on I'll play by your rules. Saying that, Hell Karos vanished. The ropes binding Lloyd also vanished. He woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, still in shock and breathing heavily. He sat up straight, thinking to himself that he was drenched in sweat. Was it really a dream? What did he finally say? Interfere with the law? What's going on? Habiel Azrahan heard the commotion and knocked on the door. JV here, may I come in? Lloyd asked. Come in. He walked inside, wondering. Why are you sweating, sir? Lloyd replied evasively. I felt hot while sleeping. What's wrong? Habiel Azrahan replied. Someone from afar is looking for you. He looked slightly surprised, but soon after, his expression changed to his signature smile. Oh, so on the way, Habiel Azrahan had doubts. Didn't you ask who it was? He shook his head. No need. It's definitely Sarat. He was surprised. Did you know she would come? Loy replied with a bewildered expression. Yes, there's no way she wouldn't have sought me out. Without lullabies, she can't sleep. I mean, quitting sleeping pills isn't easy at all. Habiel Azrahan frowned as he listened to his explanation. Whispers filled the room. Does she mean she wants me to record her lullaby into that crystal ball? Is that what you mean? Sarazat didn't deny it. Yes, that's all we need. Agas Frontera thought to himself. So, what does it mean that the boy singing the lullaby evokes a feeling of both luck and regret? His face contorted as he asked, Are you serious? She insisted on setting conditions, promising to pay him. The face couldn't possibly look any worse than this. We're not short of money, are we? Sarat was furious upon hearing this, and suddenly he placed a stack of papers on the table. Loy smirked and pointed at the contract. Babiel Azrahan, standing beside her, frowned. He gave her a contract? She angrily took the stack of contracts, agreeing to serve the Frontera territory for 5 years. After the service time is over, a song will be played. Sarat shouted. That's ridiculous. Loy waved his hand and replied. Oh dear, you don't like it? Well, if you refuse, I have nothing to regret. If she can sleep well and practice hard, she can become a master swordsman. But that's not my business. He was shocked. How could he think like that? Is that why he trained Sarat and sang lullabies to her? To enslave her? The system window appears. Oh my God, you're like, I have a demon in my dream that's eating my friend. Loy pondered. What? Give me money, let me sleep, and promote me. Just do your job as an envoy. The system is sulking. Huh? What? I heard that. You damn coward. He immediately teased her. Ha ha. I didn't hear anything at all. Sarah was trembling with anger. You planned this from the beginning. Loy pretended to be naive. What? What did you say? I can't hear anything. Speak louder. Suddenly, she punched him straight in the face. Sarah turned around angrily and walked away. The weather outside today is clear and pleasant. She angrily packed her bags and left. Cowardly, vile, and depraved. I'd rather let my resolve waver than be so despicable. But would achieving enlightenment like a master swordsman by sleeping be better, even if it means signing a contract? To gain my father's approval. Sarazat walked for a while, then suddenly stopped. She looked around in amazement. Where's this? Sarazat continued moving forward, lost in thought. We've strayed too far. From the main road, she came to a place where she hid behind a tree, her red hair glistening in the sunlight. Sarat stood there, wide-eyed, with someone sitting alone on a tree trunk in front of him. His face was somber as if he had something on his mind. Sarat stood watching, wondering, who is he? Why is he here? The boy remained seated, completely unaware that someone was observing him. She narrowed her eyes in assessment. She looked so frail, as if she could be devoured by wild animals at any moment. Suddenly, Dukian seemed to have made up his mind about something. On a road blocked by a landslide, a group of people are working hard to push the rocks away. There's nothing I can do, it just won't budge. Another person scratched their head. This is troublesome. What should we do? Dukian ran over from a distance. Let me help. A worried man turned and replied. No need, young master. A noble person like you cannot be tainted. The boy said resolutely. It's all right, after all, this mess is my fault. The old subordinate quickly waved his hand. My job is to get you home safely, so just leave it to me. Dukian, without paying attention, took off his shirt, revealing his toned muscles. The three subordinates stared in astonishment. Sarazat followed the boy, hiding in a nearby corner to observe. She imagined Zukian to be a weak, muscular rabbit. With the boy's help, the group began to push the rock harder. 1, 2, 3, push even harder. Sarat thought to himself. Ah, so he's Lee's younger brother who just returned from the capital. He's completely different from that piece of trash. Dukian was still trying hard to push, but the rock wouldn't budge. The tired boy suggested another way. No, that won't do. I have to use the lobby to break it down little by little. Someone asked a question. A shovel. Dukian nodded. Yes, I've seen it before. We can do anything with a haul. Suddenly, Sarat approached and spoke. That's a good idea, but it will take all day. Seeing her, the boy was surprised. Sarat drew the sword from behind his back and said, Let me give you a hand. Dukian's eyes widened in astonishment. She walked past the boy, leaving behind a trail of fragrance that made him blush. Sarat reasoned that if he helped them now, his deal with Lloyd might go a little more smoothly. She drew her sword behind her back, aimed precisely, and then struck down several times, cutting the rock into many small pieces. The three henchmen gaped, covering their mouths with their hands. Sarazat quickly sheathed her sword in front of her, and the path blocked by. The rock was now open. Dukian shyly whispered, Thank you. Who are you? Sarazat turned around and said coldly, I am Sarazat from the west of the kingdom of Asfahan. I am indebted to the Frontera family. In that moment, the boy's heart skipped a beat. Back at the farm, Emily was on her way home. On the way, I met a guy who was doing something for her. Oh look, the ORC warrior heard someone calling him, and he looked up. Emily greeted them. It's been a long time since we last met, but he just walked right past her. His face suddenly darkened. She forced a pained smile, her lips pressed together as if she were about to cry. Recalling a time before, he wondered aloud. Miss Emily, are you in love with Sergeant Greg? She paused for a moment at the question, but then Emily smiled happily and replied, Yes, he is a very special person to me in this world. Kewer gritted his teeth, trembling. Sergeant Greg. She looked at Kewer with a puzzled expression. He recalled Sergeant Greg laughing and joking happily with Emily, constantly being ridiculed by my ORC friends. Cuz, now silent and withdrawn, thought to himself, in the end, it's just unrequited love. This pointless conversation with Miss Emily only breaks my heart. He turned and walked away, much to Emily's bewilderment. The ORC warrior just left. Without saying a word. Back to the present, Emily was sitting and sighing. Seeing this, Sergeant Greg turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so rich?" She replied, "Isn't it strange for a human woman to fall in love with an ORC warrior?" He smiled and said, "Oh dear, you finally said it. If her family finds out, they'll beat her up with a club." Sergeant Greg's face turned grim as he recalled Sarah's scolding. "How could you do that?" To Emily, he laughed coldly. That bastard, Akis Frontera, was eating and crying at the same time. As a father, I can't stop crying. I am very proud to see my two sons grow up so successfully. Loy sighed. Your Excellency is too drunk. Sarazat thought to himself, it's something to be happy about. The eldest son was involved in diplomatic activities, while the youngest son was an outstanding talent in the kingdom. She recalled the words her father had once said to her. Show off your amazing skills. Become a master swordsman who can charm men. That is the only thing that matters to our great king. Sarat's face was gloomy and sad, but his mouth was still chewing voraciously. Jukian said, cheerfully, if I am given a position in the kingdom, I will do my best to make my father even prouder. He shyly waved his hand. No, what are you talking about? Akos. Frontera gently wiped her eyes with her hand. I was very happy to see you receive your well-deserved reward. If you get into trouble, just come home. Your father will always be there for you. When Sarazat heard those words, he was like a god. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes and fell gently. Sarazat, startled, stood up abruptly and left, saying, I'll take my leave now. Loy rested his chin on his hand, looking dejected. Lady Sarazat, when will we finalize the agreement? Sarazat replied, It has already been finalized. Have I been too decisive? He replied briefly, sitting and observing, silently contemplating, staring straight at this brat. Outside, Sarazat was weeping incessantly as she departed under the full moon tonight, while Loy was peeking through the window curtains, seeing her pack her bags and leave. His face became even more terrifying. Suddenly, at this moment, he hurriedly chased after the two, stopping to talk about something. His eyes turned cold, and seeing Sarazat's embarrassed expression, he gave a friendly and joyful smile. Sugarcane beans have won the lottery, damn it. Jukian ran over, anxiously asking, It's midnight, where are you going? The boy asked shyly, Are you planning to leave? Sarat blushed and pursed her lips upon hearing this. No, I'm just going for a walk to get some fresh air. Jukian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Really? That's a relief. I was so worried. Seeing her carrying so much, I thought she wanted to leave, she stammered. This one. Sarat turned his face away and said, Inside is just my food dispenser. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Eating too much late at night isn't good for your health, Sarat said awkwardly. I only ate a little. The rest is for the social gathering. She thought to herself, what a ridiculous excuse. Jukian happily exclaimed, Thank goodness. The boy said with a bright smile, You looked very sad earlier during the meal. 11123. I was really worried. Hearing the boy's words of concern, Sarazarditz, I showed a hint of sadness. She lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. I'm fine now. Indeed, she pondered whether we should stay here longer. Standing up there, observing, he laughed with delight. Young master, Habiel Azrahan's voice startled him. Damn it, what is this? He said, covering his mouth with his hand. Good heavens, look at your face. Loy asked, his face contorted in a grimace. What do you want? Habiel Azrahan replied. It's already bedtime, and you still haven't arrived. But why are you looking at that loving couple with such a sinister expression? Habiel Azrahan asked, surprised. How do you know they're in love? Habiel Azrahan calmly replied. Didn't you see their faces? I've seen many people in love. Women always have that expression on their faces when they're in love. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I've never been in love before, have I? I'm sorry for what I just said. Cheer up, young master. Loy thought to himself, speechless, that this guy always drove him crazy at times like this. He continued, No matter how jealous you are, I won't help you ruin Julian's love. He angrily retorted. Am I that despicable? The system immediately answered, he's not. Wrong. Lloyd cursed, shut up. Whenever you have a chance to mock me, you always appear at lightning speed. He smirked. Julian's love will be perfected by me. From now on, I am the god of love. Lloyd thought to himself that he had realized this before meeting the queen. Although the messenger helped me acquire the ability to see the future, I actually achieved those accomplishments on my own. Remembering Alicia's words to him, you must continue to work tirelessly until your flesh is torn and your bones are broken, all for the prosperity of the nation. Lloyd thought to himself, I'm going to be exploited to death. I need to escape from here. The two of them were the only ones in the middle of the shimmering lake, angry for no apparent reason. On the shore with buildings on both sides, Kure was walking when he stopped upon hearing someone call his name. Hey, Sergeant Greg, standing with your arms crossed, your name is Kyo, right? He said unhappily. Don't mess with me. I don't want to get involved with you. He snorted coldly. Put your hands inside your jacket. Who said that? Sergeant Greg threw a paper airplane with a loud shout. I will let you do that. The paper airplane that hit the kid's forehead has now stopped. Sergeant Greg pointed provocatively. Tonight, go to the place. Written in the letter, you must go there. No excuses allowed. Flag also opened the paper to look through it. He replied, indignantly, ORC warriors never run away from a fight because of someone else's color. Sergeant Greg wondered, but you just did. He snorted coldly. I've changed my mind. Dukian sat thoughtfully in the room in front of the window. I keep thinking about her. Hair smoother than silk, eyes as bright as pearls, yet there is always pain and sadness behind that strong back. The boy's gaze drooped, his heart filled with unspoken thoughts. Loy suddenly appeared and whispered in my ear. Is this what people call love? Dukian turned around in surprise and said, Brother, what are you doing? It's like you can read my mind. He laughed out loud because it was so obvious. Haha, am I wrong? Dukian blushed and turned away in embarrassment. Loy spoke softly. My dear little brother. The little boy made a bored expression. Oh, what's the matter? He said cheerfully. Tomorrow I will give my lullaby to Miss Sarazat. Perhaps she'll return to her country afterwards? Lloyd made a squeezing motion with his hand. He opened the door, stepped back, and turned. His terrifying gaze closed the door, and he left the room, leaving behind one last word. The scene then shifts to Sergeant Greg talking to a group of people. Okay, when the time comes, I want you guys to. Before I could finish the sentence, this human warrior arrived. Isn't this supposed to be a duel? You coward. He sneered. Haha, it's exposed. Let's settle this once and for all. In the hallway, Loy waved hello. Miss Sarazat saw him and immediately came over to him, giving him a sharp rebuke. Lloyd was startled. Ugh, I haven't said anything yet. Sarah replied calmly. Oops, I made a mistake out of habit, sorry. Lo lay flat on the floor and spoke up. Julian is a genius, so he'll soon be summoned by the Empire, maybe even tomorrow. He suddenly made a scary face. The boy will leave here. The boy will leave. When she heard that, her face showed a hint of sadness. In Dukian's room, the boy sadly wondered, is she leaving? At the same time, in Sarazat's room, she also thought to herself, I will never see him again. The tapping sound from Lee's fingertips echoed continuously. Dukian moved. Quickly. No, that's impossible. Sarat is hurrying away. We have to tell him. We absolutely have to. Loy is holding a corn cob, trying to look cool and stylish. Siyu was standing on a hill, near the rice paddies when a rustling sound caught his attention. Dukian was extremely nervous. If he didn't speak up, and Sarazat simultaneously mustered up the courage, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Emily shyly whispered, Sir, why are you here? I came at my brother's request. Sergeant Greg and his men charged forward. The ORC tribesmen are no less aggressive. A scene shifts to Lloyd Frontera's parents' room. The two people, puzzled, opened the door. Sarazard was kneeling in front of the door. Up on the hill, everyone was celebrating the couple who had just fired a shot. Sergeant Greg cheerfully announced, Hewer and Emily, from now on you two are officially a couple. Let the flowers be thrown before your cold romance. Turning to LVI with Saraz. She bowed her head and pleaded, "Please entrust your youngest son to me." Mrs. Loy sat there, squeezing an ear of corn between her fingers, smiling triumphantly. "Ha, now the queen won't be able to do whatever she wants with me anymore." The castle stood majestically under the brilliant red moon. Alicia sat atop her war horse, leading an army against the dark sorcerer Taga in the ancient castle. She raised her right arm as a signal, holding it up. Then Alicia brought it down decisively, launching a full-scale attack. A barrage of arrows, carrying sparks, continuously rained down from the army behind her like a storm. When the arrowhead pierced the city wall, bright red sparks quickly erupted within the magic circle. The group of mages in the castle continuously used magic to defend themselves, their formations thrown into disarray. Impossible. How did they know this place? Stop them. Stop the attack. Protect our lord, the chicken. Other cavalrymen attacked the outskirts of the castle, spearmen engaging in direct combat with the mages. Suddenly, a growling sound and the slimy teeth of a monster appeared. Huge feet with 4 sharp claws crushed the solid ground. His massive body, like a huge house, crushed the soldiers' attacking force. They cried out in horror. What? What is that? What kind of monster is this? Very quickly someone gave the order. Sorcerer, use the punishment of the fire god to shoot. The continuous fire magic attacks focused on the monster's body, causing it to let out blood-curdling screams. Those blows seemed like mere tickles. It ferociously swung one arm up, bringing it down on the knights at its feet. Alicia frowned, gritted her teeth, and ordered, "Help the troops." Immediately, everyone left the castle. The monster's long, terrifying screams continued to echo amidst the smoke and flames. The soldiers retreated, inquiring among themselves, "Is the first assault team all right?" Another man replied, "We have 5 wounded. The mage team has 1 wounded." And then they agreed, all commanders should assemble and await His Highness's orders. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, and they all looked towards the back of the castle gate. Wait, the queen's head is nowhere to be seen. Could Alicia really stand alone, facing the enormous monster? She swung her sword, enveloped in wind. Magic, her voice a loud cry, summoning all her courage. The sword tilted backward as if channeling all her strength into a single attack. Then the sword, like a child shielding his face, slashed straight towards the monster. The ground beneath the road also exploded. Its sluggish body took the full force of the sword's strike, and a green gas gushed out of the monster from the gashes on its body. Alicia quickly lowered herself, covering her nose and mouth. Humph, poison. How annoying. She's sweating profusely, hesitating. This was created by magic. Watching the circle of light gradually appear like a hole, she thought softly, "It's all right. I've trained my body to get used to being poisoned all this time." After the monster was defeated and the poisonous smoke dissipated, Alicia tossed her cloak and strode into the castle. Suddenly, her body swayed, and she had to lean against the door frame for support. Nevertheless, Alicia's eyes were still filled with murderous intent, fixed straight ahead. Inside the castle, a dark sorcerer stood in the middle of a candlelit altar, his face filled with resentment and bitterness. Alicia calmly walked up to him. "Are you Taga?" Taga's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched in hatred, but in the end he had to close his eyes and accept the cold sweat that was beating on his forehead. Alicia glared at him coldly. "You dare to plot a rebellion against our kingdom? I will personally deal with you." Her sword slashed decisively horizontally, and whatever was attached to his neck was sadly severed. His body, unable to support itself, fell to his knees on the ground. Alicia sheathed her sword, sighing softly. "It's over." Suddenly, a dizzy spell struck her, causing her to clutch her head in pain. After it disappeared, Alicia wondered, what happened? One of her eyes had involuntarily transformed, blood vessels bulging, and the whites of her eyes turning a deep red. In another scene, the priest is reading the oath to unite the couple, Sarazat, the daughter of King Samakin. A look of satisfaction and happiness was clearly visible on her face. Jukian's loving gaze never left the beautiful girl in her wedding dress. Below, Akko's Frontera was so overjoyed that he clenched his fists and wept uncontrollably. The relatives of Truck Fook were also filled with joy witnessing this beautiful moment. Hoi even took the opportunity to woo Miura. Everyone was cheerful, except for Loi, who clapped and smiled greedily as if he had caught a delicious prey. Habiel Azrahan glanced at him with a scrutinizing look. "Young master, could you please go home? You'll ruin this joyous occasion." Loi, beside him, was still brimming with ambition. "What did I do? I was just expressing my happiness." He asked again in a cold, probing tone. "I don't understand." He said this would prevent the queen from using him as a slave. While they were talking about the time, Lloyd turned to explain. "Think carefully." He looked towards Sarat, placed a kiss on Jukian's forehead to complete the ritual, and then continued. "Now I am important to both countries. He is both a citizen of Magentano and a relative of the king." Habel Azrahan, still confused, asked, "Doesn't the king hate you?" He looked at the photographers who had come to explain. "He's not an idiot. Perhaps he realized we were just pretending by using sandworms." The image of the couple appeared in a mirror in front of someone, meaning he still wants us to join them. Loin grinned from ear to ear. "If the queen wants to use me as a slave, I will sneak up to the king and cling to him." Habiel Azrahan must stay far away from his aura of greed. "So that's how it is. I understand. Now you can go home." Loi is annoyed. "After hearing my brilliant plan, you still have the nerve to say that?" Lloyd smiled silently, enjoying the thoughtful atmosphere. "Although I can't challenge the queen, I'll have the power to use my relationship with the king as a powerful bargaining chip." Before a mirror overflowing with joy and the sounds of people, a single tear silently streamed down Saman's face. He said to himself, "Be happy, my dear little brother." Looking at Sarazat's relieved face, he thought of a place where there was no struggle for succession and no father constantly putting pressure on him. At the wedding ceremony, Emily excitedly clapped her hands and called out to Sarat, "Bride, throw the bouquet. Put all your strength into it." She was very obedient, and the bouquet in her hand flew towards Emily like a storm. She stared in astonishment as the wedding bouquet whizzed past her face with incredible speed. Its speed was so fast that it created sparks and smoke along its path. Then it was caught by someone. Solitas sat carving wood, watching the bouquet of flowers burn to ashes, speechless. Loi watched as she and Jukian walked out of the church arm in arm. He thought to himself, vaguely referring to Sarazat in the novel. She died defending the king from rebels. Loi nodded in satisfaction. "This feeling is pretty great, even though I didn't earn any money." Suddenly, a green sign popped up in front of Loi with the words, "You saved another person from a tragic death." He turned his head away as if disdainful, knowing full well the obvious. The notification board continued to jump, the fate. He had saved 1, 2, 3 rapidly soaring. Like a phantom out of control, Loi's eyes widened in astonishment. The number quickly jumped to 7 digits. His eyes, staring at the notice board, looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. Finally, the number ended at 15, 13442 people. Loi almost bit his tongue. "Huh, why is the number so big? I thought there would only be a few hundred people." After displaying that number, it jumps up again. "Based on the results of saving over 20 million people, you will be granted additional DP. If you spend 50,000 DP, you will receive the end Revelation Magnification skill. You have gained access to the most powerful worldview." After reading all the lines of the announcement, his face contorted as if he'd been struck by lightning. The system panel continues to announce that the ability allows the release of a world-shaking skill for 30 seconds. Everyone had cleared the chairs away, but Loi was still standing in the same spot. That's so little. What can I do with it in 30 seconds? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not a skill for world domination, but rather for manipulating the world, although that's highly unlikely. But if I fight another creature with the same skill level, it means the probability of me losing is 100%. It seems the system continued to provide instructions in response to him. To use the skill, you must stop all support provided by the messenger, meaning you cannot use skills obtained through RP or when watching the ending reveal. Loi's lips curled up a meter long, filled with utter boredom. Well, it seems like dying wouldn't benefit me in any way. Hearing him think that, the system immediately started to have delusions. What's wrong? Do you feel lonely without me? He interrupted her. Shut up. We're talking about the fact that a kid can't use the main skills. That's a big deal. Suddenly, Ventura called out from behind him. Loin politely greeted back. Your Excellency, you must be very busy. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled, his eyes crinkling. Because thanks to you, Majentano and Asfahan have made a peace treaty. From being mere allies, they have become brotherly nations. Loy smiled modestly. Haha, I didn't really accomplish much. All the negotiations were handled by you, since my younger brother was the one who arranged this marriage anyway. Ventura bowed slightly. In respect, please forgive me for foolishly underestimating you. You truly are a hero. Lloyd, startled, waved his hand dismissively. No. You don't need to show me any respect. I am humble. I am very ordinary. I am just a tenant farmer. He felt anxious inside. Don't praise me anymore. I don't want to stand out. I'm just an ordinary person, not a hero or anything. Ventura chuckled in acceptance. Hiding it is pointless anyway. Your Highness seems to know all about what you've done, Loy said, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yes, I know. He chuckled. You're too modest. Ha. Seeing that he couldn't change the situation, Loy had no choice but to beg, please believe him. Ventura calmly faced him. I anticipated things would turn out this way, but the reason I'm here is because His Highness summoned you to the royal court. A thought flashed through Loy's mind when he heard that sentence. Here it is, perfect timing. He adjusted his shirt buttons, pretending to have difficulty breathing, then began coughing hoarsely, his back hunched over. Oh my God, I've been feeling unwell lately. Cough, 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 cough. His eyes became cunning. I think I need to rest in Asfahan. Ventura smiled. Knowingly, His Highness said he wants to see you. Loy felt even more upset. You only come to me when you need something, but when I long to see you, you pretend not to know. He recalled the moment he knelt down and Alicia grabbed his face as a warning. You're not such a selfish and heartless person, are you? Finally, despite his reluctance, Lloyd got into the carriage and went with Ventura. When he was led into the palace with Habiel Azrahan, Lloyd's face was still pale and ashen. He was unwilling to kneel down, his awkwardness so intense that it was impossible to describe his reluctance any further. Alicia rested her chin on her hand, comfortably gazing at him. I cannot express how happy I am to hear that you have come to see me in this condition. If you ignore the summons. She paused, then narrowed her eyes slightly as she warned him. Perhaps I will enter your territory with a broken heart. Alicia continued to inquire. Are you planning to flee to Asfahan? Just thinking about it makes me feel lonely and heartbroken. Len swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this is the conversation I've been waiting for. He glanced up at Alicia's eyes, which seemed to bore into his very soul. Let's not cross the line and try to get along, okay? On the surface, Loy remained serious and compliant. Since your Highness has summoned me, how could I possibly refuse? Please, your Highness, give your order. He sighed inwardly. The Queen now seems to have understood, to some extent, that if she navigates carefully and negotiates fairly, she can escape this one-sided exploitation of labor. Suddenly, Alicia pushed her chair back and stood up. I have something I want to show you. Follow me. The two of them will go to a heavily guarded castle. Loy's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Wow. He hesitated, looking at the enormous skeleton in front of him. A dragon's corpse? Alicia calmly recounted. I discovered it while subduing a group of dark wizards. It seems they intend to use it for some kind of ritual. Loy stared in amazement. I already read it at the beginning of the novel. They say it's possible to create all sorts of magical artifacts from cactus bones. He subtly covered his mouth and licked the corner of his lips with an expression of captivating infatuation. While he was taking a selfie, he suddenly heard her lower her voice. By using these bones, we can show the outside world the immense power of the Magentano Empire. Alicia glanced at him meaningfully. We will build a large garden behind the palace with a statue made of cactus in the center depicting myself. It symbolizes Magentano's victory over the subdued dragon. His eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. He encouraged himself. Kim X's life navigation skills are simply amazing, like riding the wind and cutting through the waves. Move forward, think and do. Lone bowed respectfully and asked, Please entrust that project to me. I will make it a resounding success. Alicia looked at him suspiciously. Really? He quickly confirmed. That's definitely the case. She nodded slightly. I understand. Loy continued to present confidently. To demonstrate this success, I will not accept any construction fees for this project. Alicia raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. So, what reward do you want? Without hesitation, Loy immediately demanded. Regarding the reward, I would like to be exempted from 10 years of labor. Alicia's brow furrowed involuntarily. She said, nothing, only staring intently at him. The lioness within her suddenly rose up, and she snarled, what? As if fanning herself on a tightrope. He was grinding his teeth horribly, while Alicia was silently cursing. This bastard. He's crazy. Loy immediately knelt down, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. If you think that's too much. He looked like he was drooling. So I only wish for a piece of dragon tail bone. As soon as he finished speaking, she hit him right on the head, almost making him bite his tongue. He clutched his forehead, which had a huge, swollen bump, looking utterly astonished. He looked at Alicia with an incredulous expression. She turned away, promising, I will give you a medal of enlightenment for soothing my heart. Keep the tailbone, but make sure you replace it with a suitable one. Loy's mouth dropped open in delight. I'll kneel down and bow to you. I'd rather receive 100 or 1,000 blows than a medal. Please, sir, trample on me. Alicia was startled. No, I refuse. Get out of here immediately. How disgusting. A little later, sitting at the table, Lone bowed her head, hiding the fact that she was about to cry. Okay, since I've been promised a generous reward, at least I won't be exploited, but I don't want to work, passive income, gifts, or make money while eating out. A man carrying a stack of papers opened the door and walked in. You are Loida? Loy stood up abruptly. Yes, he then introduced himself. I am not a gardening expert. Now let's talk about the project. She pulled up a chair and sat down opposite him, then couldn't help but size him up. He looks like a complete novice, yet they say he's incredibly skilled. He pursed his lips and thought, I was born a commoner. Over the past 30 years, we have given our skills and reputation to this field. It's completely different from the easy life he had as a nobleman. Compared to me, you're nothing. Not spoke first. First of all, for this mission, you will be working with me. Loy felt like the world was ending. What? What did you say? Seeing his expression, he let out a soft, puzzled gasp. Loy immediately bowed his head down on the table. How could someone as inexperienced and unlucky as me possibly work together? I apologize for saying these words to you, sir, whom I deeply respect. He looked up at him with an extremely serious expression. I want to learn from you. Simply recognizing my own shortcomings would be an honor for me. It was completely unexpected given the strange behavior of an aristocrat like Lloyd Frontera. He smiled with satisfaction. Really? Really? It thought to itself, this guy actually knows that. The next day, the sky was clear and the clouds were white. At a tea table in the garden, he excitedly slapped the design blueprint on the table. Is that the complete design of the garden? Lai exclaimed in admiration. Amazing. You can manage the details of this field in just one day. Not replied proudly. Okay. He beamed. With pride. How does it feel? I finished this in just one day. Lo continued to praise him profusely. You're a genius, sir. Can you handle this part? It readily agreed without realizing it. Of course. He slammed another drawing onto the table. We've finished everything. You're completely useless. Ha ha ha. He pretended to be startled. How could that be? If I interfered, I would only mess things up. He's still very confident. Of course. Then he took the blueprints and started to put them into practice. Start survey. Don't get in my way. A clueless chicken. Loy responded with all his might. Yes, I remember now. In the distance, it was humming and skipping happily. To work, thinking to itself, I'm a genius. After he left, Loy quickly turned around and went in the opposite direction. He had already hung a hammock under a tree in the forest and was now about to climb into it. Lying under the cool shade of a tree, laughing heartily with delight. Easy, isn't it? Always keeping an eye out for freebies and being cautious in his work. He always cheered it on while it worked. Thanks to talented people like him, lazy people like me can enjoy life. Haha. Night was falling. Over Alicia's palace. The place containing the bones of the great dragon was still guarded by strict rotating guards, but the skeleton inside seemed somehow different. In the pitch-black eye sockets, like the darkness of night, a crackling purple light suddenly flashed, and a voice filled with hatred echoed in the subconscious. I am Taga, and I will never surrender. Alicia Magentano, I will kill you. In the days that followed, he stood on a high, wide cliff, his hands outstretched to a bow toward Lloyd Frontera. Just imagine, the pristine nature here is orderly and the scenery is breathtakingly beautiful. His eyes had become sunken, but the emotions within him burned with determination. Why do you think humanity craves the power of the gods? Because only the gods have the ability to create, the art of making something out of nothing. Do you think there's anyone closest to the concept of a god? Lloyd glanced subtly, listening to the rambling. Because I have created such a beautiful garden, I feel proud of myself. I am like a god, he thought to himself. This old man. Looking at that excited expression, he had to admit that the old man truly loved what he did. What a wonderful person. Lloyd's smile became even more ambitious. We must ensure we gain more benefit from him. After saying that, Not chuckled, intending to leave. We're about to have a meeting with others involved in this construction project, and since you're not very knowledgeable about it, you can skip it. They bowed respectfully to see him off. I am very ashamed of myself. I will work tirelessly to become someone worthy of a seat at that meeting. Once it had gone far enough, it jumped up and down with joy again. Loy smirked, thinking, there's no way. I'm going to sit here still. He quickly conjured up several super cute little beasts. The kids who had been messed up also appeared looking cool and let out a satisfied yell. Let's play. Bo Dong plays the male lead side, while Bai Bung plays the villain. A wild Bai Bung has emerged. Following the commander's order, the crowd used thunder, letting out a roar, then tensed their muscles and used the technique. Greedy words encouraged the sharp-lipped, pointed-mouthed man. While he was playing happily, he didn't realize that elsewhere. He could hear the frantic footsteps of someone running away. Habiel Azrahan, breathless and anxious, ran without stopping. Loy threw a pine cone at Bai Bung and yelled, You belong to me, but she quickly dodged it. Habiel Azrahan, however, was running too slowly, so he jumped up a tree and sped away. The adorable hippo also plays the role of the naughty kid, shoving Loy with its head, causing him to choke on his saliva. Oh my! Pikachu has rebelled. Lloyd slumped to the ground, clutching his stomach and trembling, then sprang to his feet with a sense of exhilaration. The child's mouth is so happy. That's too much, Pepsi. You can make money just by sitting around. At this moment, Habiel Azrahan had rushed in just in time. He shouted, Young Master Loin. His face was filled with horror. The queen is here. Loy heard it like a bolt of lightning, the corners of his smiling lips twitching. He hastily flipped over the tea table, then placed a whole stack of blueprints of all kinds on top, and sat there covering his eyes and rubbing his head with Habiel Azrahan beside him as if he were thinking about something very agonizing. Alicia walked over and stared at him thoughtfully for a long time. Loy feigned surprise as if he had just discovered her. Immediately afterwards, he knelt down with his buttocks sticking up in the air. I, your humble servant, respectfully bow before the true owner of this land. Alicia scoffed disdainfully. Don't you think it's quite fake? She coldly closed her eyes, assessing him. You've been playing games all this time, haven't you? Loy Feng's cheeks puffed out in indignation, but in the end, he couldn't offer a single word in his defense. Alicia sternly questioned, Do you think the Viscount isn't a fool? Becoming a Viscount from a commoner isn't something that can be achieved simply through hard work. Loy's head suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Cough, he's accused me. A while ago, Not knelt before Alicia and reported me. I have a few things to report to. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, she said coldly. Only after being ordered did he mention the dragon skeleton. A dragon statue made of bone was erected in front of his statue in the center of the garden, and a boat was created to assess the perfection of all of that. Remembering the rushing current that continued to flow, the god pondered greatly about how they should be created. However, because of the difference in water level between the starting and ending points, the speed of movement is too fast. Suddenly he hesitated for a moment. I have no solution at all right now. Alicia rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. So you want to reject that idea? Not, with his eyes half closed, replied. Immediately, no, sir. The young man, Loy Frontera, had proposed a solution. He began to explain the principle behind the flow of water he had created. He suggested we create a staircase before the starting point and install a sluice gate at the end of that staircase. Once the boat is inside, we will close the valve at the back and reduce the water level by pumping the water out. When the water level is equal, we will open the sluice gate at the front and let the boat pass through. As he said, the boat would be able to glide around it smoothly from high to low. Not added, not only this problem, but we can also solve other problems with his help. And each time the problem was solved, he would say, he remembered Lloyd Frontera's expression, I'm just an idiot spouting nonsense. Whether this option is feasible or not can only be decided by someone as wise and experienced as you. Not bowed respectfully and praised. He solved the problem with his extensive experience and talent, but always gave the credit to me. He gave up his desire for fun and made an effort to help with the construction work. Now, standing before Lloyd Frontera, Alicia's words still echoed in her ears. The deity wants to say that he is truly an example of a capable person. Meanwhile, the person who didn't know they were being praised was still breaking out in a cold sweat. What kind of defense should I offer? The queen wouldn't label me a traitor to the kingdom, would she? Alicia calmly ordered, lifting her head and lowering her buttocks before I entered her. He quickly moved his body backward, lowering his buttocks. His eyes continued to appraise her, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Alicia suddenly smiled. I am very satisfied with what you have done. Keep up the hard work. Loy was worried, but after hearing it, he still didn't understand. After a while, seeing the group leave and him still not getting up, he pondered the meaning of life for a long time, then suddenly forced a worried smile. I suppose the queen didn't realize I was just joking, Habel Azrahan said sarcastically. He always gets lucky in situations like this. Loy turned his head and let out a loud, Then he immediately changed the subject. Nothing. Please continue to have fun. In the country of Magentano, autumn has passed, and winter has covered everything with snow. The work on the vast garden continues without end. Loy's figure continued to play in the snow. Me too, not resting at all, because I don't know when I'll ever get to have fun like that again. When the flowers of the kingdom begin to bloom, then spring arrives. The dragon skeleton and the surrounding stream were also completed on schedule. The garden has been completed, with a truly magnificent centerpiece. After the parade and sightseeing on the river, a feast was held in the garden. The people below looked up at Alicia on the high platform and discussed. She is the queen of the kingdom of Magentano. He possesses a special aura that sets him apart from others. Loy gnawed on a large leg of meat, glancing at a nobleman whose eyes lit up with praise. The kingdom of Queen Magentano is the most powerful in the world. Our country wants to build friendly relationships. He silently assessed the situation in his heart, knowing full well what he was thinking. The reason she wanted to create a magnificent garden was to show the public that the kingdom was not lacking in resources and money. I guess the neighboring countries will bow down to her. Suddenly, the person next to him caught his attention. Loy, seeing Habel Azrahan holding the cake without eating it, asked, Why aren't you eating anything? He stared thoughtfully at the piece of cake. There's something about this that I don't like. He pouted, It's too extravagant. Habel Azrahan hesitated. No. It was as if he lowered his eyes and added, I think young Master Loy is really unlucky. Loy's eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth, grabbing his collar. You like to pick fights with me, huh? What is it? Why don't you like it? Habel Azrahan immediately corrected himself. Oh, that's not what I meant. Suddenly he glanced in another direction and said, No. Do you remember Cremo and the suspension bridge? Every time after you do something, and then have a party, some trouble will arise. Habel Azrahan smirked sarcastically. If this happens again, then you must be a truly unlucky person. Loy clenched his fists in frustration. You talk as if it's about to happen. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a loud noise nearly made him bite his tongue. The entire party atmosphere fell silent. The head of the skeleton has fallen off. Alicia stared intently, her eyes wide with unease. Not covered his head in fear, his voice hoarse. Lloyd's mouth dropped. Open in horror. No way. I've used my simulation skills, and it has never failed. Habil Azrahan, standing beside him, pushed him backward. Young Master Lyd is getting ready to run fast. Loy felt even more uneasy upon hearing this. What? He looked at his tense face with a puzzled expression. Habil said, running away? Hey, don't make that scared face. Looking at the explosive power within the dragon skeleton, Loy muttered to himself, what the hell is happening to this pile of bones? A massive surge of energy began to erupt, reaching high into the sky. It seemed to cover the entire pitch-black sky of Magentano, forming a vortex, visible even from outside Earth. Suddenly, the skeleton, which had been motionless, had its eyes flashing red as it stared intently at the statue in front of it. That is also the statue sculpted from the likeness of Alicia. The skeleton's gaze was fixed there, its ability to recognize the person in front of it surfacing in its mind. Magentano's dragon head, which was separating from its body, was suddenly being reconnected by a pink power that was gradually linking it back together. In its eyes was resentment, remembering what happened just before you beheaded me. Immediately afterwards, the head and body were reattached as if they had never been separated. It turns out this skeleton was prearranged. I have transferred my soul into this skeleton. At that time, the skeleton was controlled by the spirit of Taga, and its power was also applied to the skeleton. Then a loud roar echoed. Perhaps this is the moment it has been waiting for. A long time, and now we are completely back. Immediately after the furious roar, the skeleton aimed straight at the statue of the man who had beheaded it and raised its leg. It forcefully stomped down on Alicia's statue, essentially crushing it. Having destroyed the statue of Alicia, the mirror quickly turned its head and glared hatefully at the people there. The royal knights and Alicia gritted their teeth as they watched it, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. The skeleton moved and roared at the faces of those present. Now Alicia could no longer stand still. She drew her sword and lunged forward, shouting a threatening threat. If you don't want to die, then leave immediately, a thought flashed through her mind. This monster has mana that covers the entire sky. Only swordsmen of higher rank can destroy it. Without a word, Alicia, with a fierce demeanor, swung her sword towards the skeleton, but it suddenly swung its arm and forcefully pushed her away. That force of the blow sent everyone at the party flying, including Alicia. Remembering the recent counterattack, it suddenly felt strange. Is it because I'm not used to this body yet? I still can't move quickly, but that thought was quickly dismissed. It didn't matter. Looking down at the chaotic scene before it, trees, banquet tables, and humans all sprawled on the ground, it contemptuously assessed. Those humans are nothing but ants compared to me. Suddenly the skeleton rose to its feet, its wings instantly enveloped in mana and spread wide. Alicia witnessed the scene, angrily gritting her teeth and silently calculating that weapons alone wouldn't be enough to kill it. Immediately afterwards, she shouted for Lloyd Frontera. After saying that, Alicia thought, I have to find another way. Suddenly, after her call, everyone turned and ran, especially Loy, who dashed away with all his might. Seeing this, Alicia suddenly froze as if she had realized something. An idea suddenly popped into her head. That's right, Javier Azrahan, if it's him. Thinking this, Alicia shouted, Mr. Azrahan. At the same time, Javier Azrahan suddenly appeared and ran to Lloyd Frontera's side. This time Alicia was also stunned, but in an unexpected situation where she had been ignored. The other two were now running side by side as if in a speed race, encountering a banquet table without hesitation, jumping over it, and continuing to run frantically without stopping. Then they encountered a sink blocking their way, and without hesitation, jumped over it again. Then Javier turned and said, If we run away, you won't get paid. Hearing this, Lo's eyes widened in anger, and he cursed. This money grubber, is all you think about money? You have to live to spend money, right? I'm so fed up with you. Hearing Loy say that, JV's face changed color. 1,000 question marks appeared in her head. What does that mean? Suddenly, JV strode sideways, stopping. Seeing this, Loy, who was running, shouted in confusion. Hey, what's up? Why did you stop? JV replied calmly. If we run away alone, Our area will soon be in danger. We must protect your jar of honey. But unexpectedly, Javier, who had already pulled far ahead of him, replied, That thing is 100 times bigger than you. Give up, keep running. JV stood there watching his retreating figure, showing no intention of stopping, and simply said, He won't stop, will he? Suddenly, Javier's face became resolute. Please keep running, even if it dies, I will stay here. Even though Javier had run far away, hearing that Javier chose to stay left me speechless, gritting my teeth and unable to do anything. At this moment, Taga began to gather mana in his mouth, and immediately afterwards he unleashed an attack downwards. Luckily, Alicia managed to dodge it in time. That power erupted, shaking the ground. The pieces of land were shattered and scattered. Alicia instinctively dodged, raising both hands to shield her face. Taga showed no signs of stopping. He concentrated his mana into his next roar. Suddenly, Taga unleashed an attack on Alicia, who was at a disadvantage. In that life-or-death moment, Javier appeared. Just in time, and he shouted, Orabomb. The sword in hand activates. Mana power, launching an attack towards Taga. That blow was aimed directly at Taga's head, powerfully stopping him in his tracks. Fortunately, thanks to Javier's intervention, Taga's attack on Alicia was deflected and sprayed elsewhere. Realizing someone was blocking him, he unleashed a barrage of attacks like water balloons towards the irritated Javier, annoying flies and bugs. With his quick reflexes, Javier continuously dodged Taga's attacks, and he thought to himself, even if they don't hit me, if they do, I'll die instantly. Surprisingly, Taga's water balloon-like attacks could even pierce the sky. At this point, Alicia could no longer stand still. She powerfully swung her sword, attacking Taga. At that moment, Javier also launched a counterattack against Taga. One attacker struck him from above at the head, while the other attacked his lower body, a perfectly coordinated combination. Suddenly, Taga chuckled to himself with delight. I'm starting to get used to this body. I have it completely under control. Immediately, Taga stood still, spreading his wings wide, and then he was fully able to flap his wings and fly. Seeing this, Javier immediately put his hand up to shield Alicia. Both looked up at Taga, flapping their wings and flying away in astonishment. At this moment, he had already positioned himself high above and unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing explosions and fires wherever they landed. Both of them immediately ran for their lives to avoid Taga's rain of attacks. Suddenly, Loy appeared at a crucial moment. He gritted his teeth and swung the hand he was holding, which was holding a squirrel. At that moment, Loy, riding on the back of the powerful white bird Gamin, landed the squirrel and shouted. He chose the person. The old man bit the seed he was holding in his hand and shouted. He came down. Suddenly, Bai Biong's body was enlarged to be parallel with Taga Gaa. Immediately, Bai Bi jumped into the boat and sat on Taga's back, giving him no time to react before he collapsed and roared. At this moment, Taga felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him. Unable to stand, he fell flat on the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Loy, riding the white bird Go Min, flew to the city and successfully rescued both of them. Meanwhile, Taga, after the collision, slowly stood up, looking bewildered and confused. What is this? At that time, Bai Bi quickly shrunk and ran away. All three of them were now standing on Gamin's back, observing Taga, who was looking around in bewilderment. Suddenly Lloyd shouted, Gamin, you're sinking right now. Hearing Lloyd say that, Gamin stammered awkwardly. Oh, Go Min, what she means is like people are watching. Seeing his friend's embarrassment, Bo Dong patted him on the back to encourage him. Dad, if you say that, then what? Is Bun? Just go away. Bo immediately afterwards, Go Min exerted himself to make sure that lumps of bird droppings rained down. And the one who suffered the most was none other than Taga. Those bird droppings were as liquid as water, dripping down his head. Taga was bewildered at this moment. Suddenly he became angry, then he rose up and roared furiously. Then Alicia turned to Lloyd Frontera and asked, Do you have a plan? He replied with a somber expression, Please forgive me, circumstances demand it. At this point, Go Ming had already sent everyone flying through the clouds. Loy continued, I wouldn't have expected Taga to also chase after them, flying through the clouds, and Go Ming was using all his strength to flap his wings faster. Then Loi to get in touch with Jiang Du's intentions, sacrificing that thing to someone much stronger than him. Then Loi shouted, "Dragon King!" The image of a dragon with a deep, dark, black color appeared in Loi's mind. The Dragon King was mentioned in the novel Iron Blood Knight. The gentle and peaceful dragon maintains order among the dragon species and cherishes humans. Meanwhile, the whole group was trying to escape Taga's pursuit. Then Loi thought further, the Dragon King wouldn't let this zombie lizard cause trouble. Apparently, it was once called Gabello. Then Loi turned to ask Her Majesty Alicia, "How far is Gapel from here?" Hearing this, she replied, "Gapio? That's it." At this moment, Alicia remembered the location and replied, "Even at this speed, it will still take a whole day." "Why do you ask?" The word struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned and petrified. He thought to himself, "Huh? Damn it." Suddenly, Taga chased after him to the wall, opened his mouth wide, and then forcefully bit down. Luckily, Gamin managed to dodge in time. Realizing he had followed him right up the wall, Lloyd turned around, his face filled with bewilderment. How did it get so fast? Did it take a whole day of flying while that thing was tailing us? At this point, Javier drew his sword, cautiously looking at Taga and asking, "Will there be a way to deal with it once we get to Gapo?" Loi immediately confirmed, "Absolutely 100%. I mean, yes, we have to get there." At that moment, Javier raised his sword, gritting his teeth, as he glared at Taga, then immediately unleashed an aura bomb attack, sending a powerful surge of mana towards him. Seeing this, Taga felt a sense of foolish sarcasm. That's all it takes to do nothing to me. But what he didn't expect was that Javi would attack one of his flanks. Taken by surprise, Taga screamed in his mind. Loi turned and exclaimed, "Well done, Javier. That's great. Keep going." That action only enraged Taga further. He rushed forward, muttering curses. "How dare you play such a despicable trick?" Suddenly, he urged her, "Alicia, give me that sword quickly." Hearing him unexpectedly call her by her given name, she was startled. "Huh?" Alicia Loi impatiently replied, "There's no more time. Just give it to me." Alicia felt stunned for a moment. "You." Loi continued urging the sword. She obediently handed it to him, then whispered, "Okay." Holding the sword in his hand, Loi said loudly, "We'll stab it where it can't avoid it." With that, the sword in Loi's hand immediately glowed. Immediately afterwards, he shouted, his face appearing slightly distorted from the exertion of what he had just done. Taga also rushed forward without hesitation, and Alicia suddenly felt stunned. Both Javier and Loi simultaneously launched a powerful attack aimed directly at Taga. Loi's power pierced Taga's wing, while Javier attacked his other wing. Suddenly Lloyd shouted, "What's going on?" "It's getting stronger." No sooner had he spoken than Lai felt a strange sensation from behind, her face contorting into a grimace. At this moment, Alicia was holding Loi and said, "Lord Azrahan, help me lift him up." Seeing this, JV was slightly stunned. "Oh." Without a word, Javier helped Alicia lift Lloyd's body and cover his mouth while she held his legs. Seeing this, Lloyd screamed in panic. "Huh? What are you doing?" Suddenly, Taga lunged forward, opening his mouth wide, as if about to swallow him whole. Lloyd was terrified, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. At that moment, Alicia concentrated mana into her hand and shouted, "Shoot on my command." As soon as the command was given, she quickly swung her hand and slapped Loi hard on the buttocks. The impact caused him to cry out in pain. Taga was flying closer when he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with disbelief. While he was still stunned, he was blown away in the opposite direction. Seeing her plan succeed, Alicia happily praised him. "It's done, Lloyd Frontera. Your face has become useful." After the recent attack, Lloyd involuntarily shed tears of sorrow. As he was being flung away, Taga realized, yes, it's him, the one who cured Magentano's poison, the one who repelled my master's army, the one who defeated the Knight of Hell. But looking at Lid's wide-eyed, blind face, saliva spewing from his mouth, he was stunned. "Oh my God, that startled me so much, I almost had a heart attack." Even though I don't have a heart to lose, why does the world have such a bad ending? Suddenly, Taga flapped his wings and continued chasing. He thought, well, it's good anyway. I'll take revenge on two real people at the same time. Realizing Taga was flying back, Alicia continued to swing her arm and slap Lone hard on the butt, then shot. Loi's mouth was wide open, tears and snot streaming down his face, while she continued to hit him on the buttocks and yell at him to shoot. Shot. But unexpectedly, Taga used a blindfold trick, and when they saw it, they all panicked. No way. I can't believe it used mana to blind itself. Does it hate your face that much? Wait, Your Highness, why? Do you keep using my face? Suddenly, Javi had an idea. Your Highness, please use mana to cover your ears. Young Master Loi used a hellish scream. Lloyd immediately objected upon hearing this. That's my singing voice. That bastard. JV replied immediately. Anything will do, just use it. Seeing Javier urging him on, Loi immediately shouted to comply, using all his special abilities to entertain Taga with the melody he was most confident in. But unexpectedly, he also covered his ears. Everyone was surprised. Goa is so fierce. It's chasing us while covering its ears and eyes. How could it possibly catch up? At this moment, both of them threw Loi down. Alicia angrily shouted, Damn it, you've messed up. Loi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, thinking, I was wrong. My plan to use the king's heart has failed. That means we have no other choice but to defeat it. Does it have any weaknesses? Does a monster like this have any weaknesses? Thinking of that, Loi suddenly remembered something. A memory flashed through his mind. Alicia smiling gently at him, saying, Take the tailbone, and remember to add something else to it. It immediately felt like it had found a savior. It had a weakness. They were all scrambling to escape Taga, but he, not wanting to be outdone, clung to the guy as if he were keeping his distance. At that moment, Taga was lost in thought. I am becoming stronger, I am. Getting stronger and stronger, even though I have to give up my human form. Both sides are quite far apart, but a thought flashed through his mind. I have become an existence that transcends even nature. Immediately afterwards, he accelerated and chased after them closely. Goming sensed the critical situation. Lloyd patted Goming on the back, signaling him. The spider, receiving the command, immediately spat out a mass of silk that wrapped around Taga's head. At that moment, a voice shouted, Ah, you only know how to cause me trouble. Then everything suddenly became quiet, and Taga suddenly realized what was happening. Where are they? While he was searching, everyone had moved up to where his family and Alicia and Javier had jumped down. Lid, watching from above, yelled, The fourth tailbone from the pelvis down. Having identified the target, Javier immediately unleashed his attack, aiming directly at the designated spot. Javier shouted, Here it is. The attack immediately struck, causing the spot to crack, he shouted. A fake tailbone made of granite. Even so, he still knows. Even though it's fake, it's probably still enhanced by the power of a dragon. But as soon as Tag cried out in pain from the surprise attack, Javier gripped his sword tightly, deflecting the attack at his tail, and thought to himself, We have two master swordsmen on our side. Then Alicia brandished her sword and shouted, Lloyd Frontera. Then she shouted, You said that bone was the bone of a whale. Lloyd immediately began to explain. Please forgive me. Your Highness, saving materials. An effort is always a good thing. At that moment, Alicia powerfully swung her sword down, and with a single decisive blow, she successfully severed the crucial bone in Tag's tail. Seeing this, Lloyd clenched his fist, smiled brightly, and exclaimed as he did at this moment. Then, the tail was severed from his body, and Taga lost his balance, plunging headfirst into the air and screaming in agony. A sigh echoed from a mansion. Phew. At this moment, Lloyd was lying shirtless, his hands propped up, wearing shorts, his legs crossed, and long socks that had long since shown signs of tearing, humming a song about the shimmering sunlight on 1,000 golden flowers. Javi stood there helplessly watching, muttering, When will you finally put on your clothes? Then Javier immediately mocked Lloyd's face with those torn bones, making his eyes sting 10 times more. The words immediately made Lloyd jump up in indignation and retort, Don't criticize my face anymore. It's you who's hurting. At that, Javier flashed a forced, radiant smile, emphasizing the words, sorry, I'll pay more attention. Hearing that, Loy couldn't help but ask, why do you look so happy? I said, just forget about it. Then JV spoke, her voice echoing from her clothes. Loy saw this and pricked up his ear to listen. At this point, Javi asked when he would decide to call the Count and Countess his parents. This question made him pause, pursing his lips as he pondered to himself. That's a surprising question. Suddenly, Javi's face darkened, and his voice carried a hint of sadness. Although I would like to call them parents, I cannot do so. At this point, JV continued to confide. He could call them by name, but he addressed them by their titles. Hearing him say that, Loy thought to himself, what am I supposed to do? They're not my real parents. If I call them that, I'm just setting them on fire. Suddenly, JV sighed. Oh, I'm sorry. Just mentioning the words, parents, makes me agitated. I exaggerated a bit. Please rest, sir. Loy was also deep in thought at that moment. That's right, he lost both. His father and mother. Then he thought of the portraits of his parents. It turns out he's just like that guy. His parents are truly gone. As JV was preparing to leave, Loy asked, how are your parents? Do you remember them? JV replied, are you asking out of genuine curiosity? Seeing this, Loy calmly replied, yes, I'm quite interested in learning about them. Returning to the present after having my tail severed, I lost my balance and plummeted violently to the ground. With incredible speed upon landing, he sent a resounding roar echoing across the ground. Where Taga fell, a long hole formed. He then struggled to his feet, trembling, muttering, damn, I've lost my balance. Suddenly from above, Padong, with eyes blazing and arms outstretched, landed a punch to Taga's head, causing him pain but preventing him from crying out, as he was just a skeleton. Both Alicia and Lloyd also landed safely not far away. Then Lloyd raised his sword, recited the name of the spell, unleashed a massive explosion, and instantly fire shot out. But the flame was diverted because Padong was there. Seeing this, Taga, thinking he couldn't control his direction, mocked him. What's the point of this sleeping name? You can't speak, but you think so much. At the same time, JV appeared, gritting her teeth and aiming her sword directly at Taga, unleashing mana to attack. Then he shouted and rushed towards him, thrusting his sword straight into him. On this side, Loy concentrated intensely, reaching out his hand to unleash his attack, aiming with perfect precision. Instantly, a large amount of mana was released, forming multiple attack branches in all directions. On this side, Javier, disregarding the danger, continued to thrust his sword forcefully into Tagga. Loy, not to be outdone, used all his abilities to attack him. The system voice suddenly announced, your mana control skill has leveled up, and your zombie's mana purification ability has significantly increased. At that moment, Alicia flew in, wielding her sword and charging forward with mana. She slashed down forcefully in the spot where the sword struck shattered. Taga roared in pain, still worried about holding onto his faith. Okay, we're going to win. The system's notification sound rang out. A new skill option had appeared. Half human, half dragon, you have absorbed a large amount of dragon mana. Dragon characteristics have been added to your mana core. The dragons you encounter will be interested in you. All three join forces. JV thrusts her sword. Alicia slashes downwards, and Loy unleashes mana. In his memory, Lloyd suddenly recalled a conversation with Javi. What? Did I ask such a strange question? JV continued. Yes, because you don't seem like the kind of person who would be interested in other people. Loy replied silently. Well, I don't know why I'm curious either. You're not her friend either. Loy was so engrossed in that memory that he didn't notice the imminent danger as Taga's severed tail suddenly fell to the ground. Javier was the one who discovered that danger. First he sang, shouting. In panic, the sound echoing throughout the forest. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, Javier managed to lunge forward and shield Loin with his body from the falling tail. Seeing Javier suddenly rush out to protect him, he was startled. After being struck by the tail, Javier spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Loy quickly moved to avoid Javier's tail, but he felt as if his life force was being drained away and he collapsed. With a considerable force, Javi was thrown into the water, her shirt torn. Then he sank into that icy water. Taga, no longer restrained by multiple sides, sprang up, tossed the exhaust pipe aside, and roared. The tail, which had been severed, was suddenly pulled back by a force, and immediately afterwards, it was reattached as if nothing had happened. Then Loy knelt on the ground, trembling, and raised his hand, sobbing, calling out, "Javier." He cried out his name in despair. "Javier." While Lloyd wasn't paying attention, Taga, from behind, raised his leg, intending to stomp on him. In that critical moment, Alicia pulled Lai back from the brink of death just in time. Then she grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "Lloyd Frontera, calm down. Try the usual method." Then Alicia shouted urgently at him, "Without him, the kingdom will collapse. Find a way to save Javier, just as you saved me." At that moment, Loy felt bewildered, but I didn't know what to do. Javier's mana completely vanished instantly. We cannot save someone who has been treated like that. At this moment, Taga looked down at the person who was sitting there. On Javier's side, he was sinking deep into the water, his sword broken, his limbs feeling weak and limp. But Javier's consciousness was still there, telling him he had to gather them together. A blue light appeared in his subconscious. Looking at it, Javier thought he would amplify them and connect them. Suddenly, that light gradually shrank and disappeared, leaving him bewildered by his aura. Is this my end? Even though he was in danger, deep down he couldn't stop thinking that he had to save him. At the same time, Alicia was frantically running forward, carrying Loy on her back. Taga is snarling and chasing after us from behind. Suddenly, the creature on Alicia's back opened its eyes, its mood sinking as it blamed itself for not using its shares to see the ending spoilers. I should have accumulated more RP to become stronger. Thinking of Javier drowning in the icy water, he resolved that he had to save him. Loy closed his eyes tightly, determined to achieve his goal. He had to succeed. Imagining Javier gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he opened his eyes with the determination that he would succeed. Lloyd immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, please let me down." Was she startled? After informing Alicia, he quickly launched himself down from her back. Underwater, Javier is trying to hold on. At this moment, Javier mustered all his strength and stretched his hand forward. Lloyd plunged down, swimming swiftly and reaching out his hand towards Javier, a firm resolve to save his friend surging through his mind. Two hands reaching out to each other. After a struggle, the two of them finally managed to touch each other. Loy is trying to transfer energy to Habiel. "Javier, so he can absorb my mana." Habiel Azrahan's eyes widened, and he tensed up, trying his best to follow the instructions. Loy's body glowed brightly, completely separating itself from the surrounding darkness. His mana gradually transferred to Habiel's body. At this time, on the shores of Taga, Alika Germani is being attacked. Suddenly, a round white object flew rapidly from nowhere. Immediately, it hit Taga straight in the face, leaving him stunned. It shot off into the distance with such force that Alika Yani had to dodge to the side. At that very moment, a massive explosion occurred, sending dust flying in all directions. Down in the lake, Lloyd struggled to pull Habiel up. Receiving a great source of power from Lloyd Frontera, Habiel was surprised. "That's unusual, young Master Lin's mana." The mana he received from the loin was truly different from normal. No, is it still mana? He felt something was wrong. It looks like mana, but it belongs to another world. It's completely different, as if this thing has transcended the boundaries of this world. On the shore, Miss Min was flying and trying to conjure up white objects that were flying in all directions. Those objects kept falling on Taga, making him angry. In an instant, he sped away at extraordinary speed. Taga rushed towards Miss Min, intending to attack her. At the bottom of the river, Habiel receives immense power from Loy, but he is unable to control it. "Cough, I can't control it." On the shore, Bo bravely leaped up to assist his aunt. Without a single wasted movement, he turned his back, tensed his muscles to the fullest extent, and spewed out a powerful cloud of black smoke like an atomic bomb. A thick black smoke enveloped Taga, making it impossible for him to breathe. Alex seized the opportunity to leap up and attack with her sword, but suddenly Alika's body froze, and dark power seized half of her body. Alika said angrily, "Damn it, why does it have to be at this time?" She was attacked by Taga and fell to the ground, her sword swung out into the river. Habiel gradually gave up, her eyes closed. "Excuse me, you've taken on the appearance of young Master Lai. Your mana is not something I can comprehend." He tried to open his eyes, apologizing for not being able to continue by his side. Loi's face was disfigured, tears and snot streaming down his face. Habiel shouted loudly, using all his strength, the blue light blending into one. They blended together, and the system emerged. After seeing his hellish face, JV understood what it meant to be outside the law of cause and effect. On the shore, Alicia, in pain, covered her face and fell to the ground. Ms. Min quickly flew to the rescue. Alex successfully landed on her back. The system continues to provide notifications. Javier is controlling the mana from the upper realm that he received from the boy. Javier's body ignored some aspects of the law of cause and effect. Hippo and C. Min, frightened, hid behind Bell and Pong. Taga opened his mouth wide, creating a massive ball of power, his cheeks puffed out in pain as he tried to endure it. Every cell in Javier's body is now functioning as a mana heart, and a powerful beam of light emanates from Habiel's body, forming a gigantic, glowing wing-like shape. At this moment, Taga released a ball of power from his mouth to attack them, but they showed no fear, their eyes wide and sparkling as they watched the cool Habiel appear with large wings, carrying a loin in his arms. At this moment, his eyes were bulging, saliva was still gushing from his mouth, and river water was still pooling in his mouth. Taga looked at Habiel in surprise. "What? I didn't even see him, yet he suddenly appeared before me?" Habiel didn't hesitate, immediately dropping the whip to the ground. He swung his arm, and a sword gradually materialized. Although Habiel was much smaller than Taga, he showed no fear. He quickly swung his sword around him. It didn't take long for his body to disintegrate after being struck by the swords of various colors from him. After a while, Taga gradually dissolved completely, forming small, box-shaped blocks. Those blocks fell scattered to the ground. Habiel pulled the tree back, causing Loi to regain his strength and rise to his knees. He stared at Habiel in astonishment. "Javier, he did it. He has become the strongest human. The person mentioned in Iron Blood Knight." Habiel, with his muscular and proud body, stood tall and straight. "The great master." Loi broke the silence. JV Habiel turned to look at him. He said, "From now on, you will be in charge of all tasks related to cutting." He silently thanked him in his heart, thanked him for being alive. Habiel looked at him with contempt. Then suddenly he chuckled softly. He thought to himself, "You think so too." At this moment, the kid switched to crybaby mode and rushed into Loin's arms. Alec breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. The other two quickly bowed in greeting. Suddenly the system displays the number of lives you have saved. DP 23,513,442. That number immediately increased continuously, jumping up and down, until it finally stopped at 31 for 5782. Loi was surprised by that number and asked, "Wow, if that zombie lizard were still alive, he would have killed over 10 million people." The system replied, "No, the number of lives he directly caused is below that number." He continued to ask, "Then why do I have so many points? Is it a fruit?" The system answered, "Suppose among the people you saved, some have built a successful business. The work that person creates at that business will be able to save a family. When the child of that family grows up, he will save someone who has fallen into the water, and that person happens to be a doctor. He created an amazing remedy." Loi intently read the information from the system. The chain reaction of all these events was considered and added to him as DP. The life you saved didn't just affect one person. He chuckled softly, thinking, if a DP could transfer 1,000 gold, he would become a happy man. The system immediately countered, "Forget about it. Suddenly Habiel called out to young Master Lai. He glanced at it, and Habiel, referring to the box-shaped objects, said, I've heard that the bones of dragons are immortal. I think we need to do something about this. At this moment, the block suddenly began to move. He asked, It's starting to move now. Should I cut a little deeper? Loy immediately stopped him. No. Level 2 Zombie Domination Notification System. He smirked and said, Let it revive. The system then announced, Things you can dominate. Zombie monster. The ghost flashed a sinister smile, his voice malevolent. We have tons of good places to put this thing to use. At this point, the system displays another item. Bone Dragon. Taga's body gradually dissolved before everyone's eyes. His bones turned into small, box-shaped pieces that fell to the ground. Loy glanced around in surprise, and Taga let out a loud, painful scream. The system popped up and asked, The parasitic soul in the bone dragon's bones has refused. Undead domination. Do you wish to purify the parasitic soul? He smiled eerily and agreed. Of course there is. Suddenly, he fell into another dimension. Your mind's notification system has been transferred into the dragon's skull. Defeat the dark sorcerer King Taga and obtain the dragon bone. He read the information from the system, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So he transferred his soul into the dragon's bones before the queen beheaded him? Suddenly something caught his attention. He turned around, and behind him was the image of a man kneeling. The system information shows Taga's name. Male, 47 years old. Occupation, dark magician. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Slightly overweight. Low blood pressure. Difficult to read. Egg. Likes meat in sauce. Likes salty food. Single. Never dated before. When he wants to remove something obstructing his nose, he will block one nostril and blow forcefully out the other. After reading a bunch of nonsense, he muttered, Damn, so much information, I'm not even curious about this. Taga suddenly spoke up. La Loy silently looked at him. He said, Having been cursed with a demon since birth, the people in my village have discriminated against my family and bullied them. He burst into tears. My mother called me a devil. Loy listened attentively as he confided. She said I had ruined her life, and that was her greatest regret. But I still love my mother. Then one day later, the people of Loy interrupted him. Taga, with his eyes and nose smeared with dirt, looked up at him and said coldly, So what? He didn't hesitate to swing a powerful punch straight at the man's face. Taga gradually disappeared after his thunderous punch. The system announces that you have successfully cleansed the parasitic soul. He regained his composure and returned to the original scene. At this moment, Taga, standing before them, was gradually regaining his dragon form. The bone dragon notification system is now under the control of the undead regime. Loy's soul has left his body. It slipped right through his nose, jolting him awake. Taga approached him. The notification system asks you to say hello to Bone Dragon, who has acquired a new identity. The words you speak will determine your relationship with it. He smirked evilly and said, I'll be your father right now. Taga opened his mouth and created a massive ball of power. Habiel and Alika drew their swords, ready to fight. He was puzzled. What was he doing? Had he failed to manipulate it? It wasn't attacking them, but instead unleashing its power into the sky. That large sphere transformed into a giant glowing heart high in the sky. Taga flapped its wings, forming a heart shape, and flew to where he called. Loy's father looked at him triumphantly. The other two had extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces. He reached out and touched it. Taga obediently let him stroke her head. He said, I will give you a name. He said I wasn't a zombie or a cursed being. You are a proud creature, even when surrounded by dragons. He confidently named his child young Habiel Alicia, and the entire system reacted accordingly upon hearing the name. That sounds incredibly stupid. A mentally challenged person refutes the system's silence. So what? I majored in natural sciences. The system says people shouldn't look down on those who study natural sciences. He hugged Young's head tightly and praised him profusely. My precious child, I love you so much. My beloved Young is a treasure, my most magnificent heavy machine. Alika stared at him speechlessly, glancing at Habiel behind her and thinking to herself, Javier Azrahan, he must have reached the level of a great master, a legendary existence, capable of even slaying gods. She looked at Yong and thought, Yong, what a stupid name, a power that can destroy an entire nation on its own. She looked at Lloyd Frontera, thinking of the man who could destroy the world in a single morning. He's out of my reach now. They returned to the kingdom. Alika stood on the highest platform to give a speech. I have caused many people to worry because of my hasty actions. I take responsibility for everything that happened. Her hand rested on a speaking sphere, the reason why no one was injured in such a massive disaster. She mentioned that all of Loy's achievements were thanks to Loy's efforts. She suddenly stopped speaking at this point. Below, Loy shook his head vigorously. He gestured to her, telling her not to mention him. His face fell, and he clasped his hands together in prayer. Alika smiled faintly. The most powerful human in the world, a man with a dream of becoming a wealthy man and living peacefully in the countryside. A hateful person, take this. She ignored his pleas, forcefully shouting his name. All thanks to Lloyd Frontera. All attention was focused on him. Everyone turned to him, laughing and talking, causing him to lose the bet. Alika stuck out her tongue to tease. Loy below doesn't know how to get out. Playing gradually. Until evening. Loy laughed heartily. Delicious. The queen has promised to pay me 2 billion gold coins for the restoration work. It feels like we can sense a dragon right now. See you. Habiel sat opposite, hugging his knees and asked, have you forgotten that we almost died? Loy said, the difficult word is almost there. Everyone is still alive. Nobody is dead. That's all. He continues to brag. Wow, I could get so much more done than just sitting around all day. Now we can live the life of an emperor. See you. Habiel stared at him speechless. Habi asked if he was something like a god. He continued. Oh, I was quite suspicious of that already. If it were true, he wouldn't make that face. Loy shouted in shame. Do you want to get out of here forever? Damn it. Habiel asked calmly. Where is Loy really? Is he dead? Loy remained silent, not knowing how to answer. He hesitated. We don't know. He continued. When I woke up, I was already in this body. Habiel asked. So you didn't intentionally possess Loy's body, did you? He replied, deciding not to ask any more questions, lying down on the couch, pulling on his blindfold, and going to sleep. Okay, let's sing a lullaby. Loy asked helplessly. Huh, that's all. Do you believe what I'm saying? Habiel said. He always makes a displeased face, showing no shame. Every time he lies or tells the truth, he has a vulnerable expression on his face. Loy remained silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in here. Habiel jumped up and removed the blindfold. The person who entered was Enoch. Two people asked, puzzled. Who are you? Did you just come in? After informing us like that, Habiel said, I can't sense any mana from him. That's not a living creature. And introduced, I am a dragon, or more precisely, a message from Enoch. The original soul of the bone dragon that you defeated, Lloyd asked. Oh, I understand. Why did you come? To see us, he asked unexpectedly. Aren't you surprised? He replied nonchalantly. Well, what's there to be surprised about? The man said, I told you I'm a dragon, don't worry about it. Forget about it. N continued, by the title of a great dragon, I command you. Lloyd Frontera immediately went to hell and rescued the true soul of Enoch. He didn't bother to care if the old man rolled over and fell asleep. He didn't like making a fuss. He sobbed and pleaded, Wait, don't do this, can't you help me? Please help me. The man helplessly shouted, Why are you so persistent? I told you I wouldn't do it. He only cried more intensely. If you free my soul, I will allow you to become a member of the Dragon Society. At this moment, he sat up and slowly said, Seriously, Loy was pleased with the conditions he had set and praised him. You're a great businessman. Let's hear about the benefits of becoming a member. 5 hours ago, everyone was busy cleaning up after the battle. Some were clearing away broken rocks. Others were pulling up broken trees from below. Speed up the canal cleanup. We'll send a separate team to deal with the destroyed forest area. The strong young men exerted themselves carrying the bamboo. poles and stood to one side, giving instructions. Loy, unconcerned with worldly affairs, calmly sat enjoying the cool breeze and drinking coconut water. Alicia appeared, her face dark with anger, glaring at him. Seeing her was like seeing a ghost. He screamed, "Oh my God!" Caught. He still tried to justify himself in his heart. The new bottle has only rested a little bit, except for a few. He turned to blame Habiel, who was drinking coconut water next to him. JV, weren't you paying attention just now? Damn, even a great master like you doesn't know who's approaching while you're drinking water? This is a bad situation. Alika sighed. Helplessly, she said, "You're just the supervisor, you don't need to move those logs yourself." Lloyd bent over, his backside pointing to the sky, in response. "Yes, that's right. I'm just rethinking things after that incident," she retorted. "Then why did you say you were caught?" He hesitated before answering. "Ah, yes." She turned to the bodyguard and said, "Let's talk." He replied, "Yes. Your Majesty," she told Loy. "I have something I need to discuss with you privately." He also obeyed and crawled closer. She remained silent, staring intently at his protruding buttocks. She thought about hitting him hard on the groin. Her hands trembled, and she tried to control herself. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to forget that exhilarating feeling. No, I have to forget about it. If I become his enemy, my kingdom will be destroyed. Alika kept thinking about that scene, not being able to spank her bottom. She was the queen after all. She struggled to hold her own hand to stop it from doing something bad. That dog was so provocative that I hit it unconsciously. His butt kept swaying right in front of her eyes, as if inviting a fight. He said, "Your Majesty, I am happy to accept punishment if I have done anything wrong." She was surprised by his words. Habiel, standing beside him with a look of utter contempt, said, "You enjoy getting your butt patted, don't you? I knew you were a pervert." Loy retorted, "You bastard, that's just an idiom. Don't put words in my dust." The system appeared, taunting him. "A science student using idioms?" He replied, "Science students know a lot of things." Alicia knelt on one knee and asked, "Where did you send the bone dragon? A huge commotion could erupt if someone sees it." He replied, "The subordinates considered this and ordered it to hide in a distant land. No one lives there anymore." Alex said it obeyed him like a dog. "You have both a great master and a bone dragon. Are you aware that you possess the most powerful force in the world?" He replied, "I know. What you fear, Your Majesty," Alicia said, still unable to take her eyes off his raised buttocks. He said this power should only be used to protect peace and stability. Only a madman would use it for personal gain. He continued, "I am simply a subordinate under your command, and I will always remain your loyal subordinate." Alika seemed not to hear his words, focusing only on his buttocks. Her lips moved, and she smiled softly, saying, "Thank you, Lloyd Frontera." He replied, "I also thank you for your kind words." The magnificent palace shines brightly in the sunlight. Alika walked with two bodyguards behind her, thinking to herself, one power to control another immense power. She smiled softly. He was much stronger than he looked. Suddenly she froze, her entire body invaded by dark energy. She fell to the ground, causing the two bodyguards behind her to gasp in astonishment. The queen clutched her face, which was slowly disfiguring with pain. She couldn't get rid of the poison she had been exposed to in Taga's castle. The system displays the number of lives you have saved. DP 31.4, 5.782. Suddenly the number dropped relentlessly. Loy was surprised to see the numbers on the display decreasing. What the hell is going on? Why did the numbers suddenly drop so much? Finally, the number displayed was 18, 243, 92. He was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. The lives he had saved were slowly dying. 10 million people are about to die? Well, the dragon is also a character that doesn't appear in the novel. He stared intently at the system. That means another danger is about to unfold. Inside the palace, Alicia lay writhing on the ground in pain. Her eyes turned blood red, and dark power invaded her mind. Loy is a dangerous man. He must be killed immediately. He will try to kill me. Her normal personality weakly resisted. No, Loy isn't that kind of person. This dark personality is determined. He must be killed. I need to kill him first. She raised her sword, her bare feet stepping on the ground. She drew out the sharp blade, her face fierce and filled with hatred as she walked through the room. Titch said to him, "That's how my life ended. But the king of hell has imprisoned my soul. Because you have a heart similar to a dragon's, that's what I'm thinking." Loy interrupted him. "Ah, well, Mr. Dragon, I don't care at all about your situation," and said, "Excuse me, but I need to motivate you." He refused, saying, "I don't need to be motivated by your situation, but by that offer." He asked, "What benefit would I get from helping you?" The man replied, "Oh, if you become a member of the Dragon Society." At this point, Abel sensed something unusual and glanced towards the door. Enoch continued, "You will share in the Dragon King's wealth, which is almost limitless." Loy asked, "Wow, that sounds great. What else?" Outside, Alika stood at the door holding her sword. Inside, Indy continued talking enthusiastically, completely unaware. "Please don't miss the opportunity to have a special privilege. You will have one more life, and you will be revived on the spot if you die." Loy's eyes widened in surprise, and Habiel drew his sword. In a defensive posture, the other two were still enthusiastically discussing. "Oh, great, this is exactly what we need right now. But how do we know what he says is true?" He replied, "I am a dragon. I am not lying." Alicia, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at Habiel, her gaze sharp and cold. Loy said, "Forget it, there are plenty of other places." And quickly interrupted, "Come on, what do I need to do to make you believe me?" Habiel resolutely opened the door. He rushed out, looking around for anything unusual, but found nothing. He put his sword back in its original position. Loy asked, puzzled, "JV, what's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing, I just think I'm being too sensitive." Loy immediately scoffed, a disgrace for such a great master. At this moment, in a secluded corner, Alicia wearily bowed her head. Her body returned to normal, breathing heavily and feeling exhausted. "What the hell am I thinking? How about this negotiation? Give me some magic to ensure I can escape hell and make a soul oath to show that your soul will be erased forever if you don't keep your word." And asked in surprise, "What? How do you know about the soul oath?" "That's something only the Dragon Clan knows." He interrupted him. "What's so important about that? Are you going to do it or not? If you think about it for too long, I'll go to sleep." He agreed. "Wait, I'll do it." Titch spread his hands and began his vow. He raised his hand and said, "I swear that if I break my promise, my soul will be erased forever." Lai asked, "That's it?" He said, "I'm sorry, but this won't have any effect." He voiced his question, "And by the way, it's been quite a nuisance for a while now. Are your beard and hair tentacles? How do they keep moving even though there's no wind in here?" He replied, "Oh, because I'm a dragon. You're so confusing. What does that have to do with your hair and beard?" He drew a strange symbol on his hand, saying, "Anyway, this is escape magic. Clap your hands together tightly and shout the incantation of space and time. Shatter the taboo and show us where we must go. If you do that, a portal will open for you to return to this world." That didn't sound very powerful. He continued, "When you utter the spell, think of the person who knows you. The gate will open near that person." He clenched his fists. "Great, okay. So, you'll carry that hoe of determination, and we'll go to hell to get another life, right, JV? Let's go." Enoch stood up and opened a large gate. Habiel looked at him, speechless. He said it was hell. "Didn't you think you needed to ask my opinion first?" Loy said, nonchalantly. "What are you talking about? I told you to go, so you have to go." Without hesitation, he leaped straight through the gate. "Let's go, Javi." Abel thought, unconvinced. "I don't think I'm getting paid enough for this." He finally jumped in too. At that moment, the entire alarm of hell sounded, warning all the demons. The two of them jumped straight down to hell. The message was sent to each demon. Some humans have entered hell. The demons already knew what would happen between humans and demons, and they all share the same thought. That thought was, wow, the greatest singer in hell is coming here to hold a concert. The little spirit was terrified and looking for a place to hide. It was so scared that it ran around frantically. "The demons have caught up," it shouted, looking at the little soul with a sinister gaze, and threateningly spoke. "Well, Well, it seems there's a runaway spirit here. A demon pinched the little soul's cheek and lifted it high into the air. It yelled, "How dare you break the law," and run away. It stuck out its long tongue and began to threaten. "I will crush you and marinate you in sauce for a day, then turn you into sweet and sour pork." The demon glared menacingly, and the terrified little soul cried out and struggled desperately. "Ah, someone save me. I'm so scared." Loy stepped forward and called out to the demon. Hey, you're putting on such a fierce act and shouting. Answer my question quickly." Little Angel was startled by Loy's loud voice. "What the hell? That's terrifying." The demon roared, intending to retaliate against him. "No matter who you are just an ordinary person when you come down here." Before he could even finish boasting, he was hit in the face with a sledgehammer, leaving him stunned and dislocating his jaw. Immediately, it lay still, unconscious, but still didn't forget that it had to look beautiful. The remaining demon pointed its finger at Lloyd's face and questioned him. "How could you suddenly hit him like that? Now your hatred for my friend is all over the place. Apologize to him." Habiel leaned close to the demon's face and whispered something in its ear, making it furious. "Are you worried about your friend now?" He even complimented him, saying he's a devil with a kind heart. These words truly made the demon look at him with a strange expression. The demon trembled and stammered as if afraid of having its weakness exposed. It justified itself. "What do you know about me? Stop talking nonsense. I really am very cold-blooded and cruel." He retorted, "No, you're a good-natured demon." Habiel is still using psychological manipulation on it. He said, "Your mother must have raised you with a lot of love." These words were like a direct blow to the weak but feigned strength of the devil's psyche. Habiel's words, though seemingly pleasant on the surface, carried incredibly devastating damage. "Let me guess, your mother must have said something similar to you, right? Be a good demon and take care of the other demons around you." The demon was so enraged that it gritted its teeth, trying to suppress its emotions. "I'm sure every day she hugs you and tells you that you're a lovely child, a child who knows how to love others." Every time she heard it, tears welled up in her eyes. Her words were like a blessing bestowed upon you, making you increasingly confident because you learned from such a good mother. So you have surely become a kind-hearted devil. And then my tears fell. The game was over. She quickly wiped away the tears that were streaming down her face. "No." Habiel finally spoke words that touched the wicked pride of a demon. "Your mother often says things like that to you when you're angry, right? The emotions you're feeling are a part of you. Please protect those feelings." The demon wept bitterly. "No, my mother would never do that." Habi's face turned serious, and he spoke to it. "I hope you will treat your mother well." Loy was also astonished by his words. The demon began to sob like a child. "Take back those words immediately. Take them back quickly." She was so weak that she sulked at him. "You are a mean person, extremely mean." Loy was also surprised. "Hey Javier, you're being a little too enthusiastic." Habiel remained calm. "Huh, what do you mean, sir? Wow, you're really skilled at hurting demons." Loy, while quite impressed by Habiel's talent, still didn't forget to remind him. "But there are still a few things you need to learn from me." The demon, having just been beaten, was slowly waking up, clutching its head in confusion. What just happened? Seeing this, Loy immediately gave it another punch. And that other demon has been manipulated by Habiel. She leaned her head against him and sobbed uncontrollably. Another one was dragged out and brutally killed. The demon at Habiel's place was so preoccupied with its own fragility that it completely forgot about its teammate. "My mother, she said she was very happy to have given birth to me. She said I am her happiness." The demon was punished so severely that its face was swollen and looked very pathetic, so it reluctantly complied. "Ask anything you want, and I'll answer it all." Loy hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder. He is good authority. "It seems you're finally ready to give your answer, aren't you? You didn't give me a chance to answer, did you? If I don't hit you, will you confess?" "No." The demon lowered its head, looking extremely cunning. He thought to himself that this guy's behavior was extremely unpredictable, coupled with an indifferent attitude. That's what impressed me about him. Loy brought out an object and began asking questions of it. "First question, we found this on you. What is that? Is it a smartphone?" The devil explained. "No, that's a spirit phone. He was still wondering why this phone was making such strange feedback sounds. The demon explained the phone's function. The soul phone has no search function. You won't find any information about hell there. Even if you find it, about 40% of the information is wrong. Loy found this to be normal. Ho, even if only 40% is true, it's still much better than the human world. The demon was astonished. Huh, you know I'm lying? Demons always lie, don't they? Loy put on a menacing expression as he questioned him. Second question, where is the king of hell's castle? After hearing the answer, they boarded the plane and sped away. The devil saw Loy going in the opposite direction to where he had pointed, and he wondered, I told you the castle was to the west. Why are you going to the east? He cleverly replied, because you lied, you fool. The devil looked quite astonished. Loy then added, are you happy that I just swore at you? You're a lunatic. Knowing the devil's strange preferences, he was eager to scare it. Tell me everything you know about Yama, and hell quickly. I'll swear at you when we get to the castle. The devil likes it. That sounds interesting. The demon was extremely curious about their superhuman abilities, so it asked, by the way, you're human, so how can you still withstand the heat of hellfire? You bastard. I'm the one who should be asking the question. Sob, how heartbreaking. The system notification activated the tidal effect in the West. The veterans, wearing only underwear, achieved 100% fire resistance in high-temperature areas. When they arrived at a castle shaped like a skull, Loy immediately asked him, is that the castle in hell? The devil lied, saying no, and he immediately moved forward. Okay, we've arrived. Their white bird aircraft has landed safely. Loy hurried forward, reminding Habiel, JV, let's go. It's time to fight the king of hell. But the demon called them both back. My friend, it reminds Loy of his promise. You said you'd swear at me when we got there. But Loy quickly changed his expression and scolded it. I don't like it, get lost. The two demons were stunned. For a few seconds, then it laughed with satisfaction. Wow, I'm in love. And that demon probably has a crush on Habiel. She waved lightly at him. Habiel also turned back and gave it a lovely look. The two of them bravely entered the king of hell's castle. The two tie-wearing demons looked at them in surprise. What is that? They watched intently as the two men approached closer inside. They not only entered hell without permission, but they were also very confident. Are they idiots? Loy even put on a more menacing face than the devil's to scare them. Wow, that's scary. Even demons are afraid when they see him. They shouted, Mom, I don't know how we do business, but even the devils are trembling with fear. Loy said proudly. Haha, hell is really easy to get into. Habby reminded him. Be careful, sir, we don't know what might happen. A man on horseback charged from the front, shouting and yelling at them. I am the captain of the guard of the Underworld's office, General Helximus of the 2nd Brigade. How dare you obstruct my path while I am on duty? Habiel didn't give him a chance to finish his boasting. He immediately slashed at him with his sword. Lo, standing beside him, exclaimed, Be careful when you hit him, he'll die. After clearing the obstacles, Loy proceeded to open the castle gate. He peeked inside, and there the king of hell was busy with a mountain of work. Loy thought to himself, I knew it all along. Seeing the grumpy, busy look on the king of hell's face, he became even more certain it was a dream. What I glimpsed in the flames, I am now certain of. The two of them entered and respectfully bowed to the king of hell. I, Lloyd Frontera, a human being, pay my respects to the king of hell. The king of hell was busy writing in his ledger while showing his displeasure towards him. Why are you here at this time? Don't bother me. I'm very busy. Loy licked around his mouth. With his tongue, looking hungry, he made a clear judgment. You really want to quit, don't you? The king of hell's hands were still working like a copying machine, scribbling away. He scratched his head in frustration, but still answered him. Why would you ask such an obvious question? Lai smiled and declared, because I can help you do it. The spirit phone provided some information, which Loy had found. I found some information on the soul phone. Looking at the king of hell, with a pile of papers taller than himself, he also understood that 670,000 years was the number of years the king of hell had worked tirelessly. A rather sad story from the past is that the previous king of hell worked nonstop for 3.5 billion years and suffered from depression before committing suicide. Loi argued that the current king of hell also knew, seeing the king of hell's helplessness in the face of overwhelming workload, that Min would follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. When he heard this offer from Loi, he hesitated for a moment and rolled down his window. The king of hell looked up and seriously asked Loi, "How did you help me quit my job?" He smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret." The king of hell looked suspicious, his gaze filled with suspicion. The king of hell frankly expressed his opinion. "How dare you negotiate with the king of hell? I know you're crazy, but you've gone too far." But Loi was a real daredevil. He boldly declared that if you didn't like him, you could feel free to execute him. Loi assumed a defiant posture and said, "Then you can continue working for another 3.5 billion years." Having struck a nerve with the king of hell, he immediately hesitated, knowing that this was exactly what he had long desired. This time, Loi seemed incredibly confident, staring intently at the king of hell with a sharp gaze. Abel understood very well the seriousness of this challenge. Loi thought the same. There was no guarantee that Javier could protect him here. We are fighting against the king of hell, who possesses an immeasurable amount of power. I can only rely on a small piece of information. The soul's phone contains a lot of content that disobeys the king of hell, who will disregard the rules and issue orders at will. In the soul's phone, there's some very hot news, breaking the rules of hell. The current king of hell has broken the laws of hell and executed a soul. Take down the king of hell. It seems like it might help Lie this time, but there's no concrete evidence. So that means he's even more certain that the demon king is someone who only executes according to the law. He remarked about the king of hell that he was certainly an upright person. The king of hell speaks. Kim Soo-ho. Habiel was suddenly surprised. Loi still had that fierce, battle-hardened face. He seriously asked Loi, "What do you want?" Loi, however, had the upper hand over the king of hell, so he was very confident. "In this negotiation, I have the upper hand over him. Whoever is more desperate loses." He bowed respectfully and said to the king of hell, "The soul of N, the soul you are holding captive. I wish you to set him free." The king of hell snapped his fingers, and a small vortex appeared. Eddic is trapped inside a glass sphere and crying. The king of hell calmly said to them, "Are you talking about this? I kept it only for amusement, so it doesn't have much value to me." This time, the king of hell decided to negotiate with Loi. "Okay, now I've given you what you wanted. Now give me your answer. How do you intend to help me quit my job?" Loi stated his intention decisively. "I will build a high-speed train line." Looking at the mountain of work, Loi said to the king of hell, "The sheer volume of work is one thing, but the king of hell has an even bigger problem to solve." He discussed the affairs of hell with the king of hell. After receiving their judgment from the king of hell, the souls are escorted to the gate of reincarnation, where demons then transport them in a vehicle. But because of the damned terrain in hell, the route keeps changing, and the demons are too stupid to find another way on their own. And so, the king of hell had to constantly update the route. That's the main reason why he can't rest. They presented a clever and incredibly appealing method. If a high-speed train could be built to transport those souls, the workload of the king of hell could be significantly reduced. Just hand over in sick and he can rest and enjoy some relaxing time. The king of hell slowly took off his glasses. He was finally swayed and agreed. "I will write the contract and proceed with your idea." Loi's resounding success made him overjoyed. "Excellent, Dragon King member. I'm here." The king of hell manipulated some papers and said, "I've spent a whole minute talking to you. If the regeneration of organisms and bacteria is delayed, it can lead to the extinction of those living things." He decided to hand it over to Loi and his plan. "I don't have time to plan the manpower and materials for you. The demons who want to work are all transporting souls. You can do whatever you want with the remaining idiots." He assured the king of hell of his credibility. "I'm very good at doing commission tasks, and all I need is for you to post an announcement on the spirit phone." And that was it. The ground began to shake and crumble into pieces. The king of hell's office is now just a small mound of earth where the two of them stood. Lo bowed down to the ground in astonishment. "Wow, the power of the king of hell is incredible. He transported us here with just a wave of his hand." Suddenly, he glanced to the side. A gigantic black hole appeared before them. Loy exclaimed, "That's the reincarnation portal. It looks like a black hole." But the reincarnated soul fell into that pit. He warned, "Just going near there will be the end of you." Habiel seemed quite curious about Lai, and he immediately asked, "Is this Guy Kim Suho?" Habiel also seemed very interested in Loy's upcoming plan. "Whatever your name may be, please give me your plan." Lloyd looked at Habiel with a puzzled expression. He already knows he's not Loy. I can't guess what he's thinking. Gazing into the vastness of hell, Loy explained in detail his grand plan. "As we just explained to the king of hell, we will create a road made of iron." Habiel wondered, "Can iron withstand that lava?" Loy answered him proudly, "We would only propose it if it were possible." The demon's phones also transmitted the message. The great singer of hell, Lloyd Frontera's performance. The very edge of hell, 5 hours from now. The demons laughed gleefully, a fug laugh. "Look, he actually organized this here. How interesting." The demons were so eager that they gathered around, unable to believe that they could personally hear the legendary hellish singing voice. "Hurry, my heart is beating too fast." Cough, 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 they come. In flocks, demons followed demons. They said to each other, "If he dares to sing off-key or out of rhythm, they'll laugh heartily, and we'll bring him down, because he must sing better than us." Loy and Habiel stood on the ledge like a mini-stage. The demons below were shouting, "Sing for us, sing for us." They clapped and howled like true fans. "Sing for us, sing for us." Loy braced himself, taking a step forward. Loy began to imitate voices to the cheers of the others. "Sing for us, sing for us." The demons seemed to go mad. They shrieked, "Sing for us, sing for us." Loy stopped. He turned his face and told them, "I won't sing." The kneeling demons fell silent, utterly bewildered. The kneeling crowd shifted from co-vu to protest. "We came all the way here to hear you sing, and you're not singing? What?" Loy began to get angry and shouted at them, "Because I don't like those idiots." The demons roared and cursed. "I'm getting really angry, you bastard. Come down here, and I'll kill you." The demons demanded of him, "Keep your word, keep your word." Loy glanced at Habiel and said to him, "JV, it's your turn." Habiel taunted the demons, "Do you think I need to keep my promise?" The demons shouted, "Of course. A promise is a promise." The demons clamored, "Yes, he's right. Keep your promise." Habiel then used his psychological manipulation tactics to deliver a powerful lecture, saying, "You all must have been taught manners at home, right?" Hearing these words, the demons were choked with emotion, their eyes welling up with tears. They changed their minds again and shouted, "We retract our words. We won't keep our promise anymore." "Huh. Wait. I don't know. What should I do next?" Loy couldn't help but laugh in their faces because they were so stupid. "Haha, you fools, it was easy to trick you. The offended demons are going berserk again. I can't take it anymore. Drag him down." Lloyd, from above, laughed gleefully and taunted them. "Hee hee. If you guys can come up here, then come up and take a look." Hee hee. The demons scrambled to climb up to where he was. "I'm so annoyed. I'm going crazy. Someone do something. I'm furious." The more enraged the demons became, the more delighted the head above seemed. "Get angry, go crazy. Let every blood vessel in your body hate me, and then you will all become my unpaid slaves." The white chicken-shaped plane circled in the sky. Loy continued to strike bizarre poses to provoke the demons. "If you hate me, then make me go again." The demons snarled menacingly, "We will kill you." The white chicken aircraft successfully made it to the other side. Lo deliberately provoked the demons. "Come on, let's go, let's try it. You hot-tempered devils, you think we can't get past that? Just wait." A demon, wielding a long pole, advanced first, skillfully leaping forward using the pole. Just when it was about to succeed, Loy threw a big rock at it. The demon was immediately and miserably thrown off the pole. The demons were astonished and extremely angry when they saw this. The demon, having nothing to support itself, fell freely. It was lucky to fall onto a small rock and got a bump on its head. Loy glared at him with burning eyes and contempt. "That's truly shameful." The demons were immediately terrified. Did he really intend to kill me? That devil Loi calmly lay there, witnessing the stupidity of the demons. At this time, in the administrative center of the great demons, a demon rose up as a leader, preparing for an uprising. All of you, we are demons. How can we let him do this to us? No, we must kill him, which means we must wage war. The demons rode into battle on giant centipedes, the lava-killing squad attacked, and the bull killers moved like a whirlwind. This killer species is a creature from hell, capable of resisting lava. They usually move in a straight line, so they are often used for attack. The demon leader pointed forward, ordering the army to follow the evil path. But they discovered Loi was no longer there. They were astonished. What? Where did he go? The centipedes, once again betraying their master, tossed the demon upside down. The other centipedes were exactly the same, causing the demons to stagger. What's going on? What's wrong? It seems like the killers have smelled something. The killers, acting on their own accord, advanced toward the nearby cave, ignoring the demon's screams. Don't move anymore. The centipede darted like an arrow into the cave as if waiting for something. It was drooling with desire. Inside was Loi's rooster-like fighter jet, sweating profusely as if it had just taken a hot bath. Abel, standing nearby, was busy sharpening his sword. Loi's fighting rooster emitted an alluring scent that easily attracted onlookers. Loi looked at them, and he immediately guessed their presence. Do you smell chicken broth? The demon leader was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Habiel casually slashed the giant centipede into 100 pieces with a few swift strokes. Another demon riding a centipede came in later. It was astonished by this sight. Loi stared at it with wide eyes and screamed too. Another slash from the demon. The other demons outside the cave heard the counting sound coming from inside, and they became curious about what was going on. What had happened inside? The demons inside, sensing the warning, turned around and retreated. Inside, there were sounds of agonizing screams. 27, 28, 29 murderer, save me. Loi sat before the spoils of war, which were as high as a mountain. He counted to 32,435. Loi was extremely excited about this brilliant plan, having obtained free resources and successfully lured the killers with chicken broth. He glanced over, and all the demons bowed respectfully before him. He had also gained manpower. Loi chuckled mischievously. I'll just order them to go dig the earth, shall I? My free labor. All of Loi's actions are being closely monitored. It turns out the king of hell has been secretly observing him all along. He thought to himself that the man had gathered information about him and the creatures of hell. He knew everything before he even came up with the idea for Day Road. Initially, I only intended to have him as my consultant. It was Loi's bizarre methods that piqued the king of hell's interest and sparked a daring idea. What if I made him do my job? He couldn't believe his eyes at what was happening right before him. The demon's diligent work only increased his suspicions. Of course, there's no way the demons would ever obediently do the work. A demon, unable to bear it any longer, will try to escape, just as the king of hell predicted. Abel immediately realized that the scene had been recorded by a public CCTV camera. The demons rise up and demand justice. Promise to set us free, promise to give us our rightful rights. A riot, and Habiel still considers himself the righteous one, believing it's the right thing to do. Along with the obscene language, the demons were moved to tears. However, such violent measures are only effective to a certain extent. A demon collapsed from overwork. Another demon showed concern and inquired about it. Good heavens, Gams, are you all right? When did Loi get in front of him? Gams. He gently extended his hand. Loi gently said to it, Here, take my hand. The demon reached out its hand to take it, somewhat surprised. Loi, however, gripped his hand tightly. Loi yelled at it angrily. It turned out to be a story about a cold. Get up and get to work quickly. Don't show weakness. I know everything. He even grabbed the demon's horns, intending to help, but instead yelled angrily. You only pulled that guy out for 5 seconds. And then got lazy again, didn't you? You bastards. I want you to carry 5 times the weight you're carrying now. The two demons were so scared that they hugged each other and cried like rain. You wicked, despicable piece of trash. You are the worst person in the world. After those tears came overwhelming happiness. That's why we can't help but love you. The demons began to admire Loin. He is the ideal role model from whom all demons should learn. That was also part of his plan. Successfully captured the hearts of the demons. In a vast, fiery hell, a soul is peeking down. The soul is listening to the repeated slogan. The more it hears, the more familiar and safe it feels to survive. What's that voice? The soul peeked out from below and exclaimed, safe and sound. Loi is getting brainwashed down there. You demons don't need to worry about safety at all. The spirit frowned. Lloyd, down below, was extremely patriarchal, scolding the demons in a way that exploited them to the core. Of course, there's no rest time either. You can rest after you die if you want. Loi's soul was astonished to discover something big. Why was that? Bastard here? The scene shifts back several years to the Frontera territory, where Lloyd's soul is expelled from his body. One day, suddenly his body lay sprawled on the ground. Lloyd's soul realizes I've lost my body. Suddenly, Lloyd's body rose up and cried out, it's so cold. Lloyd's soul was utterly astonished. He doesn't understand at all. What the hell? Who is this bastard? Lloyd's soul angrily flew down and shouted, give me back my body, you damn bastard. But an invisible shield prevented Lloyd's soul from making contact with the body. The soul's origin is incredibly incomprehensible. What's going on? Who is this madman? An evil sorcerer? His body flails his arms and legs wildly, and he curses. I knew it. That damn message, that voice makes me furious. The wandering soul cannot understand what the body is doing. What the hell? Is he just a madman? What is he doing? Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared. Right above the soul of Loi. Death emerged from there, one hand holding a scythe, the other an hourglass. The terrified soul cried out, Death! It was Death's first time on duty, and he was quite taken aback by encountering such a soul. What? Just to be sure, the Grim Reaper called his boss to double-check. Hello, boss. The soul sensor sent a notification, so I went to work. But the color of this soul is very strange. Is he red? Hasn't his end come yet? How strange. I'm sure he's a ghost. Seeing the worried soul, the Grim Reaper reassured him, forgive me, please calm down. Due to some hesitation, the Grim Reaper decided to temporarily halt the process of taking souls and hen another time. Your case is a little unusual. We don't know if the fault lies with us or something else, so we need to investigate. Loi's spirit was quite surprised, thinking to himself that the interface and the man's voice didn't match at all. Watching the Grim Reaper's work made the soul freeze in place. Wait here for a moment. We'll contact you again when the investigation is complete. Loi's soul showed clear signs of anxiety on his face. This is how we kill time when we are neither alive nor dead. Loi's soul could only watch helplessly as his body was led around the bastard who had possessed him for years. Even Loi himself had to admit that bastard was very different from him. He felt a little regretful. We blame our parents in this land, and we are increasingly falling into decline. On the contrary, falsehood is different. But he never rested, always moving forward, and eventually paid off his family's debt. Even his parents noticed this significant change. The way my parents look at me has completely changed. The real Loi's soul also harbored jealousy towards the fake Loi. He even knew strange magic and summoning techniques. I wish I had that skill. While still lost in thought, Death suddenly reappeared, leaving Lid's soul stunned. He whispered, who knows what Death might do to Lid's soul. You're thinking that if that guy didn't have superpowers, he'd still drink alcohol every day. Do you still think that if you had that ability, you could do the same as him? Loi's soul, having its thoughts seen through, immediately became worried. The Grim Reaper then softly said to him, oh, sorry, I just happened to overhear it and found it strange. Haha. Ghost, your case is unprecedented, but since you are a spirit, it seems you won't be allowed to stay in this world. Loi's soul was somewhat unwilling when he heard Death say, then come with me to meet the King of Hell and ask for his guidance. Loi's soul is increasingly realizing one thing. The bastard who stole my body. Just looking at him only causes me more pain. He helped me realize my own shameful shortcomings. When souls come to seek the King of Hell, he coldly waves his hand and refuses them. The king of hell said there were no laws regarding this matter, nor did he offer any solution. The lost soul had no choice but to retreat and mope alone. We cannot be resurrected or disappear. I live a wandering life in hell and must avoid the gaze of the demons. The day Loi's spirit discovered the fake Loi was here, he became furious. But you shouldn't be here, you bastard. Looking down, he saw Loi staggering away. Then he boarded the white chicken plane and flew a circle around hell. Lee's sharp eyes observed hell with great care. TCH. The terrain here is very rugged. We shouldn't wander around carelessly. He cleverly found the most convenient route possible to travel easily. Exactly. I need a flat area like this for 110 kilometers. That's a bit long. Loi looked around and analyzed carefully. But there are some here who do not eat, drink, or rest. And it is not the 30,000 demons who cannot eat, drink, or rest. I'll finish this soon. Upon landing, he carefully surveyed the area to see if there were any dangers nearby. Loi's spirit seemed to have been waiting there, and delivered a powerful kick to Loi's face. The kick, filled with rage, left his cheek deeply indented, his face disfigured. Just one kick and Loi couldn't defend himself. He was thrown a considerable distance, rolling a meter away. Loi cursed angrily. Damn it! Loi's spirit unleashed a barrage of kicks, using both feet to strike him directly in the eyes. Then he kicked me repeatedly in the stomach. Lloyd's eyes were filled with pain, and he cursed. You damn bastard. From behind the wandering soul, a little mouse stopped him. Lloyd's spirit was about to retaliate against a tiny mouse opponent, but the mouse, not one to be trifled with, grabbed him by the hair and dragged him away, causing him to scream. Oh my God, let me go, damn it, let me go? Uncle Trut not then threw the soul straight to Uncle Squirrel. Uncle Squirrel brought him back in front of Lai. Loi angrily demanded, Who the hell are you? Lee's soul was instantly terrified by the face, horrified. That's bad. Loi kept whispering softly, causing the soul to sigh in admiration. Lai looked terrified, but immediately recognized the face as familiar. He immediately recognized Lai Frontera's angry soul. Yes, it's me, the imposter. I am Lloyd, the one whose body you stole. Loi bit his lip in astonishment. So he was in hell. Loi asked incredulously, What did you do to get yourself banished to hell? The soul of Loi in this village has possessed a body, so you must take responsibility, you bastard. Loi's soul involuntarily burst into sobbing tears. My parents are finally at peace, saying that I've grown up. How heartbroken would they be? Go back quickly, hurry up. Loi felt a little guilty and listened in silence. He advised, Wait, listen calmly. Loi's spirit interrupted him, unwilling to continue. Calm down, you idiot. Do you think I can still remain calm now? Because of your insolent mouth, the timid mouse had to be given a thunderous punch to shut up. Loi saw that the spirit seemed to be behaving obediently, so he advised it. That's good. You're finally willing to listen. I can resolve this with words. The enraged spirit cursed loudly. What kind of words are these? This crazy bastard has been beating me for ages. These thugs, these corpse thieves, these beastly scoundrels. So the little mouse had to give a little more instruction. This time, even Loi's spirit shut its mouth. Loi slowly explained, First of all, I'm not dead. I made a pact with the king of hell, so I'm just here to do my job. He also justified himself by saying he didn't steal anyone's corpse. This left Loi's soul gaping in astonishment. And I will not steal your corpse either. When I opened my eyes, I was astonished to have transformed into you. And I am a poor, shy young man studying civil engineering in a country called South Korea. He is trying to prove his innocence and that he is not involved. Do you believe it? I can't say anything more. Kim Soo-ho's soul remained silent upon hearing these words. Anyway, I'm in this situation because of you. Habiel immediately became suspicious of this conversation. Why should I? Actually, since I transmigrated into your body, life in the territory has improved a lot. Wow, how shameless. Of course I'm very grateful, but you can't just say that to yourself, can you? Habiel felt extremely confused, but then realized, I only see Soo-ho. Is he talking to himself? Without this voice, Habiel understood everything. It was the real young Master Lloyd. Lloyd's enraged soul screamed, If it weren't for you, I could have lived a life, But because of you, I've become an unrecorded wandering soul. He used all his might to extort money from Lloyd Frontera, so he should take responsibility for this. After some thought, he finally agreed. All right, but let's talk about it later. Lloyd gave a disdainful look. I don't get anything from helping you either, so from now on, we'll mind our own business. That last sentence left Lloyd completely stunned. He carried the haul away, saying goodbye, despite Lee's soul still screaming. Wait a minute, you imposter, don't you have a conscience? Bo Dong turned around and slapped him so hard it shattered. Hello. He lay there, face down, weeping. The fearsome man turned back, his face covered in tears and snot. Then he remembered some memories of their real son. Lloyd stood still for a while, scratching his head repeatedly. Lloyd called out. He softened his heart. You, brother, take Lloyd's soul away. What must I do to stop you from whining? He cried and threw a tantrum. The imposter who impersonated you is the one who needs to think about that. Lloyd flicked him with a loud smack. Lloyd's soul screamed wildly. What are you doing? He answered calmly. You called me an imposter. Lloyd's spirit counterattacked. Is there anything wrong with that? It's true. Isn't that right? He responded with a grumpy expression. In South Korea, telling the truth means you get beaten up. Lloyd stuffed him into his jacket pocket. I want Lloyd's soul to be silenced. Remain silent until the work is completed. I will help you. Then, he shouted loudly. Who gave you permission to imprison me and release me? And so, Lloyd's soul was trapped in the cramped pocket of Lloyd Frontera's coat. Inside, there were quite a few hamsters staring. So the girls fought with Lloyd's spirit. Lloyd ordered them to keep him silent. A magnificent 110 kilometers project needs to be completed quickly so we can help this bastard. The project is ready to begin. Once the roadbed excavation for Phase 1 is complete, we will proceed to Phase 2, using volcanic rock as the foundation. Layers of bricks and stones make up the tracks. Phase 3, the bricks laid out on the road were made from the legs of centipedes. The railway line gradually came into view. Stage 4, laying the rails made from centipede shells processed by Javi. Moving on to the next part, Phase 5, Loy calls Padong to use her strength to jump up and down on the compressed track. Loy stood aside watching Padong work. Because this isn't the latest construction method, it will be extremely shaky and dusty. Sitting on it would definitely make one nauseous. He pouted, as if to say, it's none of my business. Loy turned to the side and pointed at Javier, saying he would go check on them and make sure they were under close supervision. Habiel Azrahan nodded. Understood. Lloyd's soul, inside, was vaguely thinking. What's wrong with this imposter? Loy was flying on its back, observing the surroundings. I know he always does a lot of things, but he's been working nonstop for a whole month. He tried to look up. When will he go out to have fun? When will he go drinking? Is this how he lives? No sooner had he finished speaking than death visited him, leaving a few final words. Do you think that if that person didn't have that kind of power, he would drink every day? But do you think if you possessed that ability, you would be as hardworking as him? Lloyd's soul pondered with a puzzled expression. No, he's stingy, narrow-minded, and cruel. He would surely run away at the slightest problem. The concrete block kept pounding up and down on the thick section of road. Thanks to such immense force, the ground cracked open, revealing a stream of molten rock, the lava shimmering with a golden hue. Suddenly, there were sounds of complaining and reproach coming from inside. I haven't slept for 20,000 years yet. Who the hell is making all this noise? The east is jumping around more and more frantically. The volcano is constantly erupting. It's so damn noisy. The surface of the lava lake is boiling and bubbling. It seems something underneath can't take it anymore. Indeed, something enormous rose up. Cleos is chubby and plump like jelly. Shut the hell up and let me sleep, you son of a bitch. Loy yelled angrily. Why does something always appear when we're building something? It just points its finger and criticizes. I've tried my best to endure it. But this is too noisy. Is this it? This is what's been causing all the commotion. The red demons retreated slightly. That's Dankleos. Quick drop. It's been sleepy for 10 years now. Why are you awake now? Loy led the way, running. The demons followed, even exclaiming, look how fast this human runs. That selfish bastard is really cool. Dankleos angrily put his hands on his hips. Is this it? This is what's been causing all the commotion. It would be quiet if we stomped on it, right? But then it kicked repeatedly, sending rocks flying across the ground. Suddenly, Loy stopped the safe. He ran towards Dankleos, cursing, "Damn you!" Loy pointed his finger, glared, and spat out curses. Shouldn't life be a little noisy? Why cause trouble when you could tolerate it a little? Dankleos found his argument utterly pointless. What did you say? You're wrong, and yet you dare speak to me like that? Meanwhile, the demons were cheering loudly. That's such personality. No human being could be so shameless. But he succeeded. It moved closer, rubbing its fists together. Okay, let's see who ends up in the grave today. Loy screamed with all his might. Habiel Azrahan suddenly appeared right beside him. Loy, enraged, ordered it impaled to death. He glanced at the other person. Loy turned and urged, "What are you doing? Just chop him down." Habiel Azrahan calmly replied, "Actually, I think it would be better to apologize this time. We're the ones causing the inconvenience." He jumped up again. "What? Inconvenient?" Loy yelled, veins bulging on his forehead. "I'm the one who's feeling uncomfortable here. We only want what's best." The red demons in the distance clasped their hands, sensing, "This is amazing, let's go." At this moment, Dan Cleos prepared to kick, the kick so powerful that the ground caved in. The demons were in danger, screaming, "Save me." Seeing this, Habiel Azrahan quickly pulled Lloyd Fonterra to higher ground. He dropped the giant bird somewhere and then spread his wings and flew towards Dankleos. Habiel Azrahan swung his gleaming, sharp sword, striking it repeatedly. Pieces of lava flew everywhere. Those pieces of lava began to move slowly, forming a shimmering wave of molten rock. Habiel Azrahan realized this, and the lava gradually formed a whirlwind. Then Dankleos returned to his original form. "Did you just slash me?" "It was you." Loy witnessed everything and was stunned. JV's attack was ineffective. Dankleos swallowed hard, then furiously unleashed a powerful, intense flame. Habiel Azrahan glared defensively, swinging his sword wildly in a flurry of attacks. On Lloyd Fronter's side, there was a chaotic scramble, trying to dislodge the ground that had split open and was floating away. "JV, stop! Don't do that." Habiel Azrahan turned back to look. He continued to fire, slashing up and down. "You bastard, don't play with my life. Just because you think it's fun." Habiel Azrahan recklessly leaped onto Dankleos, a blazing sword strike raining down. Dankleos was chopped into pieces like chunks of molten rock, which then scattered and mixed together again. Dankleos returned to normal. He pointed at Habiel Azrahan and scolded, "Hey, weren't you just on my side? Why are you attacking me now?" He calmly replied, "Well, because I'm that guy's bodyguard, and the demons would be threatened if you went berserk here." Dankleos shouted orders. "Move aside. I will not harm the demons. You seem quite fair, but who do you think is the victim and who is the villain here?" Habiel Azrahan narrowed his eyes, listening intently to every word. "That ugly guy has no conscience whatsoever and is a complete son of a bitch. Are you planning to continue deceiving yourself and protecting him?" He pondered thoughtfully. Lloyd yelled, "Hey Javi, why are you taking what he said so seriously?" Lloyd's spirit emerged to warn, "Run away, you can't kill that thing. You must live to help me." Lloyd turned his head inward, his face suddenly becoming resolute. Running away was only an option, after all other means had been exhausted. That statement stunned Lloyd's soul. He felt quite confused. Wasn't he the first one to run away just now? Lai Linhan reminded him with a displeased frown. "Look closely, Byung now. See the strength we have gained from this life of relentless work." Lloyd's facial muscles relaxed. Now even being cool was useless. Dankleos, with a grim expression, looked down at the tiny ravine on the other side where the ice melted and the whirlwind was incredibly cold. Dong Dong is very relaxed in this cold place, cutting and slicing meat like that. A remembered Lloyd Frontera, feeling a little cold. "When will Dad call me?" Dong Dong still hadn't forgotten his brother's teachings. "In a place where people can't see the end of the north, do you understand? In a place where there isn't a soul to be seen, she became sad. I'm so bored. I miss Dad. Meanwhile, Dankleos threw a punch. Habial Azrahan cut it in two. Lower's hand depicts a person trapped within, carrying many hidden meanings. He shouts the incantation, the commandment of time, shattering the taboo and leading me to where I must go. That drawing glows blue and it's constantly moving. When you get to Young's place, it really works. That light immediately shone on Dong Dong. A spatial portal opened, revealing a place of freezing snow, and she was happier than ever. This smells like Dad's. That spatial portal appeared right in front of Dankleos. What is that? It recoiled and cried out. Oh my God, it's so cold. Dankleos' skin gradually began to peel off. It fled in fear from the cold, murky weather. I'll spare you for saying that. Just take it. Loy burst out laughing. Sorry, but I'm not going to fight the same enemy twice. He shouted as loud as he could. Young, come. Here. Dong Dong rushed over to send his love. His father put his hands on his hips and cheerfully said to Young, you must be very cold. He pointed at Dankleos, who was trying to escape. Your baby's hot water bottle is running away. ES eyes lit up and he rushed towards Dankleos. Dong Dong happily hugged it tightly. Dankles couldn't stand it. Hug. A smiled warmly, a look of delight on her face. Dankles' skin gradually began to crack and peel. The hug was so strong it changed color from orange to blue. That's refreshing. Loy's eyes gleamed with triumph, a glint of light flashing in them. Get out of the way. Young grabbed the scythe and charged forward aggressively, fearless of anyone. One move to instantly shatter Dankleos, who is currently petrified. The red devils were so astonished their mouths dropped open. That's Dankleos, one of the most powerful beings in hell. He defeated it. Loy's timid soul peeked out from his coat pocket. He actually won. Pieces of Dankleos' stone shattered into pieces. He defeated that terrifying monster. Loy stared intently straight ahead and said, Observe carefully, Bong now, and see the strength I have gained from a life of relentless work. He couldn't help but glance down, thinking about what he had accomplished in his life so far. Meanwhile, Loy had a very smug expression on his face. I admit it, you're truly astonished. Then a voice came from somewhere nearby. I am Dankleos the Immortal. The dry stones trembled, and Dankleos rose up, reborn. But actually, it's just a tiny Dankleos. It roared loudly, making a threatening sound. Wait another 1,000,000 years, and I'll be more muscular and crush you. He looked seriously at that Dankleos. Then he stuck out his tongue and laughed loudly in teasing. By then, I'll be in the grave. Cannot be intimidated. It burst into tears and threw a tantrum like a child. This is so annoying. You're a real bastard. Loy continued to stick out his tongue and tease the rice. If you're so annoyed, then come and catch me. The cunning Lie, with a calm soul, looked outside, extremely cautious and wary. No, he's not surprising at all. His character is completely rotten. Loy was squatting, relaxing in the biting cold wind. A notification appeared. You have earned a new title. Your hands are ice cold. Your feet are ice cold. It offers a reward. Field title. Every area of hell is a place with temperatures below 0 degrees, activating the title's duration of 120 years. CP from Title 6, the index has increased. CP 1142, the system also clearly indicates the power of the title. You are immune to hypothermia no matter how cold it gets. Loy Fonterra nodded in satisfaction. Well, having this isn't too harmful. It doesn't bother me much now that it's cold. He subtly turned his head, and several red demons knelt down simultaneously, asking in confusion, what's going on? Now, one of the demon representatives replied, You truly are the most despicable human in the world. We all here admire that quality of yours and continue to work here. It used glowing praise for Lloyd Frontera. But now what we feel is clear glass. Great singer of hell, who defeated Dankleos, we will gladly obey any command you give us. He smirked slightly, then lifted his head handsomely. You damn pathetic bastards. These are voluntary slaves. Those demons were overflowing with happiness at hearing those words from someone they respected. It was incredibly stimulating. But there's another problem. It made a request. Mr. Singer, We have a problem now. He glanced over. What is that? The red demon pointed to the blue hole, the gate he had opened. The cold wind blowing from there is making the creatures living in hell uncomfortable. It seems that the ecosystem in this area is also about to encounter some inexplicable misfortunes. At the gate of the cold wind, the red demon narrowed his eyes, his hair fluttering lazily in the breeze. The red devil's attempt to persuade us was literally like a gust of wind blowing in our faces. And we all saw him open it just now. He turned sideways, turned vertically, turned left, turned right. What kind of wind is it? It even pointed it out. His collar is also fluttering in the wind. Loy turned abruptly and shouted, I have no business dealing with that. Go to work. Those slaves. Then he left, ignoring the red devils. They were all completely stunned. He ignores us. That's his business. But he acts as if he has nothing to do with it. That disgusting personality doesn't even have any intention of compensating us. We really think those demons are celebrating in joyful adoration of him. At this moment, Loy was extremely pleased with himself. Now Min has completely won the loyalty of the demons. Let's finish the project. Loy's spirit peeked out. To take a look. He started building immediately. He frowned in annoyance. When will he help me? Loy Antra stood before the lava lake, calculating that construction would be delayed by about 2 days if they wanted to cross this area. He gave a knowing smile. Loy shouted, Yong Young, take care of this thing. A replied. Yong Young spewed out a torrent of ice, filling the surface of the lava lake. The hamsters stood aside with their mouths agape. Loy added, Ion Young, let's level the road surface. The rocks hit the hamsters on the head and bounced off. He gleefully pointed and continued to make mistakes. Yong Young collected the lava rocks. Yong Young destroyed the mountain. Loy and Dong Dong are happily immersed in the father-son bond. Yong Young. The hamsters now had their weapons ready. Dong Dong seems to be stealing Lloyd Frontera's affections. Bai Pong Dong spat on the ground, his face sullen and irritable. Pieces of rock from the air flow down into streams of lava. Dong Dong is relaxing and resting. Then she turned around. Is someone calling? Those girls are using threatening, intimidating voices. Just a little bit of force and they're already acting so rudely? Don't you know that here, age determines who's the boss? Hearing this, Dong Dong's eyes lit up menacingly, making the hamsters tremble. Taking a step closer, the hamsters cautiously retreated, sticking out their tongues. And 4 hamsters climbed onto her, back one after another. The cheerful hamsters joined in the speed. Dong Dong waited for those girls to fly really high, and they happily shouted. All year round, everyone was having fun and enjoying themselves. Yong Young became teammates with Padong and the rest. They flew from one rock to another. Loy looked up in amazement. Yong Young is good at making friends with other kids. It's unknown when Lloyd's soul left his body. Hey, you despicable person. He still thinks badly of Lloyd Frontera. You're tricking me, aren't you? He pouted, looking at me with disdain. What did you suddenly say? Lloyd's soul was in a frenzy, wanting to argue back. Didn't you say you'd help me? All you do is work on that project, and then in the end you're thinking about escaping, aren't you? Just as disgusting. If that's the case, what do you intend to do? My eyes. He raised his voice and argued. You scared me. Don't stare at me like that. Ugly bastard. He's just spouting sarcasm. With his mouth. You know whose face this is, don't you? Thanks to you, I have absolutely no luck with women. It's a shame that no romance can exist. Lloyd, with a furious expression, glared and said, Get the hell out of here. Don't you know that the face is the window to the soul? You look ugly because your soul is filthy. So the two of them competed to see who could make the ugliest face. Finally, the two of them said in unison, Get out of my sight. Loy smirked and glared. Didn't you see how busy I am? VSF, I don't even know how to help you. Do you think I'll think about it just because you're whining? What kind of words did he manage to utter? They were enough to infuriate Lee's soul. I told you that your job was to think about how to help me. In the end, you are the one who completely destroyed my life, my family, my property. You have taken everything. Then, in a soft voice, he said, Actually, I don't owe you anything at all. His face was serious as he spoke. Even if I hadn't appeared, you would have died from the poison in the wine. Your father, your mother, and Javi are all about to die. that caused Lloyd Soul's pupils to shrink even further. He uttered the harsh truth. It was you who saved them all, and you are the one who should bow your head and thank me for it. He angrily and furiously retorted. Nonsense, how on earth would I believe those words? At this very moment, the majestic Helus appeared. No, it's all true. He expressed his opinion resolutely. Loy Frontera, your destiny is to live a meaningless life, never making others happy and never receiving any attention. Loy's soul was unable to utter a word. He glanced at Helcaris, thinking, how much does he know? Loy bowed respectfully. Great King Yama, I want to ask you a question. He seriously posed the question, why was I brought to this world? Do you know the reason? He looked at him for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Then he opened his mouth, apparently indicating that the boy knew nothing at all. Hellos frowned, his expression dangerous. The messengers from the heavens seem to be on your side, haven't they said anything to you? At this moment, Loy's face froze. He knows about the messengers. They both stood looking at each other for a while without saying a word. Lloyd Frontera frowned, silently wondering. In the upper realm, at the moment when I bestowed power upon Javier, that was also what the messenger mentioned. After pondering for a long time, Lloyd Frontera spoke up. Hey, back to the heavens. But Helcaris responded with a cold, indifferent voice. I didn't come here to talk about this. He glanced down at the train carriage below. When that ship is finished, we'll have more free time. That's why we're here now. Helcaros glanced at Lloyd Frontera again and continued. I have observed the construction process. Maintaining the railway line is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the train. It will take a considerable amount of time to study and analyze it. I'm getting sick of work right now, so I want you to guide me on maintenance. Hearing those words, he froze, thinking, wait a minute. A thought suddenly flashed through Loy Frontera's mind, causing the corners of his lips to curl up. Here it is. Lloyd Frontera quickly bowed his head solemnly and spoke. I'm happy to work hungry. I will prepare instructions on all maintenance tasks in the best possible way. As he slowly walked past, he glanced at him. Helcerus lifted his head arrogantly as he looked at Lloyd Frontera with sharp eyes. So what do you want? In response to his question, he quickly and clearly replied, I want an opportunity to use the portal to reincarnation and hope that I can share it with others. Hearing those sincere words, Lloyd's spirit, while hiding at his feet, looked at Lloyd Frontera with surprise. Helcerus calmly replied, there are no restrictions on its use. How it is used is up to the user. He stared at Lloyd's soul, which was weeping at Lloyd Frontera's feet. Could you also give it to that little red-haired girl over there? Hearing those words, even more tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing Lloyd's expression, the spirit growled, his eyes glaring mockingly, his mouth curling up as if silently saying to him, Are you satisfied now? The way you look at me makes me uncomfortable. A short period of time passed, the screeching sound of the train wheels against the tracks echoed in the silent space, but it was broken by the gasping breaths and weary shouts of the fiery red demons struggling to pedal. One of the demons, his face pale, shouted, I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. Damn it, I'm going to die. Suddenly Loy Frontera appeared beside it, exclaiming, Hey, why do you look so distressed? Stop it. The demon, as if his life had been saved, exclaimed joyfully. Huh, really? Can I? He grimaced, and without hesitation kicked it straight off the ship. Okay, you useless bastard. The demon somersaulted several times on the ground, in front of all the other demons. Loy Frontera glared at them with a terrifying look and continued in a harsh voice. Are there any other demons who are tired? Raise your hands, and I will let you rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining demons all turned pale and frantically kicked the pedals. The demon, who had been kicked down, covered his head with his hands while the train sped away. She gazed at Loy Frontera with mesmerized eyes and flushed cheeks, exclaiming, I was treated like a ghost. My heart was fluttering. In the end, everyone benefited from Loy. Later, while he was on the deck of the ship, Lloyd's spirit suddenly called out to him. This is a fake. Lloyd Frontera immediately looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lloyd's soul, somewhat questioning, asked, Are you really giving It to me. He sat up irritably and snapped. You're holding it. So why are you asking me? Hearing this, Loy's spirit could only stare at the paper in his hand in silence. A few seconds later, he spoke softly, while still staring at the paper. Thank you. Loy Frontera immediately pressed his distorted face close to hers and exclaimed, I'm only afraid of that disgusting face of yours appearing in my dreams. I give it to you because I want to get rid of the disgusting things from my life. Hearing those insulting words, Loy, the soul who had just shyly expressed his gratitude, burst into tears. The two then exchanged playful punches. On the roof of the ship, after they had both punched each other to their heart's content, Lloyd sat down and asked if his parents were doing well. Lloyd Frontera calmly replied, Well, Mom is busy researching cooking and learning about business, and then she starts sculpting. He continued to ask, his face showing a hint of sadness. What about Julian? He replied immediately. He married the youngest princess of Asphalt and built a home with her in the capital. Seeing Lloyd's astonished expression, Lloyd Frontera's spirit explained without waiting for him to ask. Why are you so surprised? Do you want to know something even more surprising? Dad is now a count, not a baron anymore. He asked curiously, Is it all thanks to you? He replied, Well, I didn't plan any of this, but somehow it happened. Silence fell between them again, but the soul spoke, tinged with sadness, about Javi. When Dad first brought him here, I couldn't believe what I saw. He is upright, honest, and handsome. I know I will never be like that. That's why I bullied him. Help me tell him that I'm sorry for damaging his wooden sword. Actually, all I want is to be friends with him. While the two were talking, Habel Azrahan, who was below on the ship's roof, heard everything. Lloyd's spirit continued, Please tell my parents that I'm also very sorry. Afterward, they both descended to look at the black hole in the sky. He looked at it for a moment, then turned to look at Lloyd Frontera. He remained calm, gazing at the black hole. Lloyd's spirit suddenly spoke, If I'm lucky enough to be reborn as a human. But before the emotional part could even begin, he unhesitatingly kicked him towards the black hole. Loy angrily shouted, Damn it, why did you kick me? Lloyd Frontera retorted with a contorted expression. You're too close, you bastard. I can't listen another second, so get out of here. Quickly, he continued, Just wait and see. I'll really work hard when I'm reincarnated, so you won't be able to compare to me. I'll work dozens of times harder. Tears of my soul flow down. I will become human, and everyone in this world will be happy because I was born. Lloyd Frontera silently stared into his determined eyes. He gave a genuine smile towards Lloyd's spirit. Lloyd Frontera chuckled softly. Well, then try your best, but I bet it'll be very difficult. Your words of encouragement only further strengthened his spirit. Lloyd's spirit smiled brightly and gradually vanished into the glowing red space. Lloyd Frontera stared up at the sky. After Lloyd's soul completely disappeared, he slowly bowed his head. But Lloyd Frontera quickly regained his form. The mission is complete. What reward will be given? A moment later, Enix's soul seal shattered, and Helis snapped his fingers coolly under a surge of azure power. He said, All right, according to the contract, Enix's soul will be released. Lloyd Frontera looked bewildered, silently wondering. Huh? Is that all? How do I become a member of the Dragon Society? Helis continued, The flow of time here is different from the human world. Approximately 5 hours have passed in the human world. Your bone dragon will return to the far north through the gate, and I will personally send you and your guards back. My kindness ends here. He smirked maliciously at him. I look forward to the day we meet again. Hearing Helcaris's words, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder. He was about to say, But I don't want to see you anymore, when the old man snapped his fingers and both of them vanished. Lloyd Frontera and Habel Azrahan returned to their room in their house. He gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. It didn't sound good at all. Why did he say we'd meet again? I don't want to go to hell again. He was a little puzzled, so he asked, Why do you hate it? You seem more comfortable in hell than on earth. Lloyd Frontera's face darkened. It's you. You really enjoy saying whatever you want to the demons, don't you? Habel Azrahan calmly replied, Auntie, I'm just saying nice things to them. He then continued, Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you serious? Lloyd Frontera looked around and exclaimed, Whatever, old dragon, what kind of member of mine are you? You dare to deceive me. Suddenly, he exclaimed, young Master Lo is here, which surprised him. They both looked up at a gigantic monster with blood-red eyes that was staring back at them. Loy Frontera walked in, bewildered, and clearly saw the enormous monster in his garden. What is this again? What is this thing? Both Lloyd, Frontera, and Habiel Azrahan stared silently at the monster. He thought to himself, I need to calm down a bit. What is this? The Dragon King? Impossible, because dragons can change their appearance. Atwell, Lloyd Frontera mused, but there was something strange about it. He stared at it while the dragon looked back at him with a chilling gaze. If this thing really was the Dragon King, it slowly opened its jaws, revealing fangs that reflected in the moonlight. Only now do we see the appearance of the dragon with this mischievous face. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder why they had chosen such a bizarre appearance. It foolishly shook its back in front of him. She exclaimed, waving her hand. Coron, Lloyd Frontera immediately asked anxiously. What? There are bald patches all over its belly. It must be really stressed. This is not the Dragon King. There's no way that could be. Bodong gestured with his foot, saying Miss Rome, and she immediately smiled brightly. Seeing this, Lloyd Frontera curiously asked, You can talk to it? What did it say? Why is it here? Bodong shrugged and said, Bodong, you ask again, why are you talking to it so happily? It then exclaimed, Quang. Lloyd Frontera could only nod in response. Suddenly, it shook its body, signaling him to ride on its back. Lloyd Frontera exclaimed in surprise, You want me to ride on your back? Coron quickly nodded. Seeing this, he continued to ask, Were you sent here by the Dragon King? It nodded again and said, Dragon's penis. Lloyd Frontera secretly chuckled to himself. Great. It seems that old geezer was telling the truth, a life and a fortune. We're here. A little while later, they both climbed onto its back and flew away. He tried to grab hold of its fur, exclaiming, So fast. Lloyd Frontera thought to himself, It seems this bald-bellied lion didn't expend much effort either. With his face disfigured, he secretly worried. At this rate, I'll become uglier than ever before. Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened. Wait a minute. This meant he quickly glanced over at Habiel Azrahan. He hasn't changed at all on this side. He still has that same handsome face. This made Lloyd Frontera furious with jealousy. He widened his eyes and shouted, How can you still be so handsome? In this mess? What's wrong with you? Habiel Azrahan turned around calmly. Oh, you don't know? This is known as true beauty. He quickly interrupted. Now is not the time for people to use such language. It's not fair at all. Amidst the clear night sky, Lloyd Frontera's voice rang out. You definitely cheated. A little while later, they all arrived at the kingdom of Magentano Gapio. Both of them slowly walked deeper into the dark corridor. He thought to himself, with a determined look in his eyes, he's at the end of this road, the Iron Blood Knight, the strongest creature of the Dragon King. At this moment, they had reached the dazzling golden light at the end of the corridor. Lloyd Frontera's expression immediately changed to one of astonishment at the mountains of gold piled high below. His saliva was slowly dripping down. Damn, that's a lot of money. Seeing this, Habiel Azrahan quickly spoke up. Aren't you surprised to find such a huge underground space? He continued, Well, that's not impossible. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera saw something in the distance and squinted. He saw the figure of the Dragon King and exclaimed, There he is. Both then stepped down gently. Lloyd Frontera stared at Biss. He was still sitting in his chair, resting his chin on his hand with an air of dignified composure. After staring at Biss for a while, he suddenly spoke up to wake him up. Oh, the great Dragon King. Hearing Lloyd Frontera's voice, BKS immediately gritted his teeth and lifted his head. Both felt an intense pressure. One immediately recoiled. The other instantly drew his sword. Kiss cried out in pain, his arm trembling. My hand is being cut. Lloyd Frontera's face instantly froze while sweat began to trickle down his face. Kiss closed his eyes tightly and turned his face down. He opened his eyes, glanced briefly at Lloyd Frontera, then flopped down on the sofa and fell fast asleep. much to the bewilderment of both of them. He stared at the license plate, thinking to himself that he saw the man glance at him, even though he was there to pick up his membership card. Lloyd Frontera stared at the peacefully sleeping face before him, but he ignored him and went. To sleep? He clenched his fist. He was just the same lazy and annoying type. I can't believe he would act so arrogantly just because he's strong and rich. Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth in unbridled rage. The license plate holder's faces, still in a deep, sweet dream. Suddenly, a gentle breeze came from nowhere and blew towards him. Feeling a slight chill, BKIS slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the lewdly grinning face of Lloyd Frontera. The security guard couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Those who came here to receive membership cards were all incredibly powerful individuals. A memory flashed through his mind at that moment. A large man in sturdy armor pointing at Bo Ji's face and reprimanding him. Yes, you are the Dragon King, but why are you so disrespectful? He continued to think. They were also very proud. That's why they'll go crazy and get angry if we ignore them even a little. Then Biz continued to stare at Lloyd Frontera's face. And yet, this guy suddenly came and stood fanning me. Is he trying to flatter me? He wiped the sweat from his face and smiled contentedly. Then continued fanning B, much to his surprise. Really? He looked so happy fanning me. The kiss gradually faded away as he drifted back to sleep. Okay, I like him. As a reward, he slept soundly, and I'll go to sleep super happily. Seeing Biss's expression, Lloyd Frontera's hand, which was fanning himself, slowed down, and he immediately broke into a devilish smile that even animals would shun. Step 1 was a resounding success. Now move on to Step 2. Habiel Azrahan quickly spoke up. Lord Lai would be better off if you didn't do anything reckless. I think the Dragon King is as powerful as the King of Hell. He followed Lloyd Frontera, who was sitting by the river, with a puzzled look in his eyes, and poured himself a glass of water. Habiel Azrahan asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Don't you know? I'm getting him some water to drink when he wakes up." Lloyd Frontera's lips curled into a smirk, unfazed as he ignored the rich and powerful. He immediately smiled contentedly. I will do anything, even take risks, to befriend him. Habiel Azrahan looked at Lloyd Frontera with a determined expression and thought to himself, yes, he looks so serious. A moment later, inside the magnificent castle amidst glittering golden mountains, Lloyd Frontera's voice rang out. You son of a bitch, he said, pointing down from his throne. How dare you not recognize this wealthy man? How dare you breathe in front of him? There are only 2 such things reserved for the lowliest. Do you think so? Then he quickly stepped down, clasping his hands together in a pitiful manner. Your servant apologizes. I don't know, because I'm dirt poor and have nothing. Your servant will kneel in supplication until you feel better. The wealthy man, Lloyd Frontera, from above, angrily throws money down, picks it up, and gets rich quickly. A despicable name. He quickly knelt down again, bracing himself for the gold coins flying at him. It hurts so much. Lloyd Frontera reappears above. To become rich, one must endure hardship. That motherfucker. He reappeared below, throwing money up into the air with a look of pure happiness. Thank you, sir. Your servant will gladly accept it. Give me more, please. Then Lloyd Frontera climbed back onto the chair and threw a solid golden cylinder. Look at this beggar. I'll give you everything until your stomach explodes. Habiel Azrahan could only listen in silence. His voice continued to ring out. Oh no, I'm so happy I don't know what else to do but dance. He suddenly thought to himself, that's really, really silly. Habiel Azrahan is stressed. He looks so satisfied. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera flinched, causing the crown on his head to slip off, making him look at him with a curious expression. Lloyd Frontera immediately looked at Habiel Azrahan with a tense expression. I'm hungry, hurry up and eat. You shouldn't be hungry. Habiel Azrahan frowned, continuing his train of thought. He's truly lost his mind. A little while later, they both entered the food storage area in the castle. Habiel Azrahan, don't look at Lloyd Frontera pulling a potato out from under the soil. This place is really interesting. Something seems to appear every time I visit the island. Suddenly, Padong stood on the pile of straw and pointed to a lid nearby. which piqued his curiosity and made him exclaim, "What's that?" Loy Frontera opened it and was delighted to see kimchi in front of him. "Oh my God, is this heaven?" Later, he sat on a pile of gold, happily eating potatoes and peeling kimchi. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan approached and said, "The Dragon King showed no signs of waking up. How long will your plan continue?" He then flashed a foolish smile that would last a lifetime. He stared at Lloyd Frontera, thinking to himself, "How long will this fool keep acting like this?" Habiel Azrahan continued, "Someday you will have to return to your estate. There are many things to take care of." Hearing this, Lloyd Frontera, unfazed, calmly placed his hands behind his head and replied, "Yes, we must go, but we cannot give up being members of the Dragon Order. Success and opportunities only come to those who persevere." Suddenly, BK woke up, staring wide-eyed ahead. He was still lying on the couch, silently wondering how long he had slept, how many days had passed. He remembered, "I am Dragon King Boc Kiss." One day, a girl suddenly arrived from another world. Why is that? I'm getting closer and closer to her. He felt sleepy again. It was too annoying to explain everything from the beginning. Anyway, we're married. End of story. Suddenly, BK raised his trembling arm. No, no. When she started her journey, I told her to contact me every morning. He opened one eye, raised his hand to the call button in the air, and exclaimed, "It's too late." But as expected, the reject button immediately caught Baki's eye, causing him to exclaim, "Huh?" She refused to listen? Boji's face turned pale. He thought, "That's really something. She must be very angry. When she comes back, she'll probably scold me." The image of his wife appeared, and I was really, really angry. I can't always rely on the Dragon King membership system to connect us. You haven't contacted me as we promised, and every time I think about you, my anxiety is as heavy as Mount Tai, and I can't sleep all night. Bikis closed his eyes again with a satisfied expression, looking like a cat's tail. He snored and continued, more and more, but suddenly Bak-ki turned pale with fear. "No, she's angry. I have to use teleportation magic. Right now." He gritted his teeth. "Wait, I can't do this." Boc Kiss slumped back onto the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lloyd Frontera's voice rang out. "Is something bothering you, sir?" This made him open his eyes, and a terrifying face immediately came into Bai's view. Even the Dragon King, like him, was terrified by his face, immediately creating 2 laser beams from his eyes and shouting, "Oh my God, I'm so scared. 13130. Is that a demon?" 2 laser beams whizzed past Lloyd Frontera, followed by a massive explosion that left him stunned, still sporting a terrifying smile. Lloyd Frontera's face instantly turned bewildered, then back to a normal expression before he finally spoke. "Dragon King, it seems you have something on your mind. I will help you with everything. Please give me a chance." Boc Kiss looked at him in disbelief. Wow, this guy is unusually calm. The person who had just nearly died, Lloyd Frontera, continued, "I startled the Dragon King. I made him jump and waste unnecessary worry. I think I deserve the death penalty." He looked at him with sleepy eyes and thought to himself, "Oh, do I like that? Does he know how I feel?" Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera thought to himself, "What is the secret principle of salesmanship? Isn't it about the unique quality of what you can sell, or knowing what the customer needs? The truth is, that's not the priority that makes a salesperson love their customer." Kiss asked a question. "All right, you want to hear about my concerns?" Lloyd Frontera replied, as if a dog's tail had sprouted behind his back. "Of course I will help you with everything." But then he immediately asked a question that left him speechless. "You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Looking at your face, I wouldn't even think you'd get married." Hearing those words, which struck him like a dagger to the heartbreaking news, Lloyd Frontera's tears immediately welled up. He continued, "How can a single, unknown person like you solve the problems of a married person?" Hearing this, he suddenly replied, "Well, although I'm not famous, I'm also a child in a family, watching my parents all day long. Perhaps you're having trouble with Long Ho, right? I'm the one who always resolves problems when parents argue." Bak Kiss looked at him drowsily, thinking to himself, "Look at this guy, can I really trust him?" Thinking this, he said slowly, "Okay, the kid is a young man." At that moment, Lloyd Frontera immediately extended his hand horizontally. "Wait a minute. I think you would find it very uncomfortable to have to move your mouth and tongue. Let me try to guess, so please just tell me right or wrong." Boc Kiss looked at him with sparkling eyes and thought to himself, "Oh my God, I love you so much. You're number 2 in my heart." Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera secretly licked his lips, thinking that since he couldn't make the Dragon King open his mouth to explain, he would make him speak as briefly as possible. The laziest husband on earth, and the wife hasn't seen him for a whole month. To be a wife married to a husband like this, it's only possible if that man has a kind heart, no children, and lots of money. Then, after thinking for a while, he spoke up. "Long Hao has to go away for some reason. I think the Dragon Queen's request to the Dragon King certainly wasn't about moving house, because that would be ridiculous. Long Hao would never ask to do something so terrible that would ruin the dignity of a Dragon King. Perhaps the Dragon King should wake up every morning and contact me." Having said that, Lloyd Frontera asked with a serious expression, "But you've forgotten about that, haven't you?" Kiss immediately looked at him with a surprised expression and spoke. "Correct." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Wow, I like it. I just need to say one word." Lloyd Frontera continued to ask, "You're worried about how to fix this mistake, aren't you?" Kiss replied, "Yes." He continued, "You're worried about how to appease your wife's anger." Another "yes" echoed from his mouth, and without stopping, he asked another question. "You're really upset and afraid of being disliked, aren't you?" Another "yes" rang out. After making sure, he spoke again in a firm voice. "All those troubles can be resolved at once." Kiss stared at Lloyd Frontera for a moment, then slowly lifted his own body. Boc Kiss looked at him with curiosity. "So what should we do?" Miss Rong exclaimed in her own language, utterly astonished. Long Vong has finally woken up. He lifted himself up by 15 degrees. Lai Frontera raised her hand to the sky with a confident air. "It's easy, sir. Just come and stay at our palace in Frontera. Long Ho's heart will surely melt." Early that morning, Bayan, with a solemn demeanor, loudly announced, "Hurry up, we need to finish the maintenance this morning." He asked loudly. "Understood." The enthusiastic voices responded in unison, then got to work. Hearing this, Bayan immediately urged them to hurry up. Once again, the Dongtan family's voice rang out clearly. Suddenly, he seemed to be struck by a double-edged sword and stood motionless. "I'm quite tired." Immediately afterwards, Mira approached and spoke softly. "With the number of migrants increasing, I think we need to build more apartments than planned." He spoke with dark circles under his eyes. "Okay, let's review the plan." A man ran up, breathlessly delivering the news. "Senior Bayer Knights, and in contract with the southern region has been completed." Hearing this, Bayan turned his head down and spoke slowly. "Okay, we'll form a team of workers. Everyone gather here." Another man rushed in, frantically announcing, "Senior Engineer, the unused stairwells are leaking water." In response, he calmly stated that we would observe it ourselves. Just wait a moment. Then came the shouts calling out to him. "Senior Knight, the restroom is closed." He quickly called out, "Come here." Another voice immediately shouted, "Senior Knight, there are a lot of insects in this newly cleared land." Hearing this, Bayan calmly reassured him, "I will handle them." Another voice then called out to him, "High-ranking knights have less sediment buildup in the sewers." He lazily replied, "Don't worry. Just when I've finished dealing with one problem, another one comes along." "Sir, Duke Rakona refuses to pay the country tax." Bayan turned his face down and said, "We will go and meet him." He thought to himself, "My eyes are spinning, but I'll do it." He was already on horseback, looking weary. "My name is Bayan. I am 57 years old. I am a high-ranking knight in the Frontiera territory." His face was gloomy and thoughtful. "What am I doing here?" "Probably everything." The scene shifts to a dialogue between Bayan and Duke Rakona. His face flushed red with anger as he shouts, "Look at me. How long will I live like this? I can't pay the national tax." He kept repeating that, leaving Bayan unable to explain anything. "This is exploitation, corruption. I will expose your crimes before the Supreme Court." His aggressive voice continued to rise. "Get out of here. Hey beggar, Don't you dare ask me for money. How dare you? Do you know who your father is? Bayan didn't bother to speak, but simply reached into his coat. Duke Rakona continued, Aren't you going? Perhaps I'll have to slit your throat. In his hand, he held something that resembled a Rubik's Cube. This is a small construction handbook. He thought he could make Duke Rakona lower his voice, but not mentioning Loi Khan's name would sever all ties with him. Then he reached out and crushed a small part of the construction manual, his face contorted in a strange expression. Oh, what? Duke Rakona immediately fell backward, his voice trembling. I will pay you. The reason he behaved this way was due to a stress disorder called BSDD. He continued to repeat what he had said earlier. I will pay you. Bayan also had to look up at his image. Looking at that expression, he sighed inwardly. Young Master Lo, when will you be back? Every time you leave, I almost die from overwork. Then he mounted his horse and rode away. Even if you paid me a huge salary, I couldn't possibly endure it any longer. I'm really tired. Suddenly a loud voice came from behind him. Young Master Loi is here. Hearing this, Bayan immediately pulled the horse's reins. Let's go. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly. Young Master, this surprised Loi a little. Bayan said as he ran. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then he knelt down and begged, asking that the old knight be granted one first and one last favor. One of his eyes welled up with tears as he softly spoke. With all due respect, this is a very difficult task. I want to quit my job now. But his response was a refusal from the young man. He couldn't. Do you want me to pay more? Tears welled up in his eyes, and he pleaded. I have enough money now. Even if you offered me another 100 million, I still couldn't afford it. Please accept my resignation. Please, sir. B's hand was lowered and placed right on his shoulder. Loi remained motionless for a moment. Then he turned his back and walked away, leaving the man completely astonished. Young Master. As he walked away, he slowly announced, From today onwards, your monthly salary will be 3 billion. Hearing this, Bayan couldn't take it anymore and roared. Young Master, the problem isn't the money. Suddenly he paused again, thinking to himself, I think he's right. Then Bayan calmly emphasized, I will do my best. Loi didn't answer, but was slightly surprised by the scene before him. One by one, everyone here gathered around, as if to welcome him back. He pursed his lips slightly, reacting subtly to the scene. What is this feeling? Then he smiled slightly, beginning to realize. Oh, I understand now. Immediately afterwards, Loi broke into a bright smile and waved to everyone. That's the feeling of being home at the mansion right now. Boc Kiss spoke in a low voice. Yes, I called her this morning, or rather, I call my wife every morning. He asked softly, but did she really forget that we haven't been in contact for a whole month? Loi lowered his head slightly, slowly saying, We can't do anything about that. His tone was skeptical, directly questioning. You deceived me, didn't you? I thought so. He hadn't even finished speaking when you immediately interrupted him. Instead of trying to mend what's broken, start a new chapter in your relationship that holds much greater meaning. Please spend each day in contact until Long Hao returns. That would be proof of loyalty and a change in behavior. The person signing remained silent, their face devoid of emotion. Then they subtly smiled. Next came his long, deep snoring. He didn't care about that at all, yet he still got a bad reputation. As for the member of the Dragon King's council, although his hand trembled, he still held the pen in his hand. Oh, this is so troublesome. Come here, behind your neck. Boc Kiss sighed softly. It's too convoluted. Writing it like this would be fine too. Then he drew a picture right on his neck. Loi was a little confused, so he asked, What is this? He quickly replied, Another life. Having completed his task, he immediately threw the pen onto the floor. You are now a member of the Dragon King's council. Bang Bang is wonderful, good night. Loi spoke slowly. Dragons really know how to influence other people's emotions. Boc Kiss let out a soft cry. Then both of them went outside. He also raised his hand to signal silence. Then they both walked away together. And finally, we're done. Habiel Azrahan was slightly confused by his words and spoke up to ask for clarification. What do you mean? Hearing this, he patiently and slowly introduced. First, the person standing before you is the richest man on the continent of Lore Razor. The scene shifts to Bayan fast asleep. Bayan will take over everything we started. Then Loy raises his index finger. You accompany me, another great master. This is followed by an image of Bak Kisan deeply asleep, drooling, with the support of the Dragon King, and I have 2 lives. Then he confidently declared, therefore, I am invincible. What else could possibly disrupt my beautiful life? I can't even imagine it being fake. Suddenly, Bak Ki softly expressed, thank you, sir. His words left Loy utterly bewildered. What is it? His voice lowered, and he spoke slowly. I've heard many stories. In the village, they say that the children of Bayan have come to study at the capital. In the past, I didn't even think about studying, because I was only focused on getting food. The two continued the conversation that the driver had been telling as they walked together. I learned from a genius swordsman named Greg. And today, now that I have more time in my life, I've started learning how to make many things myself. Some people dream of becoming artists. Others dream of becoming musicians. He closed his eyes tightly and continued speaking. But when the land was still poor, everyone shared a common goal, not to die of starvation. He listened attentively to everything that Bak Kiss said throughout his life. I just keep dreaming and dreaming. Then, the atmosphere gradually became silent. Loy spoke softly, tentatively. What do you think of me? I'm just a thief, the one who stole your young master's body. Immediately afterwards, BKS quickly spoke up, me. His face showed no expression as he expressed his joy that you had come to this world. This surprised him, but soon after, both of them, going in different directions, began to feel nauseous at the romantic scene they had just witnessed. 18,124,392 lives have been saved. Seeing the numbers before him filled Loy with immense joy. Great, I'll get my lost health points replenished, right? Health points saved. 18,124,392. He held the person while the numbers changed, and then the numbers started jumping. Then the first 2 digits changed down to 13, and the remaining 2 rows continued to decline. His pupils contracted, and his face began to flush with anger, and the figure dropped to 4. The other 2 rows continued loading, standing motionless, not daring to move, observing the data table in front of them. Life points saved 1 life, and then went down to 0. Instantly, he seemed to be struck by the double-edged sword of Jiao Chan and stood motionless in place. Late at night, streetlights appeared, hanging suspended above the buildings. In the air, a headband appeared with Korean writing on it. Everyone happily sang and danced together in this lively atmosphere. Suddenly a voice rang out. Javier Agos Frontera turned to look at Habiel Azrahan and softly asked, we can't find Lo anywhere, although this festival is for it. Then he continued his investigation. Do you know where it is? He's a bit hesitant about this. About that. The scene shifts back to the previous time. Seeing Loy's face suddenly turn pale caught his attention. Habiel Azrahan asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Loy answered quickly as he walked away. There is an urgent problem that needs to be solved. Don't follow me. Hearing this, he immediately asked, even if there's a welcome party for you. He paused, then said in a meaningful tone, we probably won't be able to hold another festival. Then he started to leave. His words made him quite suspicious. Returning to the party, Loy quickly ran across the ground. Habiel Azrahan slowly said, perhaps there was something I needed to do that day. Just then, he reached the cliff, where he could see the entire village below, and then he began to speak, saying, so we can continue with the festival. Arca Frontera was a little confused by his words. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face was flushed red. Revelation ends, the system panel immediately appears, revelation ends. Use your stake to get a glimpse of the ending scene of this storyline. Shares needed for the third use. 80, shares 1,192. Do you want to use the yes in disclosure option? Loy gritted his teeth and without hesitation clicked the yes box. Stop asking silly questions. In other words, the atmosphere here became pitch black. A voice rang out, calling out his name, Oi Kim X Ho. The flame behind him flared up, and Lloyd instantly turned around. Lloyd quietly asked, are you watching? Then he reassured her, "Don't worry too much. This isn't what will happen in the future, just what could happen if you don't watch the whole ending spoiler." Loy frowned slightly, listening intently to what Loy was saying. Of course, if nothing is done, this could really happen. His voice lowered the day he saw DP return. Oh, everything went very peacefully. After that day, nothing happened. He continued, "I think it will probably be about 3 years from now." But then the light vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke behind. Immediately afterwards, that pitch-black space gradually disappeared, leaving behind the cliff face from before. Before him now was the scene of two people riding horses. In the darkness of the night, he couldn't clearly see the Count and his wife's faces. Image of a group of 3 friends, mixing the sounds of different instruments. Outside, a couple was dancing together to the delight and encouraging applause of the crowd. It was just an ordinary day. The two of them went for a walk on their horses as usual. Acus Frontura and Mabella Frontura are riding up the mountain together on horseback. A squirrel ran quickly past them. Suddenly, the horse he was riding began to thrash about, causing him to panic. Unable to bear this sight, Loy exclaimed loudly, "Count, the village is completely unaware and is dissolving into this feast." Immediately afterward, he began to collapse to the ground. He was so shocked he couldn't process the information that had just happened. His pupils contracted. What's going on? That's ridiculous." The voice reappeared and continued speaking. About a month later, everyone in the village was still immersed in joy. He continued, "The lady literally didn't leave the Count's coffin for a single second until she died." Hearing these words from him filled Loy with indignation. "Don't mess with me," he grumbled as he walked towards her. "I saved both of them. They are still alive and very happy." But Loy still didn't seem to care enough to continue the conversation. "We are so shocked and saddened that we are unable to attend Julian's funeral." His pupils contracted in shock at these words. Loy continued the story. While Kayat was teaching swordsmanship to everyone, someone approached Julia. A sword had pierced her abdomen. She was killed. His face went completely pale at what Loy said. Saraja went mad. She volunteered to go to war in a small conflict and was subsequently killed. I guess she has no reason to live anymore. Loy also revealed something else. "Oh, it's nothing. But the queen became a tyrant. One day she lost her arm. What happened afterward was exactly like what he had read in the novel. The Tnet family was assassinated by a rebel force from Asfahan. Lord Valar Lady died while following the queen's unreasonable orders. After we left the Count's estate, Aros died in a hunting accident. Melika died because she refused to eat anything. Celista locked herself in the dungeon once again. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice and gave an order. Stop." Hearing that, Loy also stopped. He spoke slowly, saying, Haha, I guess there's no need to say more, right? It would be too time-consuming to mention what happened to each person. He couldn't control himself and punched that person in the face. "I told you to stop." Loy asked softly, "How do you feel about this revelation?" Loy began looking around. "Hey messenger, where are you? Turn this off." Then Loy gently turned his face, only to see the ending revealed. "Can you stop all this?" Loy's mouth started spewing strawberry syrup, then a torrent of red syrup gushed from LA's mouth. Streaks of strawberry syrup clung to the wine bottle, the wall, and the nearby vase. Loy's hand trembled violently, then immediately stopped shaking. It seemed that Loy was leaving just as everything had been said. A slight sweat beaded on Loy's face. Images of the 2 memorial photos of his parents flashed through his mind. "I've lost everything, and there's nothing I can do about it." Loy leaned his hands against the tree trunk and gazed at the village below. Everyone below is dancing together. He pondered for a moment, wondering if he was going to lose everyone again. His face darkened, and Loy gritted his teeth, telling himself, "I can't lose what belongs to me twice." Tears welled up in his eyes and gently rolled down his cheeks. "Do you think I would let all that happen to me?" Dong Dong emerged from the water, letting out a blood-curdling scream. She was carrying a squirrel on her back, and the water immediately splashed up when she surfaced. As a rainbow gradually appeared in the sky, the squirrel shrieked sharply, "The dragon in the mansion should wake up now. Dragon King, the sun is already high in the sky. Dragon King, You must call the Dragon Queen. Hello. Even though sunlight shone through to where Bok Kiss was, he remained fast asleep. Loi looked at him with deadpan eyes, then raised his hand to clear his throat softly, and then began to prepare to raise his right hand. Before he could fully utilize the power of the right hand rule, the driver quickly woke up with a purple face. Loi's right hand reached out in that direction in utter terror. The sweaty, disgusted BKIS guy said, "What the hell is this? This is the first time in my life I've experienced anything like this." He placed his left hand on his right horse, flashed a bright smile, and spoke. "Ha ha ha. My ability to wake people up in the morning is a bit noisy. Please call Long Hao quickly." He raised his hand. "Ah yes, Long Hao." Then the system panel appeared with a red background and a prohibition symbol. "I'm so tired." He lowered his hands to the ground, his eyes beginning to close. "Anyway, I have to finish the task first, so I'll go back to sleep now." Loi, hearing this, softly expressed his feelings. "Wishing you a beautiful ring." Then he stormed off in anger, and an unexpected incident occurred involving those around him. The bubbles floated in the air along with the other two friends. And despite my best efforts, I couldn't stop them from happening. The scene of me waking up with a purple face means I have to find out the reason behind all of that. And if these are supernatural events, perhaps the Dragon King will know the answer. His voice began to speak. "Ah, it seems like the little one has grown up." Loi immediately bowed slightly. "I have a question for the Dragon King," but he lazily replied, "I don't know, go away." He remained silent, thinking to himself, he doesn't know? He's so lazy that even breathing feels tedious. He doesn't want to move at all. But then, Loi bared his teeth and flashed a mischievous smile. "I'm Kim Soo-ho, the one who can even tame dragons." He continued, saying, "Actually, I'm from another dimension. My Lord Dragon King, Boc Kiss absolutely does not believe such nonsense." "That's great. Get out of here." Night is gradually falling. Then, the next morning, I changed the fate of the people here for the better. "Does that satisfy you, sir?" He quickly confirmed. "Yes, that's good." Night was gradually falling. As usual, their conversation continued the next morning. However, it is said that those people will still die as originally destined. He lazily replied. Terrible. The full moon quickly appeared. Not long after, the sun gradually rose. The kiss was so deep in sleep that he was drooling. He wondered how strange it was that he hadn't heard the usual deafening shouts to wake him up. His eyes began to open, and the first thing that caught Bai's eye was the image of Lois sitting there, dozing off. He softly asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you wake me up?" His voice began to rise. "Oh, I forgot to mention." He had a slightly lewd expression on his face, and even raised his hand to smooth his hair, emphasizing each word. "I can't wake you up for about 10 days. Kissing was slightly startled by what he said. Cold sweat began to break out all over his face. Kiss was skeptical of the words that were right in front of him. "Are you out of your mind?" A smirk played on his lips. "I was just joking." Suddenly, he froze, then slowly spoke. "But that could happen if you don't answer my question." His mouth was slightly ajar. Then Kiss said in a low voice, "Looking at things positively is good, but don't you know how easy it would be for me to kill you and destroy this entire village?" Loi knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and slowly spoke. "I know I'll die if I threaten the Dragon King like that, but I can't do anything about it." He revealed in a low voice, "For the sake of my family, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the Dragon King." He continued, "Even if that means losing my 4 limbs or my life to change fate." Your expression gradually changed, but then you must find someone to awaken you from your delusion. The Dragon King's disciple, Boc Kiss, recoiled, bewildered by the words he had uttered, and told the king that it was time to get up. He emphasized each word in a harsh tone. "One person will tell you, go explore the village, and another will cook for you. And when you return, he will say, 'Welcome, sir,' someone will warm your feet and lull you into a sound sleep." Kiss quickly interrupted, stopping him. He ignored this remark and continued speaking, offering a small piece of advice. "If you find someone like that, don't let them slip through your fingers." He raised his voice to stop him. "Stop it." He deliberately ignored her and continued speaking. "And if that person disappears, you will miss the feeling of having Someone wake you up every morning and exchange conversations with you. I told you to stop. Loy still wouldn't stop muttering. But unfortunately, I will die soon. Faced with these words, Bok Kiss could no longer bear it, and immediately pleaded loudly. That's enough, please stop. Then he drifted back to sleep. He opened his eyes and said in a low voice, I admit that the danger I face is greater than yours. When Kim Soo-ho heard this, Loy thought to himself, I've won, Mom. The two of you continued your conversation, completely unaware that Habiel Azrahan was standing outside the door, having heard everything. You said earlier that the fate you are desperately trying to change doesn't disappear and returns every time. Is that correct? Yes, you are right. He began to draw his sword. His salary was too low to take on this extra work. Kiss continued, saying that this was like a fragile bowstring, and upon hearing this, repeated the phrase again. The string is like a hand pulling a bowstring taut, no matter how hard you try to force it to change its original shape before firing the arrow, it will inevitably react with greater force and return to its original form. He concluded that this was a phenomenon of fate's reversal, like an unbreakable law. This made him anxious, and he immediately asked, Is there no way to stop it? He then softly asked, Do you know the meaning of unavoidable? Bok Kiss slowly explained, I can't do anything either, not even the Dragon King or the Angel King. Then he added, Have you played any games before? Loy quickly replied, Yes. Hearing this, he explained that it's similar. Regardless of the game's freedom, there will still be a bug-fixing program running. In the end, this world is just a game within a game, a simulation within a simulation. That's always the point. This left him utterly terrified. So what would happen if there was a hidden feature? Could it be found? He asked with an expressionless face. Wow, I mean, you're just a tiny grain of sand in that program, but you don't seem discouraged, do you? Loy said confidently, as if I felt alive. Who cares whether it's a show or not? Whether it's a game or whatever it is, I will achieve my goal. Habiel Azrahan was stunned by what they said. Kiss's father was slightly surprised and thought to himself, That's a truly admirable idea. Then his mouth opened.